Hi everyone! Today I compiled the 47th chapter of the Tang Chronicle for you. Let's dive right in.
This guy is our protagonist named Tang Mujin. He is the son of a well-known physician in the area. His daily work is helping his father with tasks at the clinic. One day while out gathering herbs, he accidentally ran into a thug. So he was beaten by him until he was nearly senseless. He went to where his close friend was being teased by the thug and couldn't stand it. The friend then pulled out a strange mushroom. He said it was a magic mushroom that, if eaten, lets you dream of becoming a hardcore race scroll manhwa fan. So Mujin believed it right away without a second thought. Just as his friend said, the mushroom felt like a stimulant. After eating it, he immediately had hallucinations. Then he dreamed he had become Yezi, the world's #1 blacksmith. After that, he ascended to immortality and reached the highest realm. When he woke up, his friend had already brought him home, but the dream was still vivid in his mind. And he began to hear strange sounds coming from metal objects. So he decided to go to the smithy to take a look. Having never forged iron before, he nonetheless forged with exceptional ease. Moreover, his craft was of a top-tier level rarely seen in the world. One day, the phantom doctor, unrivaled in the land, passed by. When he learned that Mujin had forged a supreme acupuncture needle for his father, he hired him to make more. Seeing the generous payment, Mujin finished the work in a single day. Astonished by his talent, the phantom doctor decided to take him as a disciple. And thus Mujin's journey wandering the martial world began. On this journey, what will become of him? What will he have to face? Please stay tuned, everyone. Has there ever been a young man who hasn't longed to reach the level of a grand master in the martial world? Valuing righteousness while upholding the chivalrous code, roaming the lands to live the life of a heroic stalwart. The sound they make is completely different from that of ordinary, mundane people. Everyone has once dreamed of it, but not everyone can reach it, precisely because not everyone succeeds. It becomes all the more the yearning of boys just entering manhood. At some smithy, a teenager kept swinging a hammer, not knowing how long it took before he finally stopped and finished his work. Immediately after, he carried a wooden tray over to the old man sitting at the back, waiting. "Thank you for waiting, sir. Here are the acupuncture needles you ordered." This youth is Tang Mujin, a 20-year-old physician. The old man took up the needles, observing them in a thoughtful manner. After a while, his expression darkened, and finally he returned the needles to the wooden tray. "I hear you're a doctor, right?" The young man, not hiding it, nodded to confirm. "Yes, senior." Without hesitation, the old man said, "Then become my disciple." His words left Tang Mujin stunned. The call awakened the boy's dream of becoming a heroic stalwart. That day, Tang Mujin heard a voice that changed his life. One day a few months earlier, a morning in the physician's shop was very quiet. They would copy prescriptions and carry medicines until the first rooster crowed. Tang Mujin was the same. He rose at dawn, dressed, then checked the dispensary and swept the yard. Before breakfast, the physicians would tidy everything to be ready to receive patients. After finishing his tasks, Tang Mujin began practicing acupuncture. Thus everything repeated itself in silence. The first patient was a little kid. The old physician needled him, smiling as he asked, "Does it hurt a lot?" The boy stubbornly shook his head, "Not a bit." He chuckled, produced something, and said, "This little hero has endured well and deserves a candy." Standing aside, Tang Mujin felt moved. That quietness had forged his father's skill. Indeed, his father's needling was wonderful, as if the silver needles were butterflies settling on flowers. One day, could he become as skilled a healer as his father? Thinking of that, he ran outside. "Father, I'm going to gather herbs," he called. He merrily ran out toward the street. Passing through the market, he greeted the villagers without stopping. He seemed to be very well regarded. People urged him to take home some meat, but he politely declined. Both old and young dearly liked him. He was so busy greeting everyone that he didn't pay attention ahead. As a result, he bumped into someone. "Why is there a monk on the road?" The man glared at him with murderous intent. "Where are your eyes looking?" Tang Mujin panicked, clasping his hands. "Sorry, hero, I was careless." The other laughed maliciously. "Is that so? Then I must teach you a lesson." He then lunged in and gave Tang Mujin a beating, and the boy's occasional fantasies of becoming a heroic stalwart were driven away. After taking the beating, he went to a thatch house deep in the mountain. Seeing Tang Mujin battered and bruised, Zhang Guak couldn't stop grinning. "You got beaten over that? Why not tell him to make both sides match in color while he's at it?" Tang Mujin sat there dejected while Zhang Guak jabbered on, "Please spare him, great hero. Little brother, let me even the score for both sides, okay?" Tang Mujin couldn't stand it and swung, punching him once. "Now that's more like a panda move." After tussling with Tang Mujin for a bit, Zhang Guak collapsed beside him, panting, "You bastard, you poked my eye." Tang Mujin, unconcerned, snorted coldly. Who's telling you to be meddlesome? Zhang Guak asked, Hey Tang Mujin, aren't you hungry? He then produced a bright red mushroom with strange markings. This surprised Tang Mujin greatly. Is that a mushroom? Immediately the youth flew into a rage, stood up, rolled up his sleeves, and shouted 2 lines as if that would do it. What else is there? You're mocking me too much, my friend. Zhang Guak hurriedly explained, No, really, it's genuine and very rare. This mushroom lets you see a strange dream when you eat it. Tang Mujin froze in astonishment. A strange dream, Zhang Guak confirmed, of course. He said this as he stuffed the mushroom into Tang Mujin's mouth. This mushroom, eat a bit and you could be a queen or become an immortal. It's a divine mushroom. Last time I dreamed I was a supreme master. Tang Mujin was startled. A supreme master? Zhang Guak tempted him. Soloing hundreds of Qingkang sect members, it's an indescribable feeling. Besides, this mushroom is technically poisonous but doesn't harm the body. Tang Mujin's neck bulged as he asked, Are you serious? Seeing his whole mushroom gone into the other's stomach, Zhang Guak cried out excitedly, You ate it all, what now? Tang Mujin laughed with delight. Why not? If what you say is true, a little would make me a supreme master. Then eating it all will make me a man-sword fusion, the sword saint whose name trembles the Jianghu, right? Zhang Guak, helpless, scolded. What nonsense are you talking, you fool? The medicine hasn't acted yet. Whatever, it's your body. If anything happens, I'm not responsible. Tang Mujin patted his shoulder, grinning confidently. I'm a physician, remember, I can tell at a glance. Zhang Guak snorted, You understand nothing, idiot. Enough, wait an hour and you'll see the effects. Tang Mujin's face quickly went ashen like a junkie. Still, his mouth kept insisting he was a physician. Seeing him like that, Zhang Guak's complexion also turned pale. Tang Mujin's consciousness became hazy. Just as Zhang Guak said, he sank into a dream. A blazing volcano studded with countless weapons, and below it, a middle-aged man crazily forging iron. The sparks brushed his skin, itchy like butterflies fluttering around. At the first downward swing of the hammer, sparks flew, and the scene was truly magical. Tang Mujin, all his life he's merely ironwood in the forge, yet that enchanting dream has never changed. Just then he suddenly realized something. Tang Mujin, no. My name should be Yezi, right? I am the sole god of metallurgy in the land. Could it be I was dreaming while standing at the forge? Dreaming I'm a physician, I must be exhausted. Come on, wake up, that precious sword the prince demanded, I must create it. They will surely be my masterpieces. I'll pour all my effort into them. I swear it by the name Yezi. One after another the great blades appeared. Zhanlu Ju, Zhangxi Yucheng, Chunjun, 5 famed swords forged by heaven and earth over 2 decades. Congratulations, you have just completed your mortal dream. And it aligns with the will of heaven. Pour the peach blossom wine to welcome the new immortal. Congratulations to Yezi for reaching the realm of returning the origin. Just as the banquet rejoiced, a flower fell and struck the maid carrying the wine. The cup slipped from her hand and fell. At the same time, in reality, Tang Mujin came to his senses. A cold snort rang out. You think you're the best physician in the capital, turns out you're a fraud. A scowling man came out, saying he came on the military attendant's recommendation, only to find this butcher of a doctor, who knows whether he's treating with needles or drilling holes. I must force him to quit his craft. Tang Mujin held his head and wearily sat up. Zhang Guak beside him glared after the man's retreating back, muttering, That's a military man, his temper is unbearable. Tang Mujin was puzzled. What's going on just now? Before he could finish, Zhang Guak yelled over, The sun set ages ago, you idiot. You're spouting nonsense from being mushroom drunk. You insisted on going back to the clinic and dragging me along. Lucky we returned safely, or we'd be dead. Hearing this, the youth slumped there dazed. Zhang Guak then turned to leave. But don't you dare tell the official physician that I gave you that mushroom. Saying that, he stomped off in a huff. Tang Mujin turned his head to look into the compound. Wait, my stomach hurts so much. Could it really have been only a dream? He hurried inside. I'm back, father. Sorry for returning late. I went to gather herbs, so I'm a bit. He stopped mid-sentence. The old man who had been inspecting the needles also froze and turned to look at him. Tang Mujin is back. Tang Mujin asked tensely, but the guest who just left was. Seeing the needle in his father's hand, the scene from his dream flashed through his mind. The youth suddenly went pale, clutching his head. What is this? A sharp pain surged through my head like crashing waves, mixed with a strange ache. Why this relentless discomfort? The old man, seeing his state, asked in concern, Tang Mujin, what's wrong? Headache, that was the military attendant recommended. He complained that the needle prick hurt too much. The new acupuncture needle really was larger than the old kind. Tang Mujin found this puzzling. How could that be? I clearly already did it this morning. The old man turned his head, looking around to search. Let me see, where's the old needle? Very quickly he produced 2 needles. Take a look. The old one had bent, so I replaced it with a new needle half a month ago. The moment Tang Mujin saw the needles, he started, thinking to himself, but this needle is emitting a strange sound. It was perfectly fine just this morning, wasn't it? Seeing him stand there trembling and clutching his head, the old man asked, Tang Mujin, what's wrong? This isn't good. We need to prepare the medicine quickly. At that moment, Tang Mujin reached out and gripped his hand tightly. He snatched one of the needles, trembling as he asked, Father, this is a sword needle. That sound awakened the heroic echoes roaring in Tang Mujin's head. After a moment, Tang Mujin took the 2 needles and went out into the street. He walked along lost in thought, irritated at seeing such ordinary objects. Yesterday, I didn't even notice whether they were any good or not, and now this ability suddenly appears. The sounds of objects all down the street kept streaming into his ears, making him very uncomfortable. Just because of these useless things, the annoyance inside him kept nagging on. Yet it was refreshing to admire this particular item. This is the pride of Sichuan. These needles were made by Master Blacksmith Siak. Why do I suddenly understand this? Moreover, the new set must of course be a product of Master Blacksmith Siak. So why is there such a difference? I hope nothing strange happens. He continued on and after a while reached the forge. Upon entering, his eyes were met with countless weapons hanging there. The young man's eyes bulged in utter amazement. This is it. Instantly the gloom within him vanished at the sight of such exquisite brilliance. How could Master Blacksmith Siak's technique be so transformative? But wait, could it be that because I dreamed of O Yezi, I can now perceive the skill of the Grandmaster? Moreover, it's as if Master Siak's metalworking technique is being displayed right before my eyes. Is it really because of that dream that I now possess this eye? No matter how clear it seems, in the end it's still an illusion. Learning a craft through a dream sounds absurd, but everything must be verified to be certain. I have to see what exactly happened between Master Blacksmith Siak and myself. He had not been in the forge long when a sharp shout rang out from inside. What, the hairpin doesn't suit you? Though I can't compare to my father, I've been frequenting the forge for 20 years. Do you dare treat me like an amateur? The one shouting was Siak Jaisung, the son of Master Blacksmith Siak. Tang Mujin hurriedly waved his hand to explain. I absolutely didn't mean to say Brother Siak is an inept smith. He inwardly breathed in wonder. Master Blacksmith Siak has retired into seclusion. What a pity, no wonder there aren't many fine weapons left here. So father's new acupuncture set was made by Brother Siak, right? He was dazed when Siak Jaisung's sigh snapped him back to reality. After all, I'm still far from matching my father's footsteps. Now even the physician's son dares to look down on me. Then, junior brother, use that keen eye of yours to find one of my father's works. Go on, try. Show me where exactly my flaws lie. He said that aloud, but inwardly snorted coldly. You think you can tell them apart? After a moment, Tang Mujin brought a few long swords over. Siak Jaisung was startled when he saw them. How could this be? He actually recognized my father's pieces at once. Is the gap really that big? Thinking so, he said, because the patterns are simple. Most passers-by don't know they're my father's work. Indeed, you possess extraordinary sight. Tang Mujin smirked inwardly, certain they intended to mock him and fail. Still, it was praise that he admitted it outright, which further convinced him this wasn't an ordinary dream. Siak Jaisung turned and went inside, exclaiming, At first I thought you were just a troublesome customer, but no wonder you're dissatisfied with the needles I make. I said that just for fun, yet you picked out all of my father's pieces. Your eye is even keener than mine. Under such a gaze, however much I strike the hammer, at best I'll only make clumsier items. So there's only one answer. You should try forging it yourself. Tang Mujin stared dumbfounded at the hammer the man shoved into his hand. May Siak Jaisung advised, if it's too much, I'll wholeheartedly make another set of needles for you. After all, with this brother's instruction, they would surely be a bit better. Unexpectedly, Tang Mujin cut him off bluntly. Fine, how often does one get to be a blacksmith in a lifetime? Let me have a try, Brother Siak said as he laughed. At the same time, he fed wood and coal into the furnace. Then he used a bellows to stoke the fire. So first, practice some basics. Determination showed on his face as he thought, though I boast from the knowledge in my dream. Can I truly do it? This is no different from a physician telling a patient to self-acupuncture and then prepare the medicine themselves. Isn't that tantamount to harming the person? But I want to swing the hammer at least once. Seeing his hammer motion, Siak Jaisung couldn't help widening his eyes in shock. Each hammer blow Tang Mujin struck was not at all like a novice's. On the contrary, it resembled the work of a professional smith. The more he hammered, the more exhilarated he became. I can really do this. Siak Jaisung behind him blurted out, dumbfounded. At first I only meant to mock that keen sight of yours. yet each hammer blow was far from wasted. It was as if someone who had forged iron his whole life suddenly found the youth was no less than my father. Moreover, the sound rang out like the beat of a ceremonial drum. Could it be I'm hallucinating, O Yezi's reincarnation? Is this in the realm of innate talent? No, this goes far beyond mere talent. Very quickly, a sword blank took shape. The more Seok Jaisung looked, the more agitated and trembling he became. More, show me more. Keep hammering to temper it, then grind and polish. Even craft the hilt and scabbard for me. Let the item in your mind appear fully before my eyes. At that moment, Tang Mujin decisively tossed the sword blank aside. Brother Seok, please melt this down. That request left Seok Jaisung dumbfounded. Melt it down, he wondered. Tang Mujin smiled. That initial shaping is enough. Now try making the actual needles. Seok Jaisung no longer dared to look down on him and became obedient as a dog. The sound of forging then continuously echoed from within. Scene shifts back to the clinic. The doctor is now using acupuncture needles to treat a patient. Seeing the treated person still grinning, the old man beside him was shocked. Not a bit of pain. Quartermaster Adjutant, you really don't feel pain? How can that be? He then sat down to test it himself. This time he too exclaimed in astonishment, it truly doesn't hurt and my back pain is gone. How is that possible? Another old man, feigning disbelief, came over and asked, healed that fast? And he too sat down to try. Thus, one after another, countless people were treated with acupuncture and left cured. Word spread far and wide. The clinic's queue stretched out beyond sight. Cut to outside the city. Two young men were traveling along the road. They alternated between walking and taking a boat. From river paths to mountain trails. After who knows how long, they finally reached a roadside tea house. Your waist hurts? Before leaving the capital, why not stop by Tang Family Clinic for treatment? The youth sighed. Why haven't we gone? The waiting line is too long. So long that I couldn't even see its tiled roof anymore. Their conversation happened to reach the ears of the old man sitting there. He then stood up and left, cutting back to the Tang Family Clinic, where the long line of people continued without pause. A voice rang from inside, the clinic is opening. Please keep order and avoid injury. The orderly line suddenly met an angry voice. Do you know how long I've waited? How dare you cut in line? Why won't you answer when I'm spoken to? Rude fellow, aren't you afraid of punishment? Suddenly the scolding voice fell silent, and the crowd's faces turned terrified. Tang Mujin ran out from inside, puzzled. What's all the commotion over there? The reason for the silence was that the man who had been shouting now had a sword held at his throat by his opponent. The sword wielder's face was icy as he smiled wickedly, very frightening. Seeing this, Tang Mujin couldn't help but muse, our martial folk disputing. The man gave a single swing of his sword, then sheathed it. If you insist on knowing, I'll make it clear to you. Immediately after, fresh blood sprayed forth. Tang Mujin, seeing this, rushed over in alarm. Without hesitation, he used a cloth to press the wound and stop the bleeding. But immediately after, he had to startle and widen his eyes. For on the man's chest were carved the two words, Phantom Doctor. Tang Mujin looked at the blood-stained cloth in his trembling hand and thought, he cut precisely, only slicing the skin to carve the letters, absolutely not harming the flesh. This is a great master. Moreover, that title Phantom Doctor sounded familiar from somewhere. While he was dazed, the injured man suddenly spoke. A man crying like that. Just a little flesh wound and fainting. What use is that for making a fuss? Just apply the medicine properly for a few days and it'll heal. Provided, of course, that this really is a proper clinic. Tang Mujin suddenly remembered. I recall now, the physician slayer, he is Phantom Dr. Yicheng. Looking at my father always put my heart at ease. Even if he never claimed the title of the nation's top physician, he was still like an ancient oak in the corner of the village. Not flashy or ostentatious, just a simple, upright clinic. Not flashy or ostentatious, just a simple, upright clinic. That is the virtue of a healer, I learned from my father. But this man was its complete opposite. The Phantom Doctor is a wandering supreme master of the martial world. One of the so-called great physicians of the land. An eccentric who uses medicine and the blade to decide life and death. He whimsically judges who lives and dies, caring not for good or evil. Worse, he's a serial killer. Having slain dozens of innocent physicians across the Central Plains, this is dangerous. Seeing him trying to move inside, Tang Mujin could no longer hold back and shouted, "That's my father's treatment room." Shouting, he lunged forward to stop the man. Just then a hand gripped his shoulder and held him back. Tang Mujin, stop. You can't resist him. The one holding him back was Jinsong, a martial artist of the Qinxiang sect. Tang Mujin panicked. Master, why say we can't fight back? If it were the sect leader, couldn't he stop him? Jinsong shook his head and sighed. Even our master couldn't stop the Phantom Doctor before. Endless fear rose. But he's a cruel Phantom Doctor after all. Jinsong explained, even our master once relied on the Phantom Doctor to save the Qinxiang sect leader's life. Hearing this, Tang Mujin was even more shocked, saved by the Phantom Doctor. At that, he utterly lost hope and sank to his knees. He was extremely worried for his father's safety. Jinsong patted his shoulder to reassure him, if it's just because of that bad reputation, don't worry too much. The Phantom Doctor I met is eccentric, true, but he is by no means a monster. A moment later, the Phantom Doctor pushed the door and stepped out. He walked out with a proud, triumphant air. Tang Mujin took note of his sword and clothing. He couldn't help but breathe inwardly. His sleeves were clean, truly fortunate. But at that moment, the Phantom Doctor grabbed his shoulder. Hey, kid. I've heard your place has a skilled physician and someone around here good at forging and casting, right? You know that person? Tang Mujin replied tremblingly. Yes, sir, of course I know him. The Phantom Doctor clapped him on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Oh, then lead the way. Feeling the sword hilt press into his backside, Tang Mujin was terrified. Seeing him standing there dazed, the Phantom Doctor smiled brightly, though it looked like he wanted to eat a man alive, and asked, why aren't you moving? I'm busy, kid. Frightened, the youth hurried without delay and led the way. Their destination was the forge. After they entered and the Phantom Doctor asked in bewilderment, you mean your father didn't make them himself, but that he made them? Tang Mujin smiled kindly and confirmed, yes, that's right. The Phantom Doctor laughed uproariously. Truly, the strangest things all gather in Sichuan. And now the physician's son practices metallurgy. The two Tang brothers then spoke softly about him. He was so amused he laughed tears. What does it matter who does the work? It's been ages since I laughed like this. Your name is Tang Mujin, right? Make me 30 acupuncture needles. I'll pay you with this. The two of them stared, stunned, at the gold ingot in his hand. Tang Mujin took the gold without hesitation, bowed and thanked him repeatedly. Many thanks, sir. Please stay for a meal. I'll finish before dusk. His words astonished the man. Before sunset, you mean today, not months from now, but today? Even after Tang Mujin confirmed it, he couldn't believe it. Master smiths take months for that work. Tang Mujin looked at the gold ingot and replied cheerfully, I'll do it today. The Phantom Doctor still looked incredulous, thinking the pieces weren't trivial nor pre-made, so the boy must be lying for the gold. Unexpectedly, Tang Mujin said, I'll start now. Your needles will surpass my father's in quality and be more refined. Do not worry, sir, I will succeed. Siok Jaisung here will assist. He truly can do it. Upon that assurance from Tang Mujin and his companion, the Phantom Doctor fell into thought. After a moment, he turned and flicked his robe. The saber on his back suddenly came into Tang Mujin's view. At the sight of it, he went pale with fright. He had nearly been so distracted by the gold that he'd forgotten the blade. The Phantom Doctor decisively sat down on a nearby stool. He grinned ferociously and said, try then, if you fail, you'll die with me. Tang Mujin dared not hesitate and immediately set to work. As they began forging, smoke and flame burst up fiercely. Tang Mujin and Siok Jaisung concentrated intensely on stoking the furnace. The Phantom Doctor sat aside watching thoughtfully. They had to draw hundreds of steel wires, grind each one, then select them. But ensuring a straight, unwarped rod was the hardest task. Tang family needles could never be the result of chance forging. Let me see them with my own eyes. But this fellow is a physician. How are his muscles so sinewy? Then the sound of hammer strikes rang out continuously. Each blow of Tang Mujin's hammer astonished the Phantom Doctor. Your technique is truly top-notch. Each hammer strike hits the exact spot with no excess. Watching your forging leaves the Phantom Doctor utterly incredulous. Very quickly, Tang Mujin finished forging. Sorry to keep you waiting. Here are the needles you ordered. After hearing the Phantom Doctor's condition, Tang Mujin was stunned. You want me to become your disciple? Why me? The Phantom Doctor explained. Why not? You don't look like someone who just rots away in a clinic. Why you don't want to? Tang Mujin shook his head. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I'm getting used to forging. You say you'll take disciples, but what could I possibly learn from you? The Phantom Doctor laughed. You ask what to learn. He didn't hesitate to draw his blade. I can teach you 2 things. Tang Mujin was still very doubtful. What are they? At that moment, the anvil stone behind them split in 2. At the same time, several silver needles appeared on Siok Jaisung's shoulder, which terrified him. Since when were the acupuncture needles there? The Phantom Doctor's voice rang out again. They are martial arts and medicine. So do you want to learn them or not? Tang Mujin pressed his lips in thought. To be a disciple of a supreme master, and also of one of the 3 great physicians of the land. Isn't this a chance to learn both martial arts and medicine? Besides, even with a poor reputation, as the Phantom Doctor's disciple, Chinseong sect wouldn't dare look down on our clinic. But why would the old gentleman give me this opportunity? The Phantom Doctor smiled and explained. It's convenient to have a nimble, skillful smith along. In return, I'll teach you martial arts and medicine. Wouldn't that be great? Tang Mujin's face tensed as he replied. This relationship isn't really master and disciple, it's simply a bargain. He doesn't care much. Come on, a bargain's a bargain, what's the difference? If a patient is possessed by evil qi with disrupted circulation, a cold body and trembling limbs, what should be done? How would you treat that? Tang Mujin replied, first transform the dampness, then give a decoction of Fu Ling with licorice. The phantom doctor nodded. Good, you meet the requirement. Knowing Sanghanren and internal classics qualifies one to learn martial arts, which is endlessly puzzling. That has nothing to do with each other, he sneered. You think martial arts only need strength. Try teaching a dullard and you'll see. Even if you lift your leg and present it on a golden platter, he won't notice. Those who dance mindlessly are ultimately ordinary, like this needle set here. How could mortals comprehend its subtlety? Tang Mujin hesitated and asked, so, old sir, can I become a top-tier master? He sounded a little surprised. Top tier. A good student reflects the teacher, you should understand my meaning. After a while, he finally returned home. He clenched his fists, showing clear determination. His mind buzzed with excitement as he recalled the recent conversation. He must at least reach the pinnacle. The youth danced excitedly in the yard at the thought of becoming a supreme master. While leaping with enthusiasm, he suddenly tripped and fell flat. At the same moment, his father came out from inside. The youth hurriedly stood up and bowed in greeting. I'm back late, father. The old man stepped forward to help him up. Seeing his body trembling uncontrollably surprised him. Father, are you all right? The old man trembled and wept as he stared at him. When I heard you went out with the phantom doctor, I feared something bad had happened. When he went to the clinic, I thought it was just curious folk. I'm so relieved you're safe. Tang Mujin replied, he's not as frightening as the rumors say, sir. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. Then that's good. Jinsong said so too, but I didn't believe it. It's good you're okay, but why did you take him to the forge for so long? Tang Mujin answered without hiding anything. He wants to take me as a disciple and gave me until tomorrow to decide. The phantom doctor certainly isn't just a name. He suddenly wants a master-disciple bond with you. Indeed. Seeing the old man suddenly freeze and tremble again puzzled him greatly. Father, why did you suddenly stop like that? The old man didn't answer and rushed into the house. Before Tang Mujin could react, he was back out again. He produced a pile of silver and placed it into his hands. This made Hao very confused. Why are you giving me so many silver ingots? The old man hurriedly urged him to set off. Tang Mujin was puzzled. But where to, father? We're short-handed at home right now. Besides, he has the reputation of being the phantom doctor. Maybe it's just a passing prank. The old man put up a hand to stop him. Being short-handed isn't important. You can go only at this time. Tang Mujin, listen to me. Tang Mujin opened his eyes wide, stunned in place. His father still stood like an old tree, motionless. But through his words, I suddenly realized that my father had once been a vigorous young man himself. On the second day after learning martial arts, Tang Mujin succeeded in operating small circulation. He felt qi fill his body for the first time, 3 days then 4 days. Internal skill, though weak, was clearly accumulating, growing steadier a bit each day. How to put it? A stronger sensation. No, it's better described as progress. Now is the time to leave, only now. Thank you, father. Just then a pinecone fell and hit his head and the phantom doctor's voice rang out. What's this? Homesick already? Tang Mujin shook his head. No, old sir. Today I feel my internal skill has grown more than yesterday. The phantom doctor jumped down from the tree smiling. This is an interesting moment. Continue, Tang Mujin. Perhaps as you said, old sir, I do have talent. The phantom doctor chuckled. Talent, not bad, but your rate of accumulation is only average. Tang Mujin grinned and raised his fist, but others need 10 days to complete small circulation. I did it in only 2, didn't I? My dream is immortality, and heaven on top of that even granted me martial talent too. At that moment the phantom doctor tossed him a sword, while he himself raised a chunk of wood. If you're so confident in your talent, swing the sword, I'll teach you a little. If you can touch the hem of my robe, I'll carry you on my back until you leave Sichuan. He was entirely serious about that. Tang Mujin drew the sword, trembling and stammering. This is a real sword, sir. It's very sharp, the master might get killed. In his mind, an image involuntarily appeared of himself cutting his master's body in two. Then his gaze suddenly turned razor sharp. He immediately lunged forward with the sword. A surprise attack while the opponent is careless should work. The phantom doctor just stood there nonchalantly picking his ear, not caring. Strike first to win, huh? Only 10 days and already talent and presence. He didn't dodge, he stood there and raised his staff to meet the blade. Seeing his long sword blocked by that chunk of wood, Tang Mujin was shocked. Is that even a block of iron? And it only left a scratch. Seeing him grit his teeth and strain, the phantom doctor said, Now, bite your teeth together. Tang Mujin was puzzled. Bite my teeth together, sir. The The phantom doctor didn't answer, but only gave a sly smile. Tang Mujin quickly realized something, his face going pale. Is this a wave of vibration? No. Is it a current of water? Also no, it's much larger. Immediately after, he was knocked backward. After a moment, he came to and vomited repeatedly. The phantom doctor came over to ask, how is it? Does it feel okay to receive internal skill for the first time? Tang Mujin shouted, this is ridiculous. Isn't the one with more internal skill supposed to be the strongest? The phantom doctor laughed, you could think that. I don't have much internal skill either, so I avoid fights that rely only on raw power, but martial arts aren't that simple. And why are you so impatient? You're a physician, after all. Anyone you want to punch? Wu Wooten replied, you said you'd help me become a supreme master. If just having lots of internal skill were enough, starting to cultivate now wouldn't make me a supreme master. No sooner had he finished than the phantom doctor bonked him on the head. Even with little internal skill and no flashy technique, there are many paths to becoming a master. When you received internal skill just now, you tried channeling it into the sword to resist and then withdrew, right? That's a good approach. Alright, attack again. This time I won't use internal skill. Though tense, Tang Mujin still raised his sword. He pressed his lips together, resolve clear once more, then leapt up and swung the sword. Come again, the blade struck the chunk of wood once more. But before he could celebrate, the man slid past him and left a few moves on his body. Tang Mujin fell to the ground unconscious. The phantom doctor exclaimed, I didn't use internal skill and you've still died 3 times already, haven't you? Your rate of accumulating internal skill isn't fast at all. You're not someone who can expend a large amount of internal skill all at once, but you clearly have your own strengths, a good sense of chi, and the ability to apply internal power quickly and precisely. A third-rate swordsman, but just channeling internal power into the sword already shows the reaction of a second-rate fight. Keep experimenting like this and you'll find your path. Reaching this level in 10 days is already outstanding. Hearing that, Tang Mujin became excited. Do you mean I'm already a second-rank martial artist? He sighed and bonked him a few times. Really shouldn't praise you too much. Just then, the two heard a noise behind them. A wild beast, no 2 legs, it's a person. The two quietly crouched and watched the newcomer silently. 3 knots on the pouch. What on earth is a branch master looking for in these mountains? Tang Mujin was inwardly surprised. A branch master, isn't that a top master? This person is Hong Jusen, branch master of Jewel Village, also called Hong Jiolgi. He walked toward them with hands clasped and spoke. There have been many unusual deaths in the village, so I went to seek a healer in another village. I didn't expect you two to willingly come along. It's truly lucky. The two who followed him asked puzzledly, even if you got lost, the route only takes 2 watch periods. How did you get lost for half a day? Hong Jusen explained, because I've never left Jewel Village in my life, he sighed. Luckily you haven't contracted the epidemic. Hong Jusen nodded, yes, fortunately both my master and I are not infected. About a month ago, the villagers began to grow weak. At first I thought it was just the common spring cough. But the number of sick kept rising, more than half the village fell ill and 20 people have died. I had planned to leave with those fleeing the village to avoid the epidemic. But I couldn't abandon the village. Having lived with these people my whole life, I stayed with my master to care for the patients. There was a healer in the village who treated many illnesses, but the medicine ran out. My master told me to care for everyone until he returned with herbs from the mountain. He said he'd be back in a few days and urged everyone to hold on. The deadline passed and my master still hasn't returned. Those herbs must be extremely hard to find. We truly thank you, healers. Not only did you show me the way home, you came with me as well. We've arrived. Jewel Village Guardian Ma Jiangi saw them approach and opened the door to welcome guests. Tang Mujin and the others didn't hesitate and quickly went inside. On the bed lay a child covered in pustules, sweat pouring like rain. Tang Mujin stepped forward to take the pulse and check the heartbeat. The moment his hand touched the child, his palm was slick with sweat. A quick pulse check showed sticky sweat, a weak but rapid pulse. The head is hot while the hands are not. Clearly fire chi is rising to the head. Thinking this, he asked the person beside him, has the child vomited? The other replied, yes, he says he has a headache and dizziness. The phantom doctor had stood to one side the whole time, quietly observing. Tang Mujin quickly listed a bunch of symptoms: damp heat, complexion and pulse signs, fullness, vexation, restlessness, and vomiting. This is an epidemic febrile disease, old sir. He asked again for the precise disease name and remedy. You hurriedly answered, similar to heat toxin fever, but with some differences, lacking the distinctive acrid smell. But if left like this, heat will rush to the head, causing delirium or blindness. Therefore, needle the points Renaying, Mugu, Jingying, Shingling, and Leigong. As for herbs, depending on progression, you can use Meimendong, Gualu Ren, Kangzhu, and Bei Mu. The phantom doctor's mouth curled with pleasure at hearing this. You recite the internal classics very accurately. Now try the acupuncture. Tang Mujin was startled and broke into a sweat, but he didn't hesitate long and quickly took out his kit. The golden needles were taken out swiftly. He looked at the patient, trembling slightly, thinking to himself, "The renaying point is here. It's my first time doing acupuncture. Can I really do this?" At that moment, the phantom doctor stepped forward to point things out and help him. "Did you think I taught you earth-breathing qi just so you'd learn martial arts? For a healer like you, having a good qi sense and the ability to deploy it quickly and accurately is a great stroke of luck." Wu Wuten's eyes widened. The old man's qi was guiding his own qi, as if seeing pebbles on a stream bed, clear and pure, with a trace of malignant qi as well. After a moment, the phantom doctor withdrew his hand. "You've sensed the malignant qi, right? If so, perform the acupuncture and watch how the evil qi reacts." Tang Mujin no longer hesitated and immediately began the acupuncture. The vital qi within him moved steadily as well. The phantom doctor stood to one side, stroking his chin in silent observation. After a while, Tang Mujin stopped, wiping the sweat from his brow. His expression focused as he watched the child. After being needled, the child still showed no major change at first. Wu Wuten waited patiently, observing closely. After a short while, a stream of malignant qi sprayed from the child's mouth. At that, Wu Wuten's face relaxed slightly, and the boy's condition looked much more comfortable now. Everyone present noticed this and grew joyful. Only then did Tang Mujin let out a full breath. What a relief! The phantom doctor came over and patted his shoulder. The master and disciple looked at each other and smiled with happy relief. The phantom doctor praised him. "Today you've learned a great deal. Judging by your current demeanor, you have truly become a healer now." At the forest's edge, someone had been watching quietly, then turned and left. A while later, the three of them left the house, chatting with the guide as they went. "That kind doctor was Dr. Yom, right?" the other explained. "When the epidemic broke out, he spent everything to treat the villagers. He even said only expensive herbs from afar would work and brought money to pay the clinic." Tang Mujin exclaimed, "What a kind physician." The other agreed, yes, having heard that, the villagers pooled silver taels to bring to him when the medicine seller arrived. But in these mountains, the herbal seller can't come every day. So he went into the mountains himself to search for herbs to hold them over. "Honestly, I normally find that idle son annoying, but if he hadn't led the healer to us, my son would probably be dead now." Worrying over his sick child, I rambled on. "This is the house. It's empty, but it should do. Please come in and rest." The master and disciple quickly went inside to rest. The phantom doctor did not rush. He stood quietly observing the room. After a while, he noticed a doll on the floor. He pondered for a moment, then picked it up and placed it on the table. Wu Wuten set down his baggage and exclaimed, "What a kind physician, isn't he, master?" The phantom doctor asked, "Do you mean Dr. Yom?" "Probably so. We'll meet him soon enough." Tang Mujin glanced around, still wondering why such a kind doctor and compassionate villagers nonetheless suffered an epidemic. "Look how much food and provisions they've brought us." The phantom doctor added, "Yes, eat just enough. When we leave, return the rest to them. No need to be greedy." Tang Mujin had no objection and gladly accepted. "Yes, sir, but what exactly is this disease?" The phantom doctor poured wine as he replied, "I'm not sure either. Some illnesses are similar, but something's off. Perhaps it's a disease I've never encountered." Tang Mujin was very surprised. "What? One of the world's great famed physicians doesn't know a disease?" The phantom doctor snorted coldly. "There is much I don't know. In this world, learn one thing and 5 more unknowns appear. That's how it goes." Tang Mujin remained astonished. "I thought you knew all the illnesses in the world." The phantom doctor shook his head, as if I knew every disease, I wouldn't have to wander everywhere. Tang Mujin asked again, "What do you mean? Was there a disease you wanted to cure but couldn't?" The phantom doctor sighed. "A disease I wanted to cure? Yes, there was one. Now it can be treated, but it was already too late." Tang Mujin went blank at that. Too late. He then turned his head and looked outside. There was a mournful cry. Hearing that wailing, Tang Mujin was startled and suddenly remembered. That's right. It could have been treated with medicine, but they didn't know the disease's name. If only they had known, it surely could have been cured. They only needed to know the name. The phantom doctor spoke again. "My wife and daughter died from a violent illness. One day both suddenly ran high fevers and red blotches covered them. I hurried to find doctors and even invited a skilled physician from the neighboring village. But neither doctor knew how to treat it. While I was running around seeking physicians everywhere, my wife and daughter passed away. It happened just 4 days after falling ill." Tang Mujin stammered, "My condolences." The phantom doctor shook his head. "Condolences? It's fine. This isn't entirely a gloomy story. The rest is even funny. After losing wife and daughter, I fell ill for a long time. Then I left my hometown. As if something compelled me. I wandered aimlessly and about 10 days later reached a small village. Though I meandered like a vagabond, it was actually a day's journey from where I started. There was a physician in that village. I still remember him clearly, a shabby country doctor who inspired no confidence. I recounted my wife and daughter's symptoms to him. Do you know what he said? "Leave me 5 coins. If you give this medicine at the right time, they'll recover, no problem." At that time, my pockets held not just a few coins, but several dozen taels of silver. With that money, I could have married my daughter off several times over. My wife and child didn't die for lack of money, nor because the doctor was incompetent, nor for lack of good herbs. They died because one doctor knew and another didn't. What could be more tragic and comical than that? So I decided to become a physician, to gather the medical knowledge of every doctor in the world into one place. 30 years have passed, now I can barely recall my wife and children's faces. Saying that, he drained the cup of wine in his hand. Tang Mujin quietly turned his head and looked out the window, but his laughter sounded like a lament. The two then went outside. "Old sir, let me search for the source of the epidemic around the village." The phantom doctor nodded. "The source of the epidemic? Fine, I'll make a round and meet you later. Just don't get caught lazing about," Tang Mujin reassured him. "Oh heavens, please don't worry." The first place he went to was the pigsty. The piglets here were all rosy and plump, nothing unusual at all. Next he went to the village well, then on to the granary. At one house he pointed and asked, "This is where the first case was discovered, right?" The two companions confirmed, "Yes, it's this house." Some epidemics make the body feel cold, others make it burn hot all over. Although symptoms differ, they're all toxic qi born of damp, dark, foul places. But across the village, from pens and wells to cellars, there was no sign of noxious qi anywhere. If it were an epidemic, it should have spread outward from a central point. Thinking that, he said the first to fall ill was Master Zhang, and then it spread to the next house, right? Hong Jusen nodded. Exactly. Tang Mujin continued, nodding precisely that the West was struck before the East and children fell ill before adults. As he said, Master Zhang's house is indeed on the village's west side. At this he fell into thought. The clues seemed about to connect, but actually they didn't. Thinking so, he asked, "So what's different between the east and west of the village? There must be a reason the west broke out first." Hong Jusen replied, "I've heard the east has more yang qi, the west more yin." Tang Mujin shook his head. "That's not it. My companion and I came from the west and I saw no sign of disease. Then why did the children get sick first?" "Children only play with each other." The two Hong brothers exchanged thoughtful looks. "As for where children usually play, there's a stream on the west side." Tang Mujin suddenly snapped awake inwardly. Could it be from drinking the water? But the east has a well, and the water wasn't cloudy or smelly. With that in mind, he asked, "Sir, is the eastern well always dry?" Hong Jion shook his head. "No, only in droughts like this does it run out temporarily." Tang Mujin pressed on. "Did the outbreak coincide with the well running dry?" The elder confirmed, "Yes, probably around that time." At this, Tang Mujin seemed to realize something. If the eastern well ran dry, the whole village would have to use the stream water. That explained why the western villagers who already used the stream and the children fell ill first. With that thought, he went to the stream outside the village. He sat quietly on the bank watching the stream. It made sense to him, yet the water wasn't cloudy and had no foul smell. Given the situation, the only conclusion could be the stream. To know the stream's true condition, there was no other way. Acting on impulse, to the two men's astonished faces, he scooped up stream water and drank it himself. Immediately he sat cross-legged and regulated his qi. The two standing by watched and murmured, "Have you ever seen a physician regulating qi? Just stay calm and see." Tang Mujin guided his foot qi along the water's course. Very quickly, he sensed a stream of malignant qi arise within his body. More notably, it was the same kind of malignant qi as that in the child he'd treated earlier. At that, he sprang to his feet, excitedly pointing upstream. "I've found a clue, let's go quickly." So the three of them hurried up the mountain together. They scrambled across countless cliff faces. By this point, everyone was exhausted, panting heavily. Just then, Wu Wooten suddenly realized something. "Wait, am I the only one who can smell this?" Hong Jusen continued. "I can smell it too, it's been getting stronger and stronger." Tang Mujin heard that and looked ahead again. "Looks like we're getting close." They quickly pressed on for a while longer. This place is now shrouded by a wave of foul qi. Tang Mujin put his hand over his nose, tense, thinking that even the vegetation was withering, so the source must be very near. The three did not give up and kept moving forward. After a bit more walking, Tang Mujin's eyes widened in horror. Ahead, the deathly qi was so heavy it seeped into the ground. He cried in alarm, "Is the earth rotting? My gods, what on earth is here? There must be something under the ground." The herb storage, which should be full of life, was rife with death. It could be the withering of plants or the departure of wild beasts. Yet the herb warehouse usually retains a pleasant scent, never causing discomfort. I used to love that fragrance. Death holds the secret of life. That scent could revive someone. But here there was only lingering deathly chi. Death only begets more death. Who and why would do this? After digging for a while, he uncovered a pile of animal carcasses beneath. The other two found the same thing. Tang Mujin instructed them to dig them up and carry them away from the stream. Without hesitation, the two immediately obeyed. Hong Jusin picked something up and said that someone had severed it and buried it in the ground. Tang Mujin stood there pondering. Carcasses carrying poison only need a little inhalation to sicken you. It doesn't kill instantly like a poisonous herb or toxins from the earth. But that person clearly understood the properties of these corpses, the kind of poison that causes people to wither away. That plot coincided with the time the well ran dry. It was destruction itself. While pondering, he sensed something and turned to look back, saying someone is approaching. He held a knife and covered his face, looking very fierce. "You bastards, what have you done to the herb field I painstakingly cultivated?" The two Hong brothers trembled all over at the sight of him. Dr. Yom, could it be? Tang Mujin was also astonished. Dr. Yom, he knew well what the corpse poison did. He knew the village's situation, and when the epidemic spread, he hurriedly gathered money and left. He was the mastermind behind everything, a devil in human guise, merely pretending to be a gentle physician. Who would have thought that when his greed surfaced, he'd want to take Jewel Village as well? He even dared to act brazenly when exposed. I must eliminate him. Thinking so, his body nevertheless kept trembling. Just then, old Hong Jion stepped forward. "So it is you. You spread disease among the villagers and pretended to treat them." Dr. Yom across from them laughed coldly. "I only pretended to be a good man because I wanted to collect the final reward." Hong Jion couldn't hold back and lunged forward. "Your reward. Do you know how many people have died because of it?" He hurled the ox head straight at Dr. Yom, but unexpectedly it was cleaved in two, which took Hong Jion by great surprise. As for Dr. Yom, of course he smiled with glee. Why should I care about that? Two burly men armed as bodyguards had appeared before him. Thanks to them, he showed no fear and stood there arrogantly saying, "What concerns me is that you have destroyed my hard work. So use your own bodies to pay the price, whether today or another day. I intend to throw your corpses into that pit. Consider yourselves first in line for the ninefold trials, you filthy beggars." Facing the two big brutes, Hong Jion trembled a little with fear. Still, he did not back down. He stomped the ground hard and shouted, "You bastard, you dare act smug with the gang's enforcers present." The three heard this and turned pale with terror. Dr. Yom was utterly stunned. The gang's enforcers, none of them dared to rush in to fight. One of the burly men demanded of him, "Hey Dr. Yom, you said there were only a few weaklings. So why are the gang's enforcers here?" Dr. Yom shook his head in panic. "I don't know either." Hong Jion stepped forward. "You little thieves, I will count to 10. The only one who must die by my staff is Dr. Yom. I do not want any more lives lost in this village. So choose wisely and get the hell out." After the threat, he began to count. Tang Mujin stood at the back observing, inwardly moved that a single shout could make enemies tremble. At that moment, Hong Jusin came up and whispered in his ear softly, "You must run now. I'll throw you across the stream, so run as fast as you can. Don't panic and go warn the villagers. I'm asking you to take on one more responsibility. Please help us." Tang Mujin was puzzled. "Aren't you the branch chief and the gang's enforcer? Your supreme tier, can't you easily defeat them?" Then he suddenly remembered something. Only when he saw Hong Jion's trembling did he snap awake. "So that's why, is it not?" Hong Jusin reminded him again. "Anyway, Master and I still have to fight." On the other side, Dr. Yom shoved the two burly men and shouted, "They're just two gang thugs and a physician. What's there to be afraid of?" Meanwhile, Hong Jion kept gritting his teeth as he counted. Tang Mujin recalled a series of images and thought quietly. He resolved to risk his life to fight. Why would a weak beggar put so much into this? Thinking that, he turned to Hong Jusin and asked, "What if everyone runs? That demon Dr. Yom is a supreme fighter. If he flees back to the village then?" Hearing his master had reached 5, Hong Jusin embraced Tang Mujin from behind. "We can't both protect you and escape at the same time. Please help the strange doctor protect the village. All our lives as beggars we have never been ashamed. Because the villagers fed us, we must protect them. Master taught that when the moment comes, one must fight for the villagers." Once they steadied themselves, the two were no longer panic-stricken. Dr. Yom shouted again, "If you run, gambling debts won't disappear. So kill him, there's only this one chance in a lifetime." Hearing that, the two no longer hesitated. "Fine, let's risk our lives and see what happens." Hong Jusin grabbed Tang Mujin and lifted him up tightly. The two burly men charged straight at Hong Jion. At the same time, Hong Jusin threw Tang Mujin high. "Run quickly." His heart filled with hesitation. "Run. What about the two of you? Should I help?" The enemies didn't look all that powerful, and he made a decision, right, if I fight with them we might win. His expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze on the battlefield, when suddenly a sword stroke came down toward his head. It turned out one of the two burly men had aimed at him. Fortunately, Hong Jusin arrived in time to block him and save his life. Tang Mujin also managed to land safely on the far bank. Hong Jusin only breathed out when he saw Tang Mujin had escaped safely. Tang Mujin ran headlong. There's nothing wrong with me fleeing. I'm only following their charge to me, to deliver the message to save Jewel Village. No, this is really ridiculous. I'm running. Hong Jion and Hong Jusin will both die. But what can I do when I've only just learned a bit of martial arts? If I were a supreme master, I wouldn't be running. Suddenly the Phantom Doctor came to mind, and he froze standing there. Then he saw the image of Hong Jusin shoulder to shoulder with the Phantom Doctor. But Hong Jion had chosen to stay behind. Even though he was not a supreme master, he stood there with a jumble of hesitant thoughts. After a moment he bit his lip and turned to look back, and decided to urgently return to help. He chose to run back instead of fleeing any longer. Once I helped a child being bullied and was called a fool. Though beaten senseless, the pride outweighed the pain, like becoming a martial hero daring to resist injustice. Now he wished the path were a little longer, wished the battle would be over by the time he arrived, his head full of such cowardly thoughts. But if he turned his back now, his life would be nothing but running away. After a while he finally returned. The battle there was still fierce. Tang Mujin hid behind a bush watching and thinking, are they really that badly wounded? How can I help them? Over here, the situation for the two Hong men was indeed very bad. After a bout of fighting, they were all exhausted. Moreover, their strength was inferior to the opponents. Their adversaries were still very fresh. Giving the two no time to rest, the opponents charged again. Hong Jusin struggled backward to dodge, but the opponents were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, one slipped beside him and swung a sword. Luckily, Hong Jusin leaned back in time to avoid it. Otherwise, his head would have been cut off. Seeing him dodge, the opponent snorted and continued to swing. This beggar is stubbornly durable, eh? Let's see if you can run as well as you boast. Very quickly, Hong Jusin's thigh was cut and wounded. Seeing his disciple pinned and thrown to the ground, Hong Jion anxiously shouted, "Wake up and stand up, Hong Jusin." No sooner had he spoken than his opponent swung an axe at him. "This is no time to worry about others, you stubborn old." Hong Jion rolled on the ground and retreated, increasing the distance between them. The big brute clicked his tongue in annoyance, fools till the end, thrashing about though death is near. Hong Jion panted non-stop in reply, but even if I have to roll in dung or among corpses, it's 100 times better than being rubbish like you. The big brute laughed coldly and pointed behind them, saying, your death or your disciples is already certain. Give up, old man. Or do you really want to watch your pupil hacked to bits and turned into fertilizer? Now that's pathetic and greedy. Hong Jion did not answer. He squinted and glanced at the staff behind him. Meanwhile, Hong Jusin was still struggling to withstand the opponent's assault. After a moment, Hong Jion again mouthed, giving up. No, never. Seeing him reach for the staff again, the big brute lunged forward, swinging. Die, old man. Because he attacked, Hong Jion was forced to retreat and couldn't get hold of the staff. The big brute gave him no time and rushed on. Hong Jion turned his head and stared back tensely. On this side, his disciple was no better off. Both master and disciple had fallen into a life-or-death situation. The old man reached out and grabbed a handful of earth. Memories with his disciple flashed through his mind. He then threw the dirt at the big brute, but the man dodged his head and avoided it. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward and grabbed his body. Seeing that, he raised his hand. Good, so you finally decided to go seek your death. Fresh blood then sprayed out like rain. Hong Jusin on this side turned his head back in panic. The old man had been struck by the opponent's axe. Even so, he still held his opponent tightly. He bit down and howled through the pain. It was at that moment. The big man kept swinging the axe at him. You bastard, let go of me. The old man clenched his teeth and said again, Hong Jusin. Now is the time to repay the debt of bread and rice. Hong Jusin hesitated for a moment and then lunged forward. Seeing that, the old man's face showed a bit of anticipation. Of course, that comrade wouldn't let it go quietly. He quickly swung his blade and charged, but just then a stone flew and hit him in the head. The one who threw it was none other than Tang Mujin. Thanks to him, Hong Jusin managed to swing his staff and strike that man on the head. The two of them then collapsed to the ground together. Tang Mujin stood there dumbfounded, witnessing everything. The man who'd been hit by the stone, furious, lunged toward him. You fake bastard. If you manage to run away, then just go live your life. Or are you so eager to die that I'll cut you to pieces? Tang Mujin, unsure what to do, suddenly froze. Because Phantom Doctor had appeared and stood in front of him. You traveled all the way here looking for medicine. Seeing him arrive at last, he finally exhaled. Over here, Hong Jusin sat holding his master's body, weeping. Phantom Doctor quickly took in the situation. It seems these are the ones who caused the epidemic, right? Tang Mujin shook his head. No, it wasn't them. It was Dr. Yom, he was the mastermind. Hearing this, Phantom Doctor suddenly appeared and grabbed Dr. Yom by the head. Is that true? He was then thrown to the ground. Phantom Doctor stood there and coldly questioned him. You are the one who created this epidemic, aren't you? Why did you do it? Tang Mujin angrily stepped forward to give him a beating. Do you even need to ask why? He spread the disease for money. Dr. Yom tried to beg, Hero, please spare my life. Phantom Doctor stopped his disciple. Money would certainly be kept for last, but what was the real purpose? Tang Mujin froze. The real purpose. Hearing that, Dr. Yom turned to him and spoke. You seem to know something. Please spare me. If I keep my life, I will give you a rare elixir far superior to what Jewel Village has. Have you ever heard of the Black Peony? Tang Mujin was startled and astonished at the words. Black Peony is a rare elixir that blooms by absorbing yin energy in times of chaos. Compared to the 10,000-year snow ginseng, it's a step below, but in fame it's not inferior. It's the flower of heroes. Dr. Yom pointed behind him. Please take it in exchange for sparing my life. The two disciples stared along his outstretched arm, where he was pointing the distant cave, and indeed there was a medicinal plant inside. Tang Mujin exclaimed in shock, That's the real Black Peony, old man. So you meant to offer it for your life, then why cause all this in the first place? Phantom Doctor stepped forward and gripped his shoulder to stop him. Not to trade for a life. You know full well that if a normal person touches the Black Peony, they'll have their spirit drained and die. And you took advantage of that to kill people. The Black Peony is a medicinal herb nourished by death. Gathering corpses must have been for that reason. If the villagers all died, their bodies would become food for the Black Peony. You and I included. Maybe you were just stalling to hatch another plot, like pretending to harvest and process it, then poisoning people during the process. Dr. Yom panicked and kept kowtowing. No, the Black Peony is extremely difficult to process. I intended to refine it myself and present it to you honestly. Phantom Doctor smiled grimly. Really, for a mountain quack, your knowledge is surprisingly deep. Dr. Yom hesitated. It's just some crude folk tricks, sir. Phantom Doctor calmly reached forward and plucked the herb. Too bad for you, I'm not an ordinary person. Dr. Yom froze. What? If you touch it with bare hands, you'll really die. That was his final plea, because Phantom Doctor had swung his sword and cut off his head. I'll handle my own life and death. Why do these shabby quacks keep showing up everywhere? They learn a bit of medicine and think they're real healers. They really are worthless scum. Tang Mujin asked him, Old Master, are you all right? He replied nonchalantly, Of course I'm fine. You think my title came from gambling. I'll absorb the poison from the corpses and the Black Peony, so take Hong Jusen away. Tang Mujin had no objections and obediently complied. Phantom Doctor then sat cross-legged on the spot. Before Tang Mujin's astonished face, he raised both hands and began to circulate his chi. And the miasma of death around them suddenly shifted. All of it converged and moved toward Phantom Doctor. Tang Mujin watched in horror. The poison was truly terrifying. Quickly, Phantom Doctor became completely enveloped by the miasma. All the poison here had now gathered at his location. Bit by bit, it was absorbed by him. After a moment, all the miasma had disappeared, revealing Phantom Doctor still sitting calmly there. Tang Mujin inwardly wondered, is it over? Phantom Doctor raised the herb toward him and said, See. This is what I call a bit of chi circulation. All right, take it. I've absorbed all the poison, so you can use it without worrying about side effects. I refined it using the acupuncture points of my chi. You've uncovered that quack's plot, so you more than deserve it. I only need to absorb the poison. But Tang Mujin didn't look happy. He just bowed his head sadly, because Hong Jion had lost his life in the fight. He glanced back once, then held out the elixir to return it. I'm not worthy of that. I only ran away and came back to throw a stone. I only returned because I was afraid of being called a coward. Phantom Doctor pointed at him. Worthy, you say? Then why did that man look at you as if you were worthy? Running away and then coming back to face it can be harder than confronting it from the start. Only when you face your duty and accept your mistakes can you do it. Run away. Only someone who truly runs away is a coward. You can run as many times as you like, just turn back to the original place, as long as, at the final moment, you don't turn your back on your duty. That's enough. Tang Mujin was momentarily stunned after hearing him speak. He looked again at the elixir in his hand. Phantom Doctor exhaled. Have I already taught you too much of life's essence? It's deep, you probably can't understand it. You already ate that? Hearing his confirmation, he was startled. Why eat it right now? Tang Mujin, puzzled, said, Why? Didn't you tell me to eat it immediately? You also said there would be no side effect. No sooner had he finished than he cried out in pain, the cry echoing through the forest. On the way back, the odd doctor couldn't help sighing. Good heavens, you hadn't even practiced the mind method and yet you swallowed the elixir whole. Were you afraid someone would steal it? Tang Mujin, still trembling in pain, replied, You didn't say more, so I thought I had to eat it at once. Phantom Doctor continued, Not following what I taught in the Xuanwu divine art, stand firmly on the ground, breathe and train properly. and don't make this difficult for me. Tang Mujin asked doubtfully, how? Please repeat it. He sighed, I thought you were clever, yet you can be stupid enough to drive me crazy. Guide your internal force along the Taiyin meridian of the foot as you step. Let the sole of your foot make full contact with the ground. Move slowly, combine lower body chi with breath. Form an axis connecting 3 foundation points of the body. Accumulate and bind the yin and yang. Those 3 points are the immutable roots of the Xunwu divine art. The rest are transformations. Use the immutable as the axis to channel the power contained in the black elixir in, and I repeat, be very gentle. Tang Mujin tensed and broke out in sweat. Got it, I'm doing it correctly, he warned. Don't argue and just do it properly. Tang Mujin said nothing more and quickly followed his instructions. Very quickly, Phantom Doctor was taken aback in amazement, because a steady flow of vital energy was now constantly surrounding Tang Mujin. Seeing this, a smile lifted the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself that by the time they reached the village, the chi would likely stabilize. And if properly nurtured then, Tang Mujin walking suddenly gasped as he realized something. Is this the tremendous power of the black peony? Phantom Doctor's face fell. He turned and scolded, that's just like licking an apple peel, do you know? To absorb its full power is a long way off. When you have time, practice the Xunwu divine art. If you're stable, then drag someone along yourself. Hearing that, Tang Mujin immediately cried out in pain to dodge the task. Hong Jusen, walking behind, sighed helplessly. After a while, they finally returned to the village. Tang Mujin was the one responsible for explaining everything to the people. He then pointed at Hong Jusen. The epidemic will be gone now. If they take the full dose, they'll be up and walking within 3 days. Hong Jusen and old Hong Jion have already dealt with the mastermind. The villagers cheered happily at the news. Hong Jusen, however, became even more sorrowful over his master's passing, and he had no mood at all to celebrate with the villagers. Meanwhile, Phantom Doctor, who had been joking amid the crowd, suddenly turned his head to look back, and there Hong Jusen stood with hands clasped, bowing in that direction. Then he took his master's body and left. He meant to leave once he'd repaid his debt of bread and rice. Morning light shone over the place again. The village's dark days were completely over. Every day, besides dispensing medicine for the villagers, Tang Mujin still made time to practice his cultivation. The weapon he used for training was a staff. After swinging it through a few moves, he stopped and pondered. Old master, how did he do it? Just then the odd doctor came up and stomped on his foot. What if dust falls into the potion, and you still want me to teach you swordplay? Pack your things quickly, we have far to go, Tang Mujin asked in confusion. There are still sick people, why are we leaving now? Images of pretty maidens crowding around him flashed through his mind. Staying 5 more days would let him monitor everyone's condition and enjoy being treated like a hero for a few more days. Phantom Doctor reminded him, wake up, I never intended to come to Jewel Village in the first place. I only stopped by because Hong Jusen asked. Tang Mujin was startled. Mentioning Hong Jusen jogged his memory. I haven't seen him since last night. Did you meet him? Phantom Doctor replied. He probably went to bury old Hong Jion. As usual, he's likely starving somewhere. Tang Mujin was puzzled. Starving, but he saved the whole village. Phantom Doctor sighed inwardly. For a sworn brother who'd killed someone, that changes things. Even if the reason was justified, when a beggar who used to take alms beat someone to death and the victim was a martial arts master, then he's no longer just a beggar. Tang Mujin bowed his head and sighed. It's tribute now. So what will Hong Jusen do now? Phantom Doctor answered. That's for him to choose himself. Killing someone is always like that. The next day the two left the village, and all the villagers came out to see them off. Although there was some reluctance, Tang Mujin still waved a cheerful goodbye. The journey of the master and disciple continued. After some unknown distance, Tang Mujin suddenly startled and came to a stop. Is this a cemetery? Phantom Doctor looked at the countless graves before them and replied, there it is. They quickly approached one tomb and bowed to pay their respects. This is Hong Jion's grave. At that moment, Hong Jusen approached. I owe you a great debt. May your journey ahead be safe, he said. Tang Mujin came over and asked, have you been here since last night? Haven't eaten anything. Here, eat this quickly. Will you stay in Jewel Village? Hong Jusen nodded. I'll stay. I'll live here for the rest of my life. There's nowhere else to go. It's fine. Surviving by any means is what a beggar does. Tang Mujin recalled his master's words from earlier. Is that what killing someone is like? Thinking that, he called him to come along. I'll take you to a place where you can beg without shame. Old Hong Jion would surely have wanted that. Old Master would agree, right? But when had Phantom Doctor disappeared? Tang Mujin hurriedly picked up his pack and dragged Hong Jusen along. Shouldn't the old master go with us? Why did he leave without a word? Phantom Doctor glanced at Hong Jusen following them, but said nothing. Tang Mujin explained, anyway, Hong Jusen will come with us. Did you know about this? He shrugged. Focus on practicing the Xunwu divine art, kid. Tang Mujin continued, also, teach me some sword techniques now. he sighed. I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time. Hong Jusen spoke up in puzzlement. But where are we going? The odd doctor glanced at him and asked. Hong Jusen, aren't you a genius? That brat Tang Mujin has never asked this before. The three of them walked and talked like that, leaving behind the tombstone of Ma Jianggi Hongjian. Finally, the odd doctor announced they were heading to Luyang. After a while, they stopped at an empty plot of land. Phantom Doctor brandished his sword and explained. The blade aims straight for the heart. The self-centered sword sounds plain, but it's the technique closest to essence. Among them, the essence moves are Spirit Wasp. Ivy Point. The two who watched him buy the sword imitated his swings. A dazzling surge of power flared along the tip of Phantom Doctor's sword. After performing a few moves, he turned to them and asked, "See that? Can you do it?" Both of them stood there blankly, clearly not understanding a thing. Tang Mujin shouted excitedly, "How are we supposed to do that? Do you think I can do it just because you said so?" Phantom Doctor was equally angry. "Why can't you? I've taught you for a month already." Tang Mujin protested. "In 1 month, how am I supposed to chop trees in that time?" Phantom Doctor corrected him. "Who said anything about chopping trees? I said posture, that stance, kid." Hong Jusen stood aside, bored, watching the two argue without saying a word. Suddenly, the odd doctor came over and patted his shoulder. "Hong Jusen, you try it, see, kid." Hong Jusen did it right. "Yes, that's the correct stance," Tang Mujin said with a puzzled face. "They don't look that different, do they?" Phantom Doctor kept coaching tirelessly and thoroughly. Hong Jusen stood there watching and couldn't help smiling. Tang Mujin complained, "Only learned for a month and you're so ambitious, you'll end up in hell for greed." Phantom Doctor didn't bother to care and warned, "Straighten your back and go. You should respect your elders to avoid the frozen hell." In the morning, they practiced the secret serpent step. By evening, they were only allowed to move using the purple cloud steps. When the sun set, they sparred with piercing sword drills, and Hong Jusen won 30 matches straight. During that time, the relationship he observed between the two was very odd. Sometimes it was the deep bond of master and disciple, but immediately after it felt like uncle and nephew teasing each other endlessly. Though the two seemed to joke around, beneath that facade lay concealed respect and expectation. He had once had a master like that too. Before he knew it, he took out his master's rope. He remembered his master when he was alive, but now his master was gone and his life had to go on. The three of them trained like that each day. Cooking was handled by Hong Jusen. Sometime later in some city, Hong Jusen clasped his hands toward the two of them. "During this time, I have received great help." Phantom Doctor nodded. "If fate allows, we'll meet again. If you plan to settle in Chongqing, don't forget to change your name. If anyone learns about Jewel Village, it'll bring trouble. Whatever the reason, you've killed someone." Hong Jusen sincerely clasped his hands and nodded, committing it to memory. He then bade the two of them farewell and began his journey. In the downpour, people scattered and hurried back to their homes, and Hong Jusen's figure slowly disappeared into the crowd. Tang Mujin stood there waving goodbye with a cool sadness swelling in his chest. Then he left quietly. Phantom Doctor asked, "You seem sad, huh?" Tang Mujin confirmed, "Yes, he was the first friend I've had since leaving Situa." Phantom Doctor continued, "Right, the friend you've never beaten in your self-heart sword matches. Of course you'd be sad." Tang Mujin grimaced in irritation, furious. Maybe he'll never beat him in his life. "Last time you were so close to winning," he protested, but when he turned back, his master was nowhere to be seen. He rushed after him. "Old master, at least say something." "Where are you going?" the man snapped. "Stop chattering and follow me, kid." The two of them quickly arrived at a certain smithy. The shop owner was astonished. "Borrow the forge. The price is sitting here watching this friend of yours work." Tang Mujin felt embarrassed, smiled, and clasped his hands. Phantom Doctor just grinned proudly at his disciple. "What could be better? You'll get front row seats to see the world's #1 wild smith." Tang Mujin felt helpless. Who would lend their forge for that? For a long moment, the atmosphere fell into silence. Unexpectedly, the shop owner agreed to lend it. Tang Mujin was stunned, puzzled at how they had succeeded. Phantom Doctor pushed his disciple inside and instructed the shop owner, "Since you've lent the forge, also lend materials and firewood." The owner waved indifferently, "Then forge me a sickle." Phantom Doctor cheerfully agreed and laughed. Tang Mujin prepared the blacksmith's tools and asked in confusion, "Why suddenly forge a sword? And show it off too? Am I a performing monkey?" Phantom Doctor warned, "Don't complain, make the sickle for him first." From the start, the deal was medicine and martial arts in exchange for goods, or do you plan to skip the month's tuition? Tang Mujin thought that made sense, but he'd never forged a sickle before. The shop owner, who had been resting outside, was startled by the sudden plume of smoke from inside. How long has it been since a fire like this? At least it's better than the wrath of the fiery leg soldiers. The hammer's ring blended with the patter of rain in a pleasing rhythm. The sound echoed like chimes, strangely beautiful. It might not yet be called the best in the world, but he'd make a fine smith. In his youth I was like that too. A moment later, the shop owner had to steady himself and opened his eyes wide in shock. Because the endless stream of sickles coming off the forge truly exceeded his imagination. Seeing him standing there dazed, he asked, "Old master, this is my first time forging a sickle, so I'm not sure if it turned out proper. Could this be worth a comparable price?" The shop owner decisively rose and took the sickle from his hands, which made Tang Mujin very confused. "What's wrong with the old master?" Without answering, he decisively swung the sickle down. What he struck was the small tea table beside them. The cut was extremely smooth and sharp, almost invisible to the eye. You could only see a section of the table fall away. Seeing that, Tang Mujin blurted out 2 words, "Master Swordsman." The shop owner then suddenly bolted away, and Tang Mujin cried out in confusion, "Where is the old master going?" Phantom Doctor behind him reminded, "Don't worry, just get ready to forge swords, they'll be here soon." "Ah no, here they come now." As he said, a crowd had appeared behind Tang Mujin. He turned to see the group tense and sweating, everyone staring at him with frightening faces. The shop owner raised the sickle and demanded, "It's you, how on earth did you forge this?" Tang Mujin, nervous and sweating, said, "I just forged it like usual." The whole crowd looked at him with gleaming eyes. "How did you do it?" Weapons forged by the top swordsmiths in Chongqing were cut in two like tofu. Yet this sickle showed no chips at all. "Please teach us that technique. Anything, just forge for us." They had come expecting something else, but in the end they were begging to be taught and to have weapons forged. Phantom Doctor stepped in front of his disciple. The crowd, seeing this, recoiled in fear. He gestured toward them with a cheerful smile. "The entrance fee is 2 taels of silver." The group froze at that. 2 taels, Phantom Doctor continued, "and next up will be sword forging." The crowd immediately spat out the money without hesitation. Meanwhile, Hong Jusen was walking alone down the street. He walked while observing his surroundings and reflecting silently. "This is my master's hometown." Indeed, everything was vast, just as his master had described. So where are the mulberry fields my master used to visit? At that moment, he noticed an archway under the bridge. Wasn't that the beggar's sect? He took out his belt, remembering his master, and unconsciously tightened it with quiet determination, to see if he could find any of his master's acquaintances. Cut to another side. "Thank you for listening, branch leader. Come by any time, Hero Hong." The beggar's sect disciple always welcomed him. Hong Jusen smiled and clasped his hands in farewell. He then left in the rain. "I heard the beggar's sect is headquartered here, but no one knows my master. 20 years have passed, so it's understandable." Right, the beggar's sect my master described is very different from this place. This branch leader, could he really be from the beggar's sect? He remembered what the man said earlier. To become a beggar's sect disciple in Chongqing, you have to pay an entrance fee, an amount you could earn if you were willing to work hard. Recalling this, he couldn't help feeling discouraged. Even righteous orders now demand money to join the beggar sect. Maybe on this street, no one knows his master anymore. Even so, he didn't give up and kept asking around. Do you know someone by the nickname Ma Jiangyi? About 20 years ago, he was here in Chongqing. He was a fourth-ranked disciple of the sect, but no one knew him. He could only continue walking on in disappointment. Is it really true that there's no one? While he was dazed, an old beggar suddenly ran over. Hong Jusen turned and watched him thoughtfully. Should I ask one last time? In the end, he decided to ask. Old sir, do you know the nickname Ma Jiangyi? He was a fourth-ranked disciple and was here about 20 years ago. The old man exclaimed excitedly, Ma Jiangyi fourth rank, is he not about 10 or so years older than me? Hong Jusen confirmed excitedly, yes, that's him. The old man continued, that brother dressed neatly, unlike the beggar's sect types who sat in the mulberry fields. Hong Jusen grew more excited, yes, that's him. The old man asked again, are you sure you aren't mistaken? That Ma Jiangyi was only a first-rank fellow. Hong Jusen was stunned and momentarily at a loss for words. He ran on while recalling the old man's words. He absolutely couldn't have exceeded third rank. From third rank upward, one needed actual martial skill, but he had never trained. Being slow, he couldn't find a master. So he spent his days scrambling in the mulberry fields, and gradually the name Ma Jiangyi formed. Oh right, I remember that when he was about your age, some beggar's sect members came looking for him. Word is he stole some treasure and ran away. Downstream, there's old woman Yang who probably knows more. Do you want to try going there? Hong Jusen ran madly until he didn't know how long had passed before stopping. He looked at his master's rope in his hands, trembling all over. Despite the rain, wind, and crackling thunder, he sat there cursing wildly. Damn the beggar's sect to hell. Starving counted as first rank. Recovering from a fever made you second rank. At 15 you became third rank. And they talked about palm techniques or pole techniques. What a joke. It's all nonsense, all of it. Damn the beggar's sect scoundrels. As he shouted, a bolt of thunder descended from the sky. He tightened his grip on the rope and raised it up. From the motion, it looked like he intended to throw it down. But then he collapsed to his knees. What kind of guardian is that? He's nothing, died miserably and left nothing behind. He plunged his hand into the water. The rope slowly slipped from his grasp. His face had grown haggard from too much crying. Finally, he let the rope go completely. The next morning, at Feng Family Metallurgy, Tang Mujin exhaled, holding the sword blank. That's enough for today. The watching crowd was very surprised. Already finished. The shop owner stepped forward and pushed them out. Please step outside. The master needs to rest too, right? Someone replied. Then may I ask one more thing? It's about how you control the fire, master. Just then, Hong Jusen arrived. Tang Mujin was very surprised to see him. Hong Jusen smiled at him. After hearing the whole story, Tang Mujin suddenly understood. So that's what Ma Jianggi, the old man, was like. Hong Jusen sat there, gloom lingering on his face. Tang Mujin advised him, haven't you eaten? I know you're upset, but you need food to keep going. Hong Jusen shook his head. No, Sosian already gave me some. It was from a kid who lives under the bridge. I didn't want to take it, but it's hard to refuse food offered by a child from another beggar's sect. Tang Mujin angrily slapped him. You fool, you stole food from him. You're not even a disciple anymore, and you snatch a child's meal. Let's go. Hong Jusen puzzled, go where? Tang Mujin smiled at him and asked if he needed to ask. We're going to wash up this beggar's sect body of yours, where else? Night fell at some grand mansion. Inside, guests feasted and enjoyed music in high spirits, while a beautiful courtesan on stage plucked her instrument, the melody soft and pleasant. Hong Jusen had changed into fine clothes, looking like a dashing gentleman, seated at a table laden with food. Tang Mujin beside him cheerfully drank. Drink up, Hong Jusen, eat and get drunk. If we die after that, so be it. They each poured themselves a cup of wine. Both of them were soon made to cry out from the burn of the spicy liquor. The courtesan on stage, seeing this, couldn't help but look displeased and grim. When Tang Mujin praised the food, Hong Jusen retorted, praise what? I thought you were about to throw up. Tang Mujin snorted, do you think the fame of the three great healers came from gambling? Hong Jusen warned, careful, the boss might scold us. He grumbled, don't waste food or you'll face the consequences. Watch out or you'll get a stick in your belly. All right, let's drink. They then enjoyed the music and gorgeously ate their fill. In the blink of an eye, countless dishes and fine wines were devoured. Stuffed and satisfied, they sat there. I can't eat another bite. How do we pay? I've never handled bills as a beggar's sect recruit, Tang Mujin said. Of course we pay with money, you rustic beggar's sect fellow. Hong Jusen sighed, indeed, no idea how much it is, I don't have a single coin. Tang Mujin replied that he was the same. Hong Jusen laughed, you're the same, then the two of us are both beggars. But immediately after, he slammed the table up in a burst of excitement. What do you mean you have no money? What on earth are you going to do? This place is run by the beggar's sect. Tang Mujin snorted coldly. So what? I'm Tang Mujin, one of the famed strange healers of the world. With me here, there's nothing to worry about. He laughed more and more wildly, drawing everyone's attention. Then, as suddenly as a puff of smoke, he vanished from the spot. He appeared behind the courtesan, drew a knife, and laughed loudly. Don't worry, I'll settle the bill right now. He raised the knife and grinned ferociously, a look that made people shudder just to watch. The courtesan looked puzzled and turned to face him, and then a sword stroke suddenly flew out. Hong Jusen below cried in horror, what are you doing? Unexpectedly, the patrons behind cheered. What a dashing young man, come down and drink some more. The waiter rushed over in a panic. Sir, what are you doing, honored guest? Tang Mujin wasn't harming anyone. He kept carving at the wooden wall. Hearing the waiter call repeatedly, he turned his head and gave him a terrifying look. Seeing that, the waiter shouted for the guards. The murderous aura radiating from Tang Mujin made people tremble with fear. He swung his arms wildly, crazed and unpredictable in intent. Very quickly, the guards rushed over together. Kid, do you know where you are? Get down here this instant. Even if you're drunk, at least be drunk properly. Tang Mujin ignored them and kept carving. Before the puzzled crowd, he raised the wine jar high, then flung its contents with a sweep of his arm. Everyone present was left frozen by the spectacle. An exquisitely magnificent relief had been carved out by him. He stood there, happily took a sip of wine, then glanced at the crowd. I'm calculating this, or shall we stop? Someone waved a hand. Ah, no need. It's just that the music stopped suddenly, so I asked. Why did you stop playing? Don't ruin the mood for the gentleman. The courtesan, though displeased, obediently resumed playing. All the patrons fixed their attention on Tang Mujin. He then continued chiseling. The mellifluous music combined with the sound of carving made the atmosphere even more lively. Each of Tang Mujin's movements was decisive. After a while, an exquisitely beautiful Buddha statue was completed. It was truly a masterpiece. Tang Mujin said to use it to pay for the wine. Hong Jusen sighed with feeling. The old man had said that with talent like his, people everywhere would want to entertain him. Sure enough, the effectiveness of the thousand-handed guanyin was extraordinary. The next day, every tavern in the city came running to invite Tang Mujin to perform. Tang Mujin smiled with satisfaction and glanced at Hong Jusen. Then began a tour of every tavern in the area. Each time he left a different relief, sometimes a majestic mountain Buddha, and other times a fierce dragon holding an apple. Each time he was received lavishly and given gifts to take home. They then brought food to the beggars under the bridge and gave it to them. Of course, Hong Jusen's benefactor Sosian was also present. Tang Mujin sat watching, smiling to himself, now smiling a bit more brightly. Then they all went back and sprawled across their beds to sleep. Hong Jusen lay on the ground and suddenly asked, "Has it been a long time today too?" Tang Mujin shook his head. "Rest today. I can't even remember how many days I've been hiding my bowl." "Why, you want to go?" Hong Jusen replied. "No, I was just asking. The rain's coming down too hard." Tang Mujin lay back down and agreed. Just then, a voice outside called for Hong Jusen. The two stuck their heads out the window to look. The visitor was a middle-aged beggar sect member named Samgu. After hearing him, Hong Jusen was startled. "Sosian is missing." Samgu confirmed. "Yes, he always tells us where he's going and he's timid. On a rainy day like this, he never goes far. It's almost certain that the river pirates under Zhang Shangtai have taken him." Hong Jusen was doubtful. "River pirates, are you sure?" Samgu explained that every now and then, about once every half-month, someone would disappear. At first, everyone assumed they were swept away by the water, but many people have actually seen pirates abducting children. Rumor has it those unrighteous cults need children for filthy deeds. If Sosian was taken for that reason, then he may have been harmed. Hong Jusen put a hand on Samgu's shoulder to reassure him. "Brother Samgu, stay calm. I'll go look into it. I have someone I can ask for help. Please wait for my news." Samgu nodded happily. "Thank you, hero." He then went to the tavern. The manager replied, "I'll report it to the superiors, but don't get your hopes up too much." Hong Jusen said, "Don't get your hopes up. This is the beggar sect." The man continued, "Of course they'd act, but without evidence you can't go after the river pirates. Besides, now is not the right time." Hong Jusen pondered. He seemed different than before. Could his attitude have changed because his pocket was empty? The man went on, "You're an outsider and don't know the situation. Every spring during the heavy rains, the whole beggar's sect must strain itself. This year it's raining more than usual. Look, if it rains another day or two, the Yangtze will surely burst its banks. When the river floods, people lose their homes and are swept away. It's common. To reduce damage, the entire beggar's sect is now building embankments. There's no one left to investigate the pirates. Even so, I'll still report it above." After returning, he recounted everything to Samgu. Samgu replied angrily, "You expect me to believe that? Believe those who treat us like animals just because we're not part of the upper beggar sect." "How could I believe that?" Hong Jusen found his agitation hard to understand. Samgu explained, "Yes, they'll build embankments, but how does that concern us down here? It's only for the people up there." Hong Jusen added, "Still, if you're part of martial society, you should have a sense of chivalry." Samgu snapped, veins bulging with anger. "Those river pirates, cults, and evil sects are also from the martial world. Do they have any chivalry? In the past 10+ years, I've never heard the beggars sect fight the pirates. Shall we risk our lives for the sake of dead beggars? They're only worried about keeping their new clean robes and hiding old stains. They only care about saving face." Hong Jusen unconsciously recalled the old man's words. "That's right, it was all lies. Those despicable beggars are contemptible. I don't need to feel any guilt." The others gathered around now to console Samgu. Hong Jusen once more raised his umbrella, ready to leave. "This isn't my duty. I've already done more than enough. My duty was fulfilled in Jewel Village." No, even that so-called duty was just the boast of a liar. As he slid past someone's side, the other person stopped. The man turned and called after the silhouette of his back. "Hey, is that you? You're the one looking for Ma Jianggi. I'm Granny Yang. What's your relation to that Zhang Jion?" Chu San gritted his teeth. "Zhang Jion, even the name is fake." He forced himself calm and asked, "What's this about? I heard he stole something and ran off last time." "Did you lose some precious item?" Granny Yang asked in puzzlement. "Stolen. Ma Jianggi isn't the nimble-fingered sort. He doesn't take objects, but it's true he once kidnapped someone." Granny Yang's words immediately stunned Hong Jusen into numbness. The two stood there talking in the rain. Hong Jusen was puzzled. "Kidnap someone?" Granny Yang sighed. "Strange indeed. It happened 20 years ago. Do you know about the Chongqing internal strife between the secular faction and the traditional faction within the beggars sect? The current deputy chief at the Central Plains, Hyungmyeon, belonged to the secular faction, while the deputy chief back then, Yubengi, was of the traditional faction. On the surface, it was just about clean clothes or showing off, concessions, and the smallest conflict. Those grievances accumulated and turned into long-held hatred. One day, a great battle broke out. Yubengi died in the chaos. No one could stop the split. After that fateful day, the traditional faction was forced out of Chongqing. It was on that day that Ma Jianggi escaped with Yubengi's son. Hearing this, Hong Jusun pressed his lips together. What was his name again? Yubengi's real name, Granny Yang did not hide it. It's Hong Jiang. You don't even know the name Yubengi. I suppose you're not the one searching for his son then. If so, that's all I know. I'll take my leave. That's everything I know about Ma Jianggi. If you meet Ma Jianggi, tell him I'm safe. Tell him to come find me if he returns to Chongqing. But when she turned away, Hong Jusun wasn't there anymore. Only the umbrella lay on the ground. Hong Jusun ran out to the riverbank, trembling under the rain. Lies, deceptions everywhere, identity, martial skills, even the claim he was a fourth-ranked disciple were all fabrications. Why, what was it all for? He wailed miserably and leapt into the river. He thrashed madly, trying to retrieve his master's relic. But how could that thing still be there? All he dredged up were weeds and algae. After a while, Hong Jusun decided to dive to the riverbed to search. As he dived, he pieced together all the information. The fourth rank of the mountain guard was meant to shoulder a great responsibility. He recalled Hong Jion carrying him as a child to Jewel Village. They were taken in by the villagers and lived there. Besides the daily chores, he was also taught martial arts by him. Only now did he realize that the responsibility his master bore was to protect one person, and that person was himself. His master had lost the emblem button of the guardian. After a long dive, he finally found that rope. He grabbed it quickly and swam upward, but it seemed he was out of breath and close to death. At that moment, someone else jumped in from above. Tang Mujin had timely pulled him up to safety. The two then lay sprawled on the sandy bank, and it was already dawn. The morning sun's first light shimmered over them. Tang Mujin snapped angrily, "Were you planning to stain your clothes with blood? You idiot, you went swimming in the river in weather like this." As he sat up, he saw Hong Jusun gripping the rope tightly in his hand, and then he burst out laughing. "Tang Mujin, help me this time." Tang Mujin was baffled. "I just saved your life. What else do you want?" Hong Jusun looked at him seriously and said, "Save Sosian from those river pirates." Tang Mujin was stunned. "River pirates? Don't you have something easier I can trade for this?" Cut to another scene, where countless people were carrying out embankment work. Tang Mujin and Hong Jusun hid trembling behind a rock. "But seriously, don't you have something easier? Do you have a plan? Are you really going to take on the whole lots?" Hong Jusun replied, "Of course not, I wouldn't do that. We just need to find where they keep Sosian and withdraw quickly." Tang Mujin nodded. "All right, first we must locate the girl. It's surely one of those houses over there." Hong Jusun continued, "We have no choice but to sneak in." Tang Mujin grinned. "You fool, sneak in. Look at you, you're visible from a mile off." Hong Jusun suggested, "What if we smear some mud on our clothes to disguise ourselves?" Tang Mujin asked, "Are you serious? Will that make us look like river pirates?" As they debated, they suddenly jerked and looked behind them. At the forest edge behind them, two men were patrolling. "Damn it, I'd rather be building the embankment than patrolling in this miserable weather. Do you think slaving on the dike is easier? It's better than getting yelled at by the boss." The two of them pressed against the rock in panic, both thinking this was the end for them. The two others continued along the trail on patrol. Tang Mujin pressed his lips together, tense and thinking how there could even be a patrol team here. Fighting here would be a terrible idea. "My hands are shaking like mad. Let's wait for them to pass, but at this pace they'll surely spot us. Can we hide under the bridge? But there's not enough room for both of us." The footsteps grew ever closer. Hong Jusun had by now moved under the bridge. He stood there, signaling with his hand. Tang Mujin read his gesture and inferred, "I'll hide behind that rock, you slip over to the other bank." All right, the heavy rain muffled some of the noise, so it should be fine. In this situation, he's remarkably level-headed. Very quickly, the two of them went up onto the bridge. Tang Mujin hurriedly followed the plan and hid behind the rock. Hong Jusun, behind the bushes, gave a thumbs up in approval. Tang Mujin returned the thumbs up. Everything was going smoothly. Who knew climbing up would be this easy? But before he could enjoy it for long, something stirred by Hong Jusun's side. Tang Mujin panicked, sweating profusely, because he suddenly leapt out, swinging his staff straight at the two men. Seeing this, Tang Mujin rushed over, but despite the surprise attack, they gained no advantage. If the two-stick technique had landed, the plan would have succeeded. He looked up to face the murderous glare of the two and broke out in a cold sweat. Tang Mujin on this side turned pale with panic and cursed the idiot. The other shouted at him, "Who Who do you think you are, daring to block the elder's path? Want me to smash your head in? Hong Jusin was momentarily dumbstruck and had no reply. At that moment, Tang Mujin ran up screaming, "Snap out of it and get up, you fool." Startled to see him charging, the others gasped, "There's someone else hiding in the dark. Stubborn little brats. You're still green and inexperienced. I'll finish every last one of you." Though Tang Mujin charged in full of bravado, inside he was terrified. It was terrifying, like plunging straight into an abyss, but he couldn't back down. In his head, he remembered the horizontal slash of the Phantom Doctor. That move is a horizontal cut, a wide slash that opened a chilling gap. He lowered his stance and lunged at the opponent. 3 feints lifted the sword vertically as the opponent hesitated. Then he thrust straight for the heart. Watching the charging foe, he prayed silently, "Please let it go according to plan." First came a feint. He bent down, then swung the sword up from below to stab. The blade grazed the opponent's throat, making him spit out fresh blood. This left Tang Mujin stunned with amazement. He had actually been able to fell the opponent with a single strike. A little later, the two disguised themselves and entered. Hong Jusin warned, "You still have blood on you." Tang Mujin wiped the blood away with his hand, still looking dazed. "Thank you." Hong Jusin scanned their surroundings with suspicion. No one was around because everyone was building the embankment. "While the pirates are away, we have to check each house. Did they all leave at once?" Tang Mujin nodded perfunctorily. He pressed his lips together and bent his head, trying to wipe the blood from his shirt. Seeing this, Hong Jusin slapped him and said, "Idiot, focus. You planned to sneak in looking like that. If you hadn't shown up when you did, you'd be done for." Tang Mujin retorted, "You're the one who doesn't know how to sneak in. If you really wanted to sneak, you should have shut up and stayed hidden from the start." Hong Jusin could only run off. "You're the one who can't read hand signals," he grumbled. "Are you changing the subject? Anyway, from now on stay quiet and move quickly. Find Sosian and get out immediately. No more fighting, and don't shout any move names anymore." The two poked their heads into the first room and found no one. Hong Jusin was puzzled. "Shout move names? That's how I was taught. Vo T letter 1EADN, B letter 1EA5T, L letter 1EF1C replied. "When you yelled like that earlier, you scattered everyone, idiot. It was because I'm a master that we got through it. Understand?" "Didn't you hear that fellow call me a master just now?" Hong Jusin chuckled. "What kind of master trembles while holding a sword like that?" "A true master indeed, knocked out by my swordsmanship for months." Tang Mujin snapped, "Shut up, we're sneaking in." Hong Jusin grew louder, "Calm down, there's nobody here. Want to bet? If we open the door and no one's there, you owe me 5 taels. Tang Mujin sneered, thinking the beggar had no money, and declined to bet. Hong Jusin snorted coldly, "Mocking someone's poverty now, don't you have a heart?" They quickly opened the door. Inside, 2 men were sitting there waiting. One rose and exclaimed, "Diligent on patrol, huh?" The two tensed instantly, sweating profusely and frozen in place. The door was then slammed shut. After a moment, Hong Jusin once more poked his head out to peer around. Seeing no one, the two dragged the 2 bodies out. They had blinded them and pulled them to a secluded spot. Then they drew swords and held them to their throats. "Where's the girl you captured?" The little beggar with braided pigtails who lived under the bridge said, "Right now, before I stab a few holes in you." The men were not frightened. Instead, they burst out laughing. "So you know the rules of the underworld, but you don't know how to threaten properly, huh? You think your eye-roll trick will make me reveal where the goods are hidden? To intimidate Jang Sankey, a captain who's taken more than 10 lives, you'd have to do more, at least something scarier than the quartermaster's torture." Tang Mujin winced inwardly, thinking he only needed to brandish his sword to make the man talk. What should he do now? Just then a cry rang out nearby. Hong Jusin leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Any other way? Judging by him, the only thing he fears is the quartermaster's torture. Do we have to drag the quartermaster here?" Tang Mujin pressed his lips together and muttered, "Cha Ti letter 1EA5N Sao." He then decisively turned and walked away. Hong Jusin, puzzled, said, "What are you planning to do?" Tang Mujin took out a small box of aconite root he'd been carrying for self-defense. Used to dull pain but also a deadly poison. Mixed with dangui, atractylodes, and ginger to activate the points, it works immediately. I don't want to torture him, but I don't know what else to do. It only needs to be convincing enough for him to believe it's a poison. Just enough to terrify him. Please be afraid. Seeing him come back, the man asked, "What are you doing?" Tang Mujin produced an acupuncture needle and held it before him. "Wanna know? Since you fear the quartermaster's torture more than anything, I figured you'd want to try this on yourself. Anyone pierced by this needle will feel every blood vessel in their limbs torn apart in agony before they die. It's more painful than being stabbed. That patrolman died that way too, so wanna talk now?" The man remained stubborn. "Don't try to scare me. A swordsman like you couldn't possibly know poisonous techniques." Tang Mujin gritted his teeth. Fine, let's see if it's just bravado. He thought inwardly. He actually made me stab him since I hadn't measured the dose. I don't even know how potent it is. If it's too mild, he'll clench his jaw even more and then I'm done for. Thinking that, he decisively drove the needle in. The man snorted dismissively. See, nothing's happening. But immediately after, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood in agony. The man beside him panicked. Captain. The young man writhed in continuous pain. Meanwhile, Tang Mujin watched with narrowed eyes. The veins across the man's body began to bulge and crawl. His eyes gradually went pale and milky. He looked utterly miserable in that state. Tang Mujin was so shocked his hand holding the needle trembled. Am I dead already? The other man, seeing his captain so pitiful, began to shake as well. At that moment, Tang Mujin grabbed him by the collar. If you think this isn't a threat, then speak up properly. Where's that girl? The youth facing him didn't dare refuse under that fierce look. She's in the cave over there. One of them uses a sword. The other relies on medical skills and has caused someone's death. The two then went toward that cave. To protect Hong Jusin, he had used the sword. To save Sosian, he had used medical skills. And above all, he had killed. Once intentional, once accidental. Was that really an accident? All along the way, Hong Jusin saw Tang Mujin brooding and asked, about the one with the spreading wound, do you regret killing him? Tang Mujin answered, why would I? He'd killed more than 100 people and took pride in his crimes. Someone like that deserves to die. Though it was a mistake, I don't regret it. Let's find Sosian quickly and leave. This rain is so damp and annoying. Hong Jusin watched Tang Mujin worryingly. Was I wrong to ask him for help? There's no going back now. It's all because of me. After walking a bit more, the two reached a fork in the road. Both tense which way to go. This way smells foul, the other has no scent. Maybe I should sniff the direction. Or you stay here and keep watch while I scout. As Tang Mujin was about to speak, Hong Jusin raised a hand to stop him. Someone's coming. He then flopped to the ground and pressed his ear to the earth to listen. Tang Mujin asked tensely, how many of them? Hong Jusin replied anxiously, a lot. There's nowhere to run, what do we do? Tang Mujin solemnly drew his sword. What else could he do? Try to take a few more of them to the grave with us. A brutal vision of slaughter immediately filled his mind. Alone you have to face too many enemies. Of course you won't avoid death. Thinking that, he shook his head. Plan 1 won't work. Just thinking about it already shows many flaws. Shadows were now cast on the cave wall, a sign the enemy had come very close. Tang Mujin immediately switched to a different tactic. So switch from flashy wind tricks to real moves, but only cause wounds enough to stop actions. Just deal with each attacker as they rush in. No, if I do that I'll just be pressed back constantly. Once surrounded, there's certainly no way out. Damn it. Isn't there any sure method like in the treatise on cold damage? The Yellow Emperor's inner canon? I've never learned how to deal with being besieged in a dark cave. Right now, I can't think of a way, but I absolutely must not kneel and beg for mercy. The approaching men were also surprised to see just the two of them. Only 2 of you, brave, just 2, and you dared to sneak into Jiang Sanki. You are the lunatics who slaughtered the patrol team and the resting squad, aren't you? Tang Mujin tightened his long sword and growled. Why ask when you'll soon meet them again, he thought. By sight there were already more than 20, even more than I expected. No way but to take a risk. The enemy snorted coldly. You guys are terrifying, huh? Clear them out before the camp boss arrives, brothers. And the bunch surged forward with high spirits. Tang Mujin and Hong Jusin had no choice but to fight. He gripped the sword's hilt and charged. There was no room for fear now. There was only one way. If you want to live, you have to kill first. Wave after wave came in sequence. As he struck out, he suddenly flinched. Oh no. He had sliced too hard in his enthusiasm. At this point, if he stopped, he'd be dead for sure. While he was fighting fiercely, Hong Jusin suddenly leapt in from behind. To Tang Mujin's astonishment, he swung his staff and knocked an enemy away. The men who had jumped to ambush Tang Mujin were felled by him. The big boss's face tightened at the sight. They're strong. The two stood there fired up, ready to fight, staring seriously at them. Hong Jusin urged Vo T-Letter-1-E-A-D-N. Wake up, you idiot. Want to die while pretending to be a hero? If you die, who'll help me find Sosian? Tang Mujin's mouth twitched into a grin. Who's going to die? Not until I collect the 5 taels you owe me from earlier will I ever die. Ragged trousers, tight embrace. The pirates enraged surged forward again. Brothers charge, don't give them time to rest. This time the two had no hesitation and plunged in for a decisive, straightforward fight. Countless pirates were struck down in succession. The more they fought, the more bloodthirsty they became, howls ringing out. The clash of weapons rang endlessly through the cave. In the blink of an eye, the 2 weapons were splattered with fresh blood. Both of them were now starting to sweat from exhaustion. They shared the same thought, which was, if fortune spared them from exhaustion, there would be a chance to survive. Just then an unexpected change froze them in place. The pirates surged aside, making way to welcome their camp boss. A huge, brutal-looking man limped forward, supported by others. Tang Mujin saw him and shivered all over. What the hell is that? The big man stood there and looked at them with a sinister smile. He then sat down and inspected the bodies of his men. Many tried to pick Jang Sankey clean before, but they were all killed as soon as they arrived. Lately no one dared come. Truly a pity. Yet this time 2 martial artists came. It's been a long time since we had guests, how interesting. He roared ferociously afterward. Both of them tensed up facing this situation. Tang Mujin clenched his teeth, thinking, a single smile hides that level of inner strength. This has to be at least a top-tier master. Hong Jusin was different. He shouted loudly, "You damn blabbermouth, acting like you're somebody special. You're just a beggar's sect beggar. Something who doesn't know the beggar's sect's rules like you only remembers after getting beat." Facing his attack, the camp boss paid it no mind and just stood there smiling. With a slight swing, he knocked Hong Jusin's staff aside. "You think I'm weak enough that you need to name techniques?" Seeing that, Tang Mujin also lunged forward in alarm. Hong Jusin spun and snorted coldly. "Whether I name them or not is my business." The camp boss raised his axe to counter. "Fine, it's your choice as long as you want to die." Seeing the axe head about to strike his head, Tang Mujin rushed in just in time and blocked it with his sword. Thus Hong Jusin managed to escape death. The camp boss laughed with glee. Then he kicked both of them flying. They flew like skewered meat for a long stretch before finally stopping. The camp boss didn't bother to finish them off and stood there smirking and taunting. Both of them clearly showed tension on their faces. Tang Mujin tightened his grip on the long sword and thought, though far from the old man's level, his inner power was nevertheless strong. "My guts are churning. I must close in on his weapon to decide the outcome quickly." At that moment, the camp boss said again, "It's been a long time since it's been this entertaining. Come on, charge again. Who will step forward first this time?" Tang Mujin cursed inwardly. "Damn it, there's no way to settle this quickly. Left or right?" Seeing no one make a move, the camp boss spoke again. "Not coming, then I'll come to you. I'll slow my attacks down, try to hold out a little longer." Tang Mujin, horrified, leaned back to dodge. "Slow," he says, "just from the force of the wind, I feel my flesh being torn." His footwork was far quicker than his build suggested. It was truly hard to read his moves. The camp boss's frenzied attacks left him in real trouble. But compared to the old senior, his techniques were still much easier to read. Hong Jusin didn't just stand there either. He took the initiative and charged. Seeing him shout the name of the move so loudly, he couldn't help thinking in despair, doesn't this bastard know what fear is? The camp boss hurriedly leapt up to dodge. And seeing Hong Jusin about to be hit, Tang Mujin rushed over. "Not right, I can't actually read the move. This guy is toying with us." "Exactly, it's just a game, maybe like a mouse in front of a cat. But your opponent is a mouse raised by a tiger. Anyway, I'll find a way to deal with it. If there's no plan, I'll improvise on the spot. If that fails, I'll bite and claw to survive." Thinking that, he surged forward again. Despite the opponent's fierce assaults, he swung his sword trying to parry and reason out the pattern. Though he looked fearsome, he was no different from those twin-blade guys, only slashing horizontally and vertically, never thrusting straight. Unlike swords and sabers that are hard to reverse slice from below, it's a small point, but after a horizontal slash then switching to vertical, the timing slows by a beat, which guides his hand upward and then strikes the body. As he was deducing this, Hong Jusin suddenly shouted and charged. Tang Mujin thought helplessly, "Could you stop yelling the move's name? You don't land a single hit, you just get hit." But all my techniques are being blocked by him. He leapt forward once more. At the same time, Hong Jusin was again knocked back by the opponent. Tang Mujin's face filled with determination. At this rate, neither he nor Hong Jusin would hold out for long. "I have to find a way to draw out his flaw." He thrust with his sword but exposed his lower side. The camp boss smiled coldly. "It seems you lot are plotting something. Should I deliberately show a small opening?" Tang Mujin panicked as he seen through it. Tang Mujin parried one of his blows and was knocked back. Hong Jusin again shouted the move's name and charged. Tang Mujin below stood stunned like a lump, because he'd noticed the smile on Hong Jusin's face. Was he smiling? The camp boss paid no heed and continued his frenzied assault. And Tang Mujin then realized this time Hong Jusin's move was a feint. He decisively dropped the staff from his hands. The real technique he intended to use was Ma Jiangi. But before he could close in, the camp boss's kick smashed straight into his snout. Even so, Hong Jusin gritted his teeth against the pain and shoved the foe's leg away. Then he grabbed tightly onto one of the man's arms. And Tang Mujin didn't miss the chance. He immediately lunged forward with his sword. The camp boss laughed with pleasure. Turns out the beggar's sect fellow from Tam Tine is actually amusing. Although he couldn't swing the crutch because Hong Jusin was holding it back, he kept up the loudmouth act. "Come on then." Tang Mujin charged forward with a resolute expression. You want some of this? That was the opening Hong Jusen had risked his life to create. Even if I die for it, I won't regret it. How shall I charge in, you damn beggar's sect fellow? I'm counting on you, Hong Jiolgi. Hong Jusen was sprawled on the ground but stubbornly held the crutch tight so the camp boss couldn't swing it. Tang Mujin's sword blade had already come up close to his throat, and as expected his head had been cut off by Tang Mujin. The head rolled across the ground and flew toward the squinty-eyed man. This terrified him. The henchmen behind were now all in an uproar. Is he dead? Should we run? The two endless men here still held their guards high. The squinty-eyed man shouted to those behind, "Pull yourselves together, you bastards. So what if the leader's dead? Are you going to let those guys steal all the treasure? They've had enough already." Tang Mujin's face tightened as he thought, this guy is annoyingly sharp. The squinty-eyed man shouted again, everyone attack together. Tang Mujin gritted his teeth and vowed that, though at his limit, he would fight to the end. Just then Hong Jusen pulled out a wooden box and produced countless needles, then decisively flung them all forward. Tang Mujin was very surprised. What? Just because you luckily named a fake move once you can shout out a technique that doesn't even exist. The name of the move didn't match what he was seeing, and it seemed to have no effect at all. What's with that arrogant look on his face? What an idiot. But then he had to widen his eyes in surprise, because several men in front collapsed, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. Only then did Tang Mujin snap awake. You thought luck alone was enough. But who killed these people? The men shouted angrily, you bastard, what the hell did you do? Is that a secret weapon? Tang Mujin sneered and produced the needles. Yes, it's a secret weapon. As you just saw, it's a poison that kills instantly with a scratch. He smirked inwardly. He wouldn't let this chance slip even if it was luck. Thinking that, he growled a threat. Try touching me, and if you dare, I'll make at least half of you end up the same way. Or do you want to stop here? As you said, he's dead anyway. Treasure is everything, isn't it? But we didn't come for that. We came to fetch the children you kidnapped. The squinty-eyed man froze. Don't tell me those beggar kids. The two nodded in confirmation, and the squinty-eyed man wanted to verify again. The squinty-eyed man once more wanted confirmation. You don't care about the treasure and did all this just for those beggar kids. At this, he became so agitated his whole body trembled. How are we supposed to believe that? Tang Mujin turned and headed inside. Believe it or not, but remember the consequence will be death. If you understand, go your separate ways. They then proceeded into a cave. His threatening voice continued to echo. I'll kill anyone who follows, so choose wisely. The squinty-eyed men stood dumbfounded for a moment, then turned to look. And then they shoved each other into the other passageway. Over here the two looked pale and trembling, hiding behind a rock. They only stuck their heads out after the others left. Just then a sound came from behind. It was the kids' prison. After a while, the kids were rescued and returned. The two smiled happily and waved them goodbye. Hong Jusen's smile was truly indescribable. Tang Mujin glanced at his bandaged pinky and felt moved. He was just glad the kid escaped danger after catching the Tang with bare hands. But thinking that he'd used some trick, maybe a family trick passed down, anyway he was relieved everything was fine. Then he smiled at him and asked, so what are you planning to do now? Hong Jusen replied, I don't know. Actually, I have nothing because I have no plan, so can we travel together? Is that okay? He thought to himself that he didn't know how the righteous faction and deputy leader Hongmyeon would react, so he couldn't stay here. Wait, if we go together, won't that put the old man and Tang Mujin in danger? Tang Mujin spoke up, I don't care, but you're a beggar who just escaped death. Now begging to run off has becoming more shameless in every crisis become your skill. Hong Jusen shouted angrily, what? That's not begging, it's a request. No, it's a proposal. At Tang Mujin's door he asked who would pay for food, who would pay for drinks, and who would buy new clothes. Hong Jusen stammered, I don't need new clothes. Tang Mujin chuckled, at that point isn't it past begging and into outright freeloading? But as the two stepped in they froze and widened their eyes. The phantom doctor sitting there said, judging by your looks, it seems you had quite a good time while I was away, huh? The sword I put to use is fine, right? Tang Mujin stepped forward and answered, not that exciting, old man. What have you been up to these past days? You've taken 100 taels of silver already. The phantom doctor answered calmly, I was a bit worried so I went to look around, but I blew it all on gambling. Good thing Hong Jiolgi was around too. Both of you sit down. Do you know about the long-standing conflict between the righteous faction and the beggar faction in Yeongjong? There's also a rumor spreading through the streets right now. Have you heard that leader Jang Sankey is dead? They say it was done by two young men. What, are they rising stars of a great clan? No, I heard one of them is that Tang blacksmith. The rumor kept spreading farther and farther. The endless crowd then boarded boats and set off for Namjeong. By the time they left Yungjong, the rumor about Jang Sankey had spread throughout the fortress. It had been half a month since they frantically left Yungjong. That sudden life-or-death fight brought an unexpected reward. The people came forward, handed money to Tang Mujin and said, "Those blacksmiths gave us 60 taels of silver for the boat fare." And Punjia Jang added 10 more taels, and 3 gold pieces were the sincere thanks of merchants harassed by leader Jang Sankey. Tang Mujin looked at the blade and thought, but the real reward was realizing that the moment you need it. Strength will arrive unexpectedly. If you slack off training on the road from Yunjong, if you slack on smithing skills and fail to absorb black peony properly, then you were defeated by the bandits. Not to mention leader Jang Sankey, the boat to Namjung will take another half-month. During that time, you must train wholeheartedly, so that you can keep your resolve steady. No matter when, no matter how you're tempted to take another step, you will become one with the sword. While you were training in the cave, a sound of applause rang out. A young man approached, smiling and clasping his hands. "Excuse me. I went out to admire the moon and happened to see you training." "Sorry for the peeping." Tang Mujin clasped his hands in return, a little surprised since it was already midnight. The other warmly introduced himself. "My name is Namgung Myeong. May I be permitted to spar with you?" He was Namgung Myeong, the eldest son of the Namgung family and a top-class martial artist. But now he was on a boat heading home after his grand entrance into the martial world yielded no real achievements. All he had done was chop up a few mediocre bandits and some petty cult members. His greatest fear was his father's disappointment. Then he met a woman, a girl who didn't care about the Namgung name at all. She was the kind of person who made anyone he met put up walls and selfish expectations. This was the first time he'd met such a woman. Because she didn't care, he had to work to win her heart. He was free. The family's expectations dissolved like morning mist. The days with her were truly joyful. And then he appeared. By day a physician on the boat. By night a martial artist. You're a radiant child like a flower. That's why he wanted to spar with Tang Mujin. Faced with this offer, his face creased and he broke into a sweat. A spar? No, more importantly, what kind of people are the Namgungs? Namgung Myeong vowed inwardly, "I'll beat you. In the name of the Namgung family, I swear." He then drew his sword. The woman in yellow stood not far away watching. Tang Mujin also raised his sword, but remained quite worried. "Are you all right? A real sword against a wooden one?" Namgung Myeong shook his head. "It's fine. I asked for this duel while you were training, hero. Besides, thinking that a descendant like you finally has the chance to enter the path of martial arts after generations, I'm just grateful for the opportunity to broaden my narrow horizons." He said that outwardly, but inside thought differently. "Thanks for becoming a decorative flower for the finale of my mediocre debut in the martial world." Tang Mujin couldn't politely refuse, so he said, "Please then help me." He pressed his lips together and thought, feeling like he'd slipped into trouble. Before leaving Sichuan, the Namgung family was just a legend. But unexpectedly, he was a descendant of the Namgung family. Clearly, he was just trying to score points with a woman. Moreover, that look was the same as the annoying patients who'd come to the clinic. "I should hold back and lose spectacularly." Thinking that, he took the initiative and lunged with his sword. Namgung Myeong inwardly mocked the honest but slow sword of a second-rate martial artist. At most a strike aimed at the head, then following through to the shoulder. Facing a novice like this, his determination to crush him softened considerably. "No, an opponent like this needs a lesson from me so that later he can handle a bandit or two on his own. Just parry his sword with the subtlety of using softness to defeat hardness, then deploy the boundless azure sky technique. While pretending to follow the trajectory of his blade, I'll change the sword's direction to deflect it, and then execute boundless azure sky." But immediately after that, he was startled. Was that the tip of his wooden sword that just blocked the move? Now it's heading straight for my shoulder. This bastard, doesn't he even know how to handle a sword? No, my softness against hardness move actually sped up his blade, making it impossible for him to stop. And a strip of cloth on his garment was sliced off by Tang Mujin. The man himself was knocked backward, slamming against the ship's railing. Tang Mujin panicked and rushed over to explain. "Sorry, I'm used to dueling with real swords, so I accidentally treated the wooden sword too dangerously." Namgung Myeong held up a hand to stop him. He was unhurt. "This happens a lot in the Namgung family. It's probably just a low-quality wooden sword." "Thank you for the new lesson, Hero Tang." Tang Mujin shook his head. "No, I must apologize for giving you a poor wooden sword. We have no other wooden swords left, so let's end it here." Namgung Myeong thought to himself that, by the way, that really was a superb stroke. He didn't feel any pain when cut. Tang Mujin inwardly sighed. I gave him an escape by blaming the sword, so why didn't he take it? Namgung Myeong tightened his grip on the sword. He felt as if he'd just realized something and didn't want to miss the insight. Please give me a little more time. Tang Mujin's face tensed as he asked, a duel with real swords. Namgung Myeong shouted, I will not use inner energy or dangerous techniques. Inwardly he vowed he wouldn't let this flowery kid waste his efforts. My pure heart would be wasted otherwise. The 5 great swords of the Namgung family. With this Tam Fong sword, I'll show him the supreme path of Namgung. He drew his sword, stared at Tang Mujin seriously, and shouted the 2-word plea. Tang Mujin looked utterly reluctant. He was overwhelmed by Namgung's momentum and had agreed. How serious was he about that woman? Thinking that, he raised his sword and stepped forward. All right then, here I come. He told himself that if it was the same move, he only needed to block appropriately, right? Namgung Myeong also pondered that same move seriously, but the outcome would differ. It might not be a matter of using softness to overcome hardness. I will respond in kind, but once again he was astonished. Because his sword developed a crack, my Tam Fong sword, is it being cleaved in two? He couldn't help but unconsciously urge his vital energy forward. I promised I wouldn't use inner energy. The two then stepped apart to their own sides. Tang Mujin shouted at him, Lord Namgung, you clearly said you wouldn't use inner energy. Namgung Myeong hurriedly clasped his hands. I'm sorry. In the Namgung family, it's customary to use inner energy in fights. Please forgive my rudeness. Tang Mujin continued, even so, a promise is a promise. Luckily, no one was hurt. Let's end the match here. Namgung Myeong no longer insisted and nodded in agreement. He felt tense inwardly. In such a short time, I'd made him laugh 3 times and even used the family name to hide my humiliation. If this rumor spreads then. Tang Mujin on this side also grumbled inwardly. With anyone else, sneaking a peek at practice would have led straight to a duel. The Namgung family really are arrogant. I only ruined a good wooden sword. I'm only tolerating you because you come from a great clan. Namgung Myeong widened his eyes and stared at his blade. The problem wasn't that. If I go back like this, father and the elders will all scold me at once. No, father will kill me. How did things end up like this? Thinking that, he babbled pleas for mercy, but then he secretly shook his head. It's not my fault. What on earth is that sword? A divine sword? The words divine sword lodged themselves in his mind. At that moment, Tang Mujin happened to come over and pat him on the shoulder. Hey, you don't need to beg me for mercy like that. The duel ended strangely. But if you think about it, you gave me very favorable conditions from the start, so let's consider it just a small accident. Namgung Myeong nodded and replied, thank you sir, by the way hero. Could you sell that sword to me? Tang Mujin was very surprised to hear that. Sell my sword? I'm afraid I can't. This sword is very special to me. Namgung Myeong bowed again. I understand. Sorry for the unreasonable request. Thank you for your precious time. Sleep well. Tang Mujin stood there watching his retreating back, thinking to himself that he was dangerous in many ways. I've never seen anyone more selfish than that Hong beggar. There's 1 week left until we dock. It's best to stay as far away from him as possible. Time flew by quickly. A week had passed. Tang Mujin's panicked voice echoed across the boat. Where's my sword? Hong Jusin asked suspiciously, what's the matter? Tang Mujin stood there dazed, trembling all over. That bastard, are you kidding me? Meanwhile, Namgung Myeong had stolen Tang Mujin's sword and spurred his horse away as if flight itself. I've obtained the divine sword. My debut in the martial world has been a blazing success. A while later at the Namgung family estate. After riding like the wind for a while, Namgung Myeong finally returned home. Inside, a stableman stroked the warhorse and chuckled, at this rate you'll get indigestion. How fast did you run? Seeing all that mud splattered on your belly, young Master Myeong must be pretty filthy. In any case, we hope the result of the young master's martial debut will please the family head. I was worried that after being away so long you'd just be scolded, but instead it turns to praise for Namgung Myeong. He didn't change clothes and went straight to the main hall. He stood there, tilted his head and breathed deeply, then began to tidy his attire. Finally composing himself, then he strode up and pushed the door open. Father, your son, who completed his martial debut, has returned. He quickly went forward and set the sword down. I have urgent business I want you to see. He then presented the divine sword. The head of the family looked puzzled, so he just returned and already has something to show us. It must have been quite a spectacular martial debut, right? Important enough to interrupt the elders' meeting. He then reached out and took hold of the long sword. By nightfall, Tang Mujin's group had also arrived outside the Namgung estate for a celebratory banquet marking a successful martial debut. Oh, so that Namgung Myeong must be Namgung Jinshin's son. Vu Tan jumped at the news. one of the 6 supreme masters, the sword demon Namgung Jinshin. Phantom Doctor, exactly, which explains the grand banquet, and surely it was a very successful debut. Because he stole 4 of Tang Mujin's swords, strange. What do you mean by that? How could a theft like that succeed? Phantom Doctor patted him on the shoulder and smiled. Do you think he'll admit to his father that he stole these swords? He'll certainly concoct a plausible story about obtaining the swords as if fate had arranged it, like that podium over there. The more Tang Mujin heard it, the more annoyed he became. How flowery it sounded. Phantom Doctor shook his head. No, actually this is perfect. A banquet with many witnesses is ideal for catching a thief who happens to be the son of Namgung Jinshin. Tang Mujin looked doubtful. Do you have a plan? He chuckled with delight. A plan? Do you think a half-baked plan could work on a golden devil who's reached the pinnacle, the head of the most powerful clan in the martial world? Tang Mujin broke out in a sweat. Wouldn't it be better to come after the banquet ends? If we ruin the banquet, we'll only make more enemies. Phantom Doctor burst out laughing. You're too naive. Letting him go is like releasing a mad dog. Better to expose him than be the one bullied. The nobles will think entirely differently. The family's reputation is their whole world. There's only one way to deal with those noble families. Expose their ugly faces before others, like a mad dog. Just then someone approached. Hey Yicheng, didn't expect you to tend the banquet too. The old man who spoke was Namgung Jinya. Phantom Doctor saw him and cheerfully chatted. It's been nearly 10 years, hasn't it? Namgung Jinya, does my severed left arm still itch? Namgung Jinya laughed. You still keep that nonsense up, it makes you stand out. But you should say you cut and saved a gangrenous arm from poisoning, that's better. By the way, I see you have a companion for the first time. Who's this young man? Phantom Doctor smiled. He's just a medic I happen to be traveling with. He also has business dealings with your clan, the medic said, which surprised the man. Business dealings. At that moment, a loud voice rang out from afar. The Namgung family head Namgung Jinshin and young master Namgung Myo arrived, and the crowd erupted in cheers. The hero of Namgung, congratulations. Very quickly, Tang Mujin's sword was brought out for display. Namgung Jinshin stepped forward, waved his robe, and proclaimed loudly, "Thank you all for attending the ceremony celebrating my son's martial debut. Though he lacks experience, during this debut he encountered a marvel and acquired a divine sword. Therefore I raise this cup to the heavens and invite the heroes and gallants to join us in celebrating this heaven-sent opportunity and to honor the Namgung lineage." The crowd once more raised their cups and cheered. Namgung Jinshin turned his head to look at his son with satisfaction. Namgung Myeong happily raised his cup, smiling with delight. Having heard the whole story from the two of them, Elder Jinya trembled with anger. The sword Myeong acquired was stolen. How could he tell such a huge lie? If the family had learned the truth, he would surely destroy his danchin. If not that, he'd lock him in a dungeon for life. Tang Mujin broke out in a cold sweat. Really? Even enemies wouldn't do that, punish your own son to that extent. Phantom Doctor explained, that's the value of an aristocratic clan. If the clan's reputation is stained, even your own son must be treated like an enemy. It's the head's responsibility. Keeping the family's honor clean is the duty of every descendant. Tang Mujin's face darkened as he contemplated. He was certainly a bastard. But if I take the sword back, this guy will be finished. The more he thought, the more his expression showed sad helplessness. Just then, Namgung Jinya stepped forward and took his hand. Tang the medic will compensate you. So could you let Myeong's mistake go just this once, please? As Tang Mujin didn't know how to reply, Phantom Doctor spoke up. Don't say such unreasonable things, Namgung Jinya, if you say that it's not just foolish words but a crime. Besides, how can a sword-honoring clan like the Namgung family demand that a martial artist whose sword was stolen pretend not to see it? Namgung Jinya replied, isn't he just a medic? I see, because he traveled with Yicheng, this companion is both a physician and a martial artist. After thinking for a moment, he released Tang Mujin's hand. That is Tang the medic's decision, but please reconsider once more. What Myeong did was only to seek his father's recognition. No matter how much he tried to persuade him, Yicheng remained resolute. Justice must be served. Skills and mistakes must be borne by oneself. I understand your worry about the family's eldest son, but you are the one who should correct him. The Namgung young master whom you and your elder brother have protected together. Are you really going to place someone who only hides behind that title as the next family head? If not, then don't rush to interfere. Having said that, he moved upward through the crowd. He went to the center of the crowd and raised his leg high. Before the astonished faces of Tang Mujin and Namgung Jinya, he forcefully stamped down on the floor. Everyone present, including the family head, looked toward him. Yicheng smiled and spoke, hello, long time no see. Hero Namgung Jinshin, sorry to interrupt the celebration, but I'm here to reclaim my sword. The sword's name is the Fenling Sword. It's the medic sword. The direction he pointed was exactly at Tang Mujin. You were also shocked and couldn't believe this mad dog. Namgung Jinshin bowed his head to look at him. Phantom Dr. Yicheng, you reappear after a long absence and talk nonsense just like your nickname, but you're not one to make things up. What on earth is going on? Tell me at once. Namgung Myeong trembled all over with fear, while Vu Tan's face was also tense and sweating profusely. Yicheng, however, had a thrill, and the corner of his mouth curled up. Young Master Namgung Myeong, you have completed your martial debut and obtained the sword. Just then Tang Mujin ran forward and cut him off. Sir Namgung Jinshin, I will explain this matter. Recently my family's heirloom sword, the Duanhun sword, was stolen. While searching everywhere I heard that it had ended up in Namgung Myeong's hands, so I came here. It is my fault for failing to protect the sword. It is my fault for failing to protect the sword. Hearing this, Namgung Myeong felt even more ashamed. Is he hiding that he actually stole it? Why? But that's not the main issue now. I need to figure out how my father will react first. Namgung Jinshin then slowly moved forward. He decisively seized the long sword and drew it, then hurled it toward Tang Mujin. This understandably frightened him, his eyes widening in shock. Dust scattered and the long sword glinted upright where it stuck into the ground. Yicheng laughed. Now that's a grand banquet. The family head himself is stirring up the atmosphere. Namgung Jinshin paid no heed and asked Tang Mujin, can you prove that this is your family's heirloom sword? If you cannot prove it, you will be held responsible, understood. Tang Mujin broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, that look is fierce. If I can't prove it, I'll be dead. What to do? Thinking this, he turned to Yicheng and whispered, what should we do, old man? Although he gave no answer, Tang Mujin understood from his look that he was to handle it himself. I said it's a family heirloom, so I can't just make one up to show them, or should I say I can forge an identical sword. Very quickly something occurred to him. Sir, this Dunhun sword has a secret technique. If you use the clan technique in a warm, uninhabited place, the sword can give birth. It is currently pregnant and will give birth in just 5 days. His words immediately silenced the entire hall, but very quickly loud laughter drowned it out. Tang Mujin also felt a twinge of unease. Give birth, had he gone too far? Namgung Jinshin's voice rang out from above once more. Yicheng will vouch for Tang Mujin. Can you guarantee that your statement is true? Yicheng agreed without hesitation. Of course. I may joke around, but I never lie, Yicheng said. Everyone present frowned at this claim. Namgung Jinshin then ordered Tang Mujin, go to the abandoned forge at the foot of the southern hill. However, if you do not bring back the offspring this sword gives birth to after 5 days, then you and Yicheng must surrender your heads. And so the two went to the abandoned forge beyond the mountain. Yicheng sat in the courtyard and suddenly blurted out 2 words, no way. Tang Mujin, carrying coal, suddenly stopped. What, you mean I can't? The sword giving birth? Yicheng laughed. Whether it gives birth or breastfeeds is beside the point. Why do you think I said it's better to be a mad dog than to be prey? Tang Mujin retorted, doesn't that make me look like tasty bait? Yicheng nodded, exactly. The most important thing to avoid being seen as prey is to strike back. By that standard, you've been an excellent pushover. Tang Mujin smiled in protest. Not a pushover, it's the bearing of a gentleman. Please put it that way. Come on, eye for an eye and tooth for a tooth isn't for me, even the old master is joining in. Yicheng suddenly stood. This isn't a matter to show mercy, most of life is best overlooked. But likewise, one shouldn't repay evil with kindness, nor repay kindness with evil. Tang Mujin tensed at that, no need for such absolute decisions. Namgung Jinya and Namgung Myeong already owe you, they'll be grateful. How do you think I should explain this to satisfy both sides? Yicheng sighed. If you were a frontier healer it might be fine, but from now on your opponents are martial artists. 10 out of 10, repay evil with evil and everyone becomes your enemy. But if you repay kindness with evil, you're inviting wild dogs to bite your throat. Tang Mujin remained calm. Then just show kindness. Releasing one enemy is better than a lifetime of enemies. Yicheng continued, that statement shows you don't understand the nature of martial artists. A martial artist's malice always ends with blades and blood, and enemies must be kept in front of you. Don't create danger behind your back with cheap kindness. You may worry about what Namgung Jinya said, but don't soften. That's what I'm saying. You're a healer, whether you like it or not you'll have to show countless acts of kindness. Remember that, understood? Whether good or bad is received, it must be returned. Don't wait until you're beaten to realize it. After hearing this, Tang Mujin had no rebuttal and obediently accepted it. He then went inside and began forging iron. Time flew and 5 days passed. Tang Mujin returned the sword to the Namgung family. When a Namgung household member tested the sword, it snapped. This left the whole hall stunned. The 3-part sword had been broken in 2. Is that a divine sword? Both of them are divine swords. Someone turned to the family head. Both are genuine, sir. But another immediately objected. Surely one of them must be fake. I thought you'd only find a similar sword in 5 days. The man stammered, but it really looks like the sword gave birth. Moreover, the blade's sharpness vibrates, cutting the air, perfect balance with no sense of weight. I can't even tell which was the sword Myung brought back earlier. They look like twin swords forged by the same hand. Namgung Jinshin on the platform suddenly laughed. His laughter echoed with a terrifying momentum. Just as you said, they are twin swords. Because the mother sword is right there. Tang Mujin then stepped forward with his sword, and decisively swung, cleaving the other sword in two. This made those present even more frantic. 3 swords. Namgung Myung bowed his head gloomily on the platform. I don't know how you did it, but since you've proven yourself the sword's owner, justice prevails. Before he could finish, Tang Mujin stepped forward to cut him off. Justice wins out, indeed. Even a stray dog finds a den when it's about to give birth. Whatever the circumstances, there must be a reason this sword ended up in young master Namgung Myung's hands. Thank you, young master, for guarding the Duinhun sword all this time. Please cherish it. The moon was high, the night peaceful. Voices rose within the compound. I really thought I was a goner. Well, if it ended like that, it's not so bad, right? The old master then replied, Are you talking about hiding your trembling legs? The two of them collapsed. Tang Mujin wearily hugged the sword while Yicheng turned to warn. As you said, this went smoothly this time, but there's no guarantee it'll always be like that. Never forget those hyenas. The young man answered, Yes, I'll remember that well. Yicheng added, Besides, this isn't completely over yet. Tang Mujin, smiling, grew curious. He chuckled smugly and explained, Debts come and go, now it's time for us to collect. A partner, he said. Tang Mujin turned to ask about collecting, when a knock sounded at the door and the two looked outside. Jinshin strode in with authority, Namgung Myung following behind with his head bowed. Namgung Jinshin glared down, while Namgung Myung stubbornly kept his face lowered. Namgung Jinshin spoke first. First, I must apologize. My foolish son has committed a grave offense. I heard Myung ran off with the sword, is that true? Tang Mujin fumbled, gripping the sword tightly. Yicheng smiled at him and Namgung Jinshin reassured, No need for beating around the bush. When I pressed him, he confessed everything. He raised the sword high and proclaimed, Now that everything is clear, I must avenge his bad habit. Tang Mujin asked anxiously, Avenge him? Yicheng standing beside him grew pale. You heard Namgung Jinshin ask Namgung Myung, What happened to the maid who stole the silver ring 2 years ago? The three of them turned to stare at Namgung Myung, who shrank back. He trembled as he answered, her wrist was severed. A flash of horror lit Yicheng's and the other's eyes. Namgung Jinshin began to act. He announced the verdict. Immediately the sword was drawn, startling Tang Mujin. He pointed the blade straight at Namgung Myung. He recalled his childhood, practicing swordplay with his peers under orders. In every memory I have, a sword was in my hand. Play became study, then a way of life, training always honest and precise in rehearsing the set sword forms. That was the path my father and clan laid out for me. The path to become head of the family, forged through discipline and training. I could endure the training, the discipline, even the lashes. But sometimes I had to face my father's cold, turn back. That turn back said to me, You are still lacking. Rise up, be worthy of the headship at any cost. At any cost, so I gripped the sword, whether by cowardly or dirty means, as long as I achieved the goal. Just become strong. Thanks to obtaining the divine sword, I was finally praised for the first time, I suppose. That was just an excuse I made up for myself. Namgung Myung suddenly felt like a child again, shrinking before his father's blows, thinking to himself that he'd lived clinging to that excuse. But now he no longer needed it. Just as Namgung Jinshin's blade was about to touch his wrist, Tang Mujin's sword timely intercepted it. Namgung Myung stared in surprise at the scene, watching the two blades lock right beside his hand. Namgung Jinshin spoke up, Young hero Tang, why did you catch the blade? Nearby, Namgung Myung was still stunned and Tang Mujin lay sprawled on the floor. He asked irritably, Isn't a hand's fault supposed to be paid for with a hand? Tang Mujin looked awkwardly at him and replied, It is indeed my fault. But you've already heard the whole story, haven't you? I was also taught to return what I receive. But what can I give to repay young Master Myung's wrongs? Besides, once repaid, it should be enough. At this, Namgung Myung looked at Tang Mujin with remorse. Yicheng smiled at the sight. Tang Mujin politely held the sword and finished. There's no need to retie a knot that's already been untied. Hearing this, Namgung Jinshin sheathed the sword and praised, Wise words indeed. Because your intention is right, I will not argue further. Your mercy has saved the wrist of the Namgung family's eldest son. Under the moonlight, the punishment matter drew to a close with Namgung Jinshin's offer. Thanks to you, we have hidden the Namgung clan's shame and also gained the precious sword. How should I repay the 3 favors you have granted the Namgung family? Dawn arrived and sunlight flooded the courtyard. Namgung Jinshin walked ahead, followed by Votan and Lai Sung. He recalled Namgung Myeong bowing in thanks, promising he would repay this kindness one day. He looked up with profound gratitude. Then Zhen Tian asked, "Did you really forge the divine sword in just 5 days?" Votan looked up at him and asked, "You knew?" He turned to him and replied, "I only guessed from seeing your palms raw and your nails stained with iron rust." The world is vast and indeed full of extraordinary people. Thank you very much for helping Myeong. Tang Mujin heard this and scratched his head humbly. Extraordinary, I'm not that kind of person. After saying that, he remembered Namgung Myeong bowing and wondered to himself, but does he really intend to repay? The old man out there already took everything he could receive, didn't he? Yicheng greedily told Namgung Jinshin access to the Thien Vu library, all pills, medicinal herbs and poisons, and even the chance to spar with the family head. He nodded in approval. I understand, and behind Yicheng, Tang Mujin closed his eyes and prepared to endure. The two followed Namgung Jinshin. He thought to himself, well, if he wants to repay, that's fine. Suddenly the man turned to Tang Mujin and smiled. You might meddle in others' affairs, but Shaolin would surely love to meet you. Tang Mujin asked blankly, Shaolin. Namgung Jinshin spread his arms enthusiastically and replied, yes, since I was young they've sought out skilled hands across the Central Plains. I heard there's a mechanism they could never fix. Yicheng chimed in, sounding like he was talking about Wooden Man Alley. Votan was curious. Wooden Man Alley, he explained, it's a special mechanical formation. Shaolin lies on the road to Luoyang, so if you have the chance, stop by and take a look. But first the three arrived at the library. Yicheng finished, start with the first act of repayment. Tang Mujin gaped. Yicheng quickly looked around. Namgung Jinshin instructed as promised, you may consult one book under my supervision, so choose carefully. Tang Mujin replied, thank you, master of the house. Yicheng continued searching for something. He stepped to the shelves and selected seriously, while Tang Mujin watched with curiosity. He wondered, what are you looking for? Old master, are you seeking sword techniques or body methods? Yicheng cried out, ah, here it is. He produced an old, tattered book, The Monkey's Escape Technique. Tang Mujin took the book with a sneer, reading its title aloud, Monkey's Escape Technique. Did I train with a sword just to learn monkey tricks? There are far better sword manuals elsewhere. Behind him, Namgung Jinshin also peered at the book with curiosity. He lunged at Yicheng and urgently demanded, no sword manuals. I want one with the word divine at the end, got it? Yicheng only smiled silently, then brightly replied, enough talk, learn this thoroughly before you receive the pills. Tang Mujin could only stare and obey. Golden sunlight poured across the courtyard, lending a warm, peaceful air. On the ground lay 3 sacks containing something dubious. Yicheng asked if he had memorized everything. Tang Mujin held the book and answered honestly, I did, but I don't understand any of it. Yicheng instructed, that's enough, recite it each time you train. Tang Mujin held the book in his hands and asked irritably, does this really work? Yicheng replied, anyway, before explaining, eat this first. Saying that, he forced Tang Mujin's mouth open. The boy stammered, what are you feeding me? Yicheng held something purple in his hand and grinned slyly. Tasty and nourishing, it's a 7th treasure snake venom pouch. Terrified at the pouch of snake venom, Tang Mujin yelled, why would I eat something like that? You forced me to memorize useless techniques and now it's this poison pouch. What gives? You should tell me the reason, old master. Yicheng patiently pointed and explained, of course I'll tell you, this is your chance to become Tang Mujin, the divine healer of Sichuan. Tang Mujin looked anxiously at the 2 fingers on his shoulder and asked suspiciously, a divine healer. Yicheng pressed the 2 fingers and said, exactly, a divine healer who can cure without needles. You will become a true master of medicine. Tang Mujin felt reassured by Yicheng's gesture and mumbled to himself, blockages cleared, fatigue released. Yicheng seized the moment the boy opened his mouth, tossed the venom pouch in, and asked, well, are you going to eat it? Tang Mujin mumbled assent. He immediately clamped the boy's mouth shut as Tang Mujin struggled wildly. Tang Mujin sat cross-legged in fury. Yicheng laughed loudly and warned, if you don't want to die, don't you dare vomit, just endure it. The boy shouted angrily, are you trying to kill your comrade, old master? Yicheng stepped closer and said, I said you might die, but I never said I'd kill you. From now on you'll prepare your own poison pouches. If you want to survive, follow my instructions. Tang Mujin put on a disdainful face, thinking inwardly that if he was to be taught, why not teach ordinary things? The old man always tricks him. Yicheng seriously instructed, listen carefully, you and I have a duty to protect medical art, not to gain fame through martial prowess by subduing others like fighters. We need martial skill to survive so we can safeguard medicine. Tang Mujin ground his teeth and asked, is a proper man giving someone a pouch of poison? Yicheng recounted an old tale, like when you and Hong Jiolgi fought the bandits and you threw poison needles to buy time. Poison techniques are such that merely touching them can instantly increase chances of survival. To do that, one must have the ability to deploy poison at any moment. Though the name poison pouch sounds gruesome, to a physician who understands both medicine and poison, it's like storing an apothecary inside the body. A drop of venom fell into the bowl of liquid. Yicheng continued, used at the right time or used excessively. How to use it and who it's for is up to you. Tang Mujin awkwardly sat in meditation before the two bowls of liquid and said, for some reason, it feels like I'm taking a dishonorable path. Yicheng replied, what use is an honorable path to a renowned healer? They're just frameworks and routes someone arbitrarily set. I don't intend to follow a path laid down at random. He looked down as the boy candidly stated his view. If there's a patient, I'll treat them whether they're righteous, demonic, or even a monster. If they spread disease or refuse to share cures, I'll kill them. That's all. To achieve your goal, you only need to choose practicality. Now do you see why those useless sect tricks and poison pills are necessary? He glanced back and gave a yes. Yicheng then unleashed his force and said, then try to survive. For the poison was beginning to spread. Tang Mujin watched Yicheng's hand press against his back. Suddenly his gaze went vacant. Yicheng's image blurred in his mind and he faintly heard the man say, this time will be different from when we used black peony, so concentrate. The sky was clear, the silver moon perfectly round. Tang Mujin sat cultivating in the quiet space. He quietly waited as 1,000 flowers bloomed and butterflies flew about. The bare skin of his back bore the imprint of 2 hands. He reminded himself that even though the poison seemed to pierce his stomach, even though it stained his blood and tried to invade his whole body, do not be surprised by that tremendous power. Tang Mujin felt the power within and told himself to wait. The purple current continued to spread in his mind. The freer and more furious the poison, the stronger it became as the blood-stained liquid rose. Gradually, that purple turned into a spirit snake, baring its fangs and lunging at Tang Mujin. At that moment, he used internal energy to restrain the poison. The 2 hands on his back shone brilliantly. The spirit snake's eyes widened at that light, and instantly it was swallowed by that exquisite jade-blue radiance. Tang Mujin squeezed his eyes shut, drenched in sweat. Butterflies swooped in and tore the spirit snake apart. It helplessly dissolved into nothingness. He invoked the poison constraint technique. Butterflies transformed into chains. Endless chains covered the toxin. He silently calculated and pushed it into his dantian. Until it settled, Tang Mujin pressed his lips together. The poison was gradually brought under control, calming the space back to peace. He noted as it subsided as if nothing had happened. The space returned completely to its original silence. A small butterfly bore the purple pill. Tang Mujin concluded success. He opened his eyes, exhaled, and said to himself, I've improved. Rude words, but I get his point. Hong Jusen's voice made Tang Mujin start and look up. You're awake. What kind of training did you do for 5 days straight? Hungry, Tang Mujin wondered, what happened to me for 5 days? Back to the perfect beggar look. Tang Mujin stood and asked, I thought it was only half a day. How did 5 days pass? Where's the old man? Hong Jusen answered honestly. He left after failing to duel Namgung Jinshin. Anyway, what did you train without me? He put on a disgusted face and continued. The old master said you ate something as delicious as black peony. Black peony can be forgiven, but is it fair that you alone polished it off? Tang Mujin teased, no matter how much you eat it won't do you any good. You filthy beggar. Hong Jusen snapped angrily, what did you say, petty quack? What's the matter? How do you even know? You're making a fuss over nothing. Tang Mujin ground his teeth and smirked. If you're curious, I'll show you. He raised a finger and warned, look closely, the difference between you and me. Hong Jusen followed the finger pointing ahead. Tang Mujin let out a shout and a jet of toxin shot out, startling Hong Jusen. He stared in shock at the drop of venom on the table while Tang Mujin beamed with self-satisfaction. He grinned smugly, see, you foolish beggar, this is the class difference between you and me. Hong Jusen still examined the thing before him. The odd smell and sensation were poisoncraft. Reluctantly, he praised Tang Mujin. Congrats. Now you can make diarrhea with your hands. Just then Yicheng entered, furious, shouting, you beggar, if you can do it, then try it. Handle it yourself. Hurry up. Hong Jusun taunted to provoke. Here, Tang Mujin, this lowly one doesn't need your class. My hands don't smell like feces. Yicheng barked in annoyance. Why are you brats always making noise? He stopped speaking and prepared to leave. The two young men were struck on the head and replied in unison, "Yes, sir." On the road, Tang Mujin complained he wanted to stay at the southern palace forever. Yicheng asked, "So when will we reach Luoyang? Are you intentionally slowing the poison making because you want to settle here?" A signpost appeared, indicating they'd arrived at the next stop. Tang Mujin spread his arms excitedly as they walked and replied, "Is that something I can control? I've been struggling with the 7th treasure powder the old master kept feeding me for a long time." Yicheng replied dismissively, "Blame your focus. Because you hesitated, I couldn't even duel Namgung Jinshin. That opportunity was regrettable." Tang Mujin sulked, "If I trained my inner power calmly like the Namgung family, I'd progress faster, right?" Yicheng, annoyed, answered, "Excuses. Did those bandits give you time to calm down?" He walked ahead, turned his head, and continued, "I've seen those righteous sect fellows train all day, scheming and planning, then die at the hands of lowly men. Being famous in the orthodox school isn't necessarily good. You just need to follow the path I set, neat, orderly, perfect." Tang Mujin retorted, "When you say not to follow a fixed path, I even negotiated travel plans with the merchant caravan, you know." Yicheng smacked him and explained that practice beats thought. Active training beats sitting idle. It's about survival, not dying for rigid rules. Yicheng turned and asked, "Understand, my distant business partner just announced the caravan's final stop." Tang Mujin cleared his throat and said it seemed for some reason like a non-orthodox route. Yicheng snapped, calling orthodox and heretic paths foolish. Hong Jusun perked up about an inn and insisted they buy him some dumplings. Tang Mujin sighed. He was completely back to being a beggar. Dusk fell and the three of them sat down at a roadside table to eat. Anayu, looking disheveled, called out, "Have you delivered the goods?" The merchant laughed and replied, "Of course. How many sacks do you want? Raise your hand and I'll set them aside. Otherwise I'll bring some wine and leave 3 sacks for me." The other man answered, "Understood, sir." Anayu said as he turned and walked away, "I'll be back right away. Wait for me. We must save them." Tang Mujin managed to witness that scene. He stared after them in astonishment, his eyes wide and intent. The man's face was pale, but his whole body radiated heat. He was breathing heavily as he hurried away. Anayu ran while leaving, and Tang Mujin guessed he might be suffering heatstroke. Tang Mujin looked at Yicheng's trembling hand. "Old master, that man has heatstroke." Once again he was surprised. Yicheng now gritted his teeth in obvious resentment. "It's 5-rock powder." Dusk settled over Nam village. Houses lay silent under the golden light. A crowd of bedraggled beggars sat inside the room among piles of medicine. A hand bandaged vigorously applying medicine. The people standing right next to the table filled the whole room. Suddenly someone jerked backward just as someone else stepped forward. That person then collapsed, to the horror of those standing nearby. The others managed to catch sight of the newcomer. The fallen man's eyes rolled, the whites showing wildly. The hand covered in sores that had been bandaged slowly went limp. Nam Ryonbu gave a contemptuous order, "Throw him in the pit and burn him." The servant immediately obeyed him. 5-rock powder is the kind of drug that brings euphoria. Only the rich dare use it. People say drinking it can turn you into an immortal. It lifts the mood and warms the body but destroys flesh and mind. The more you take, the more it kills. It's a powder synthesized from 5 different powders. Tang Mujin was stunned to recognize this drug. The 3 of them arrived at the headquarters of the bastards who made 5-rock powder. They looked up at the sign. It seemed ordinary enough. Hong Jusun spoke up, "Old master, both sellers and buyers praise it. Do we really need to do this?" According to Merchant Yang, the village prospered because of village chief Nam. The villagers say, "He's our benefactor. He's the greatest man." Yicheng said thoughtfully, "Ordinary folk who don't know the truth will think that. 5-rock powder takes away the body's energy, disorders the mind, and eventually rots the flesh. He's trash like that Dr. Yom." Hong Jusun startled and repeated, "Dr. Yom." Yicheng glared and added, "Things that create disease must be removed cleanly. I don't care if that trash saved the village." And the door opened slightly. The 3 of them stepped inside at Yicheng's words. "I think this is someone I know." Hukyum stepped forward to greet them. "You came on Merchant Yang's recommendation. The village chief is in the main hall. Please follow me." The 4 of them entered. Tang Mujin looked around warily, and suddenly he noticed something. On one side, 2 men radiated killing intent. On the other, someone snarled in challenge. Tang Mujin realized every family member had been trained. Hong Jusun laughed, "Just give me 1 gold and I'll introduce you to the village chief right away." Tang Mujin murmured, "Seems so. Maybe they have secret ties to the underworld Merchant Yang mentioned." Yicheng wondered, why suddenly so serious? He answered softly, these petty ones are enough for you and Hong Jusen, no need to make a fuss. Tang Mujin anxiously listened to Yicheng's instruction. I have a feeling both of you go into the main hall first. Don't worry, I'll come in right after, he nodded to reassure them. Tang Mujin grew more frightened, thinking, you want us to go in first and tell us not to worry. Could village chief Nam be a supreme master used as bait? He trembled as he put his hand on the door, wondering if a sword would fly out the moment he opened it. More importantly, what should his opening line be? Hello, please come in sounded too amateurish. I'll furrow my brow like the old master, emphasize professionalism, keep it serious and brief. Tang Mujin stepped in and shouted, 5 rock powder, 1 gold coin for me. Instantly something flew toward him. Tang Mujin stared as it came. Turns out it was a cloth bag full of small packets in someone's hand. Nam Ryeonbu smiled obsequiously. Welcome, honored guest. The batch of 5 rock powder worth 1 gold you ordered is ready. Hong Jusen glared at Tang Mujin and sneered, why are you so stupid? He replied in shock, I thought it was a sword. Nam Ryeonbu stepped closer and said, I heard from Merchant Yang and have been waiting. They say you have a refined palate and your generosity is great. Tang Mujin glanced at Hong Jusen. Did you hear that? Nam Ryeonbu cheerfully produced another small pouch and continued, I know you'll want to taste it, but don't worry about quality or quantity. It's nothing like cheap stuff. Since this is our first transaction, I'm giving an extra gift. Tang Mujin stared at the pouch in alarm and answered, yes, thank you. You're anxious, old master, why don't you come in? Nam Ryeonbu suddenly put on a sly look and said, the thanks should come from me. If you come back for regular purchases, this is research from last year, you'll be even more satisfied. Would you like to try a sip first? A voice shouted, startling Nam Ryeonbu. Yicheng stood motionless at the doorway. So it's you. Bring out all the different batches right now, and I'll shove them all down your throat. Nam Ryeonbu froze and stammered. A blade appeared from nowhere and was pressed to his throat. Yicheng shoved his face close and threatened, trying to run again. Know this, if you stand up now, there will be a hole in your neck. Nam Ryeonbu stammered incoherently. He begged, spare me, old master. As dusk fell, someone said, our village chief has packaged all the 5 rock powder orders. He replied contentedly, fine, leave it at the doorstep and get back to work. 3 packages were lined up neatly. Nam Ryeonbu trembled and said, old master, please spare me, I won't do it again. Yicheng pointed the sword down and barked, do you think I'm doing this just to save myself? The hungry and the collapsing villagers worry me, so I had no choice. Reason always has a long explanation. If you want to live, I'll give you a choice. Eat it all or destroy it now. You bastard. Nam Ryeonbu protested bitterly, but if I sell this, it'll be a chest full of gold coins. Yicheng spoke up, so you still think about money, huh? Nam Ryeonbu fell to his knees. Fine, I'll burn it. He poured alcohol over it, then struck a match and set it alight. Nam Ryeonbu watched helplessly as his gold ore burned in the flames. Tang Mujin witnessed the scene before him. He wondered to himself, the 5 rock powder is dealt with, now how do we quietly ditch the village chief's body and leave? Will the old master finish it cleanly? Yicheng sheathed his sword. Then he asked, does anyone besides you know how to make 5 rock powder? Tang Mujin panicked upon hearing this. Nam Ryeonbu shook his head. No one, old master. In this situation, how could I dare lie? Yicheng eyed him suspiciously. Hong Jusen pointed and shouted, how can we trust that trash? The old master won't spare anyone who treats lives like money. Nam Ryeonbu trembled and begged, please spare me. Yicheng leaned on his sword and said, understand, fine then. Tang Mujin jumped in surprise. Nam Ryeonbu rose and asked, really? He joyfully said thank you. Before he finished speaking, Yicheng had already driven the sword in. Blood spurted up and stained the door red. Yicheng glared down and said, did I tell you to stand up? Trash never listens. Let's go before things get troublesome. Golden sunlight spread over the forest. Tang Mujin laughed and said, did you really think you'd let him live until tomorrow? Old Master Hong Jusen chewed noisily while Yicheng replied, no way. A few years ago, when he sold 5 rock powder, his distribution didn't even reach 10 taels. Now he's tangled with the underworld and easily moves half a quan. We don't know what will happen later. These batches quickly breed beside other batches. It's only a matter of time before they multiply like those Jiang Sankey. Hong Jusen finally chimed in. Absolutely, killing him was the right call. Following Dr. Yom, now village chief Nam, it's even worse than dealing with beggars. Yicheng smiled and replied, of course beggars are more diligent and honest, but you'll see many, many more batches in the future. Suddenly a group appeared behind them. He glanced over and added, it will be much more troublesome, for example. Yicheng hinted, guests for dinner arrived earlier than expected. Tang Mujin and Hong Jusen stared in bewilderment. At once Yicheng vanished. The group drew closer and Tang Mujin immediately recognized them. Black Dao members. He panicked. Had the Nam family already hired people? Hong Jusin was equally unsettled. Someone called out, "Today we'll fight the customers with Jasim swords." Tang Mujin wondered, Jasim swords. The man answered yes. The black-clad ones radiated killing intent. Yicheng lunged out and took one down. Two young men watched in shock as the fallen thugs hit the ground. Yicheng grinned smugly. Someone asked, "Is that the Phantom Doctor?" The remaining black shirts began to feel fear. Yicheng boldly declared, "The old master is not just an old man." He said, "I'm the one standing between. You each take your own measure." Yicheng announced, "Whoever fails to catch their opponent in time will face consequences." Tang Mujin and Hong Jusin rushed forward shouting, "Yes, old master." Gahyun immediately used lightness skill to flee. Tang Mujin followed Yicheng's instruction and swiftly gave chase. He couldn't help frowning and clenching his teeth. Is that guy a wild beast? How is he so fast? Tang Mujin thought and was a little surprised. But am I this fast too? Seems like I'm gradually catching up. Could it be the initial gains from practicing the drifting step technique? What I thought was just clumsy stumbling. Could training the poison guiding skill also work? I'm about to get terrifyingly strong. Now I must catch him first. If I fail, who knows what the old master will do to me, and surely Hong Jiulgi will mock me. Suddenly a shrill shout came from behind, making Tang Mujin spin around. Old master, isn't that Hong Jiulgi's side? But then he steadied himself, reminding silently that he nearly lost the objective, chasing glory. I have to hurry up too. Gahyun, who had been running ahead, suddenly lunged from somewhere and slashed, catching Tang Mujin off guard. He quickly stepped back to keep his distance from him. Gahyun, annoyed, snarled, "I'd been fleeing to avoid the beast, yet this brat recklessly pursued and even dodged my swordplay." He drew his sword and taunted, "Nice reflexes. But you've picked the wrong opponent. Daring to mess with Nam family manor. Are you prepared for that?" Tang Mujin couldn't help but watch Gahyun's every move warily. He nearly got slashed by the sword technique, clearly different from Jang Sanki's lackeys, maybe even stronger than the camp master. He threatened without hesitation. After all, someone has to pay the price. Don't blame the kid. The two of them then rushed in and exchanged moves. Gahyun unleashed a flurry of powerful sword strikes. Tang Mujin was at a slight disadvantage and could only do his best to block each attack. The more he thought, the less he could understand. Strange indeed. Truly odd. Why are there so many openings? Could it all be fake moves? The whole flank, even the neck, is full of gaps. Isn't he pretending to be the camp master, waiting for me to strike first? Tang Mujin couldn't help but be cautious. Unlike Jang Sanki's lackeys, this guy had formal sword training and calculated his moves carefully even against weaker opponents. While he was lost in thought, Gahyun laughed loudly and taunted, "You too only learned how to run from monsters." Tang Mujin immediately became angry, "And you still laugh arrogantly? Sooner or later we'll have to act if that's the case." He leaped up to dodge his attack, then directly pressed his sword against Gahyun's blade. When the two blades clashed, Tang Mujin powerfully knocked his sword aside. Gahyun's expression couldn't help but show panic. Without hesitation, he swung again at the opponent after Tang Mujin's skillful move, and his hand holding the sword began to tremble. Gahyun glared at the sword tip about to strike him, then hurriedly used lightness skill to dodge away. Gahyun looked incredulous. Even the brat knows how to swing a sword. Even Tang Mujin couldn't help but think, is that guy's skill genuine rather than a bluff? When did I become so proficient in footwork and swordplay? I'm even more surprised than he is. Tang Mujin's gaze suddenly sharpened. He's panicking now. I need to finish this quickly. At that moment, he suddenly hurled a throwing dagger. He was ambushed and immediately raised his sword to block, but could only parry one of them. Tang Mujin's face turned frantic as he gritted his teeth. Seeing that, Gahyun sneered. "Looks like you learned swordsmanship pretty well, but this is where it ends. You feel that numbness at your side, right?" Hearing that, Tang Mujin widened his eyes in horror. "Poison," vision blurred slightly. He said with delight, "Salamander poison. In less than a moment your whole body will lose feeling. Don't worry, even seeing a sword pierce your neck won't hurt a bit." No sooner had he finished than he lunged forward. Gahyun showed no mercy and swung his sword. Of course, dying before then would be even better. As he spoke, he also launched a volley of throwing daggers. Tang Mujin cursed inwardly in bitter resentment. Does the bastard intend the poison to spread faster? But, compared to the toxic treasure in the jade box, it's nothing. I'll swallow it whole. Then, countless venomous insects suddenly appeared in his body, swarming the jade treasure, the earlier treasure in his possession. The jade inside lit up and revealed itself as a snake's eye. The giant snake hungrily bit and tore at the tiny insect. The once-crowded swarm of venomous insects was now crushed beneath the massive serpent's body. Sensing it endlessly, his eyes instantly took on the shape of a serpent's eye. Just as Gahyun charged in, Tang Mujin realized the focus had shifted back. He widened his eyes in surprise. "You bit an antidote, how are you still standing?" He couldn't help but sneer in curiosity. A few lizards can't compare to the poison in the jade box. It doesn't even touch me. Saying that, Tang Mujin eagerly lunged forward. In a flash, a sword plunged straight through Gahyun's chest. He glared straight at him. Gahyun suddenly let go of his sword. He coughed a few soft sounds and spat blood. Then he tumbled to the ground, clutching the dagger in his hand and trembling uncontrollably like a scared kid. Just a brat, huh? Gahyun stammered, unable to form the words. A mere kid had defeated him. As he moved to fling the dagger, Tang Mujin couldn't help remaining on guard. But the scene before him left him utterly stunned. Gahyun was deliberately hurting himself. Tang Mujin sighed and curled his lip. Did he plan to use lizard venom to numb the pain? He'd die anyway. Just as he was about to turn away, the other groaned in pain. Gahyun's eyes were full of pleading, looking utterly miserable. He didn't want the pain. Kid, please spare me. Hearing those words, Tang Mujin's expression suddenly went blank. Spare me? His memories once again drifted back to the old days. Tang Mujin stood dazed for a moment, staring at Gahyun for a long time. He intended to help him finish the rest of the way, but the sword suddenly paused at the plea, spare me. Tang Mujin hurriedly withdrew his sword and put his hand over Gahyun's chest. He used poison to staunch the other's wound. Gahyun couldn't help but cry out gratefully, you're not like the usual kids, thank you, it doesn't hurt anymore, thank you. Just as Tang Mujin left, Yicheng, who had been waiting for a long time, finally spoke up belatedly. He was stunned for a moment, yes. He and Hong Jusen suddenly noticed Tang Mujin's little finger. Yicheng's eyes suddenly seemed to understand something. At that moment, Tang Mujin cut through the silence. Shall we go check on those black-clothed people now? Saying that, he subtly wiggled his index finger. The black-robed people had been knocked out and lay still. The three then left one after another, chatting boisterously. Why ask the obvious? If you know, pack up and hurry. Fine, the last one to arrive is allowed to be slow. Hong Jusen has his reasons, damn it, must be some big excuse, it's just lack of ability. That day, though he didn't realize it, Tang Mujin gained a new habit, counting how many he'd killed and saved. The two of them remained silent. Night fell in the blink of an eye. Yicheng, Tang Mujin, and Hong Jusen groped through the forest looking for a path. From the fight with Gahyun until now, Tang Mujin kept holding up his fingers to count. Yicheng kept watching him, thinking to himself, the boy seems shocked, doesn't he? Understandable. Up to now, he'd always won those life or death bets, so any guilt would likely be faint. But a physician all his life, someone who used to save people and now had taken who knows how many lives, of course his mind would be in turmoil. Moreover, when you realize you're better than your opponent, you tend to think more. People's characters differ, but at that moment the endless brat Hong Jusen unexpectedly called out, Hey, Tang Mujin. Your side was torn, how did that happen? Was he that strong? You answered with some surprise, what piece of cake. He suddenly laughed loudly and put a hand on Tang Mujin's shoulder. I'm worried about you. What kind of brother would get his clothes torn by some second-rate pursuers? Treating life-or-death fights like reading a medical text, what am I supposed to do with your bookish head? Tang Mujin was stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat annoyed. What brother, you beggar, what are you talking about? Hong Jusen struck a proud pose and said, Fine, you can rely on Big Brother then. If you go to a black-clothed den and feel shaky, just tell me, okay? Being weak is never something to be ashamed of. Refusing to admit your weakness is. Hearing this, Votan, the Endless One, trembled with anger and drew his sword. This beggar still wants to pick a fight. He saw the scene and blurted out awkwardly, Big Brother's worried about you. You pull your sword again, that guy's making a fuss over just a scratch. Tang Mujin snapped back angrily. What scratch? I was just chasing a bedbug. Hong Jusen slightly miffed, mocked, calling an honorable beggar a bedbug. You stupid beggar, look at how you take it personally. Clearly you were hitting your pride, weren't you? It stung, didn't it? While the two were tearing into each other, Yicheng sternly warned, Quiet, we're almost there. A little later, the three of them arrived at a rustic village. Hong Jusen and Tang Mujin kept squabbling like cats and dogs. Are you mad? Obviously mad, shut up you beggar. Although they pretended not to like each other, they understood each other deeply. After arguing, they looked at each other and smiled. Seeing this, Yicheng felt somewhat reassured. Now there's nothing to worry about. Opposite the three of them was the faint light of a lamp by a house. A village guard was sleeping soundly in the grass. He immediately pressed his knee hard against the man's mouth. Then without hesitation, he dealt with him. They were only a few steps away from the village. Tang Mujin kept scanning the surroundings anxiously and asked, Old master, is it okay if it's just the three of us? What if we're surrounded? Yicheng heard him and replied confidently, It's fine, there aren't many of them, they're just low-level pursuers, petty types who cling to the village. He sneered a little, What are you afraid of? You said it'd be an easy win earlier. Instantly Tang Mujin brightened. What is there to fear? I'm number one. Hong Jusen chimed in to tease, I'm the top-ranked Hong Jiolgi. Hearing that, Yicheng, annoyed, tossed a slipper at their heads. Number 1, my foot, you're still far off, you brats. He glared and instructed, remember this well, whether your throat's cut or your heart stabbed, you're dead either way. Think accordingly and act. Understood? Now spread out quietly and observe. I'll say it again, you don't have to kill everyone, just deal with anyone who knows how to make 5 rock powder or who guards the supply sheds. If you meet anyone, check their tattoos without hesitation. Anyone who's come this far is on the same side. Yicheng gave a cold order, let's go. At that command, the 3 split up and moved in different directions. Tang Mujin aimed for the largest house. He silently studied the house's structure from afar, then crept up to the door. Tang Mujin peered inside, a food storehouse, then he glanced toward the other 2. Tang Mujin carefully searched the nearby grass step by step. Just as he reached out to part the grass, someone startlingly appeared right in front of him. Who was it? Tang Mujin, without hesitation, dealt with him. His expression suddenly darkened, though he still felt a bit bewildered. Then he used lightness skill to move to the side of another house. Yicheng at the opposite window quietly waved to signal. He suddenly looked forward in surprise, which made Tang Mujin a bit more alert. Yicheng waved again, asking them to come over there. From inside the house, Ma Yong's voice suddenly rang out in scolding. The ones we accidentally brought back happened to know martial arts. Then by chance they got tangled with the Namyun clan. Is our Black Wolf Gate easy to bully? Do I look that gentle? Think I'm an idiot, you bastard. We already knew you were skimming by, yet you looked the other way while you pocketed scraps. What, aren't scraps filling enough? Merchant Yang endured the beatings and tried to make excuses. I'm truly wronged, I didn't know anything. Hearing that only made him angrier. You think saying that makes it over? Look at this scene. Ma Yong had beaten him enough to be tired and threatened him thoroughly. When we catch them, we'll see if what you said is true. Stay there and wait. He stormed out of the house. Ma Yong's eyes suddenly went wide with astonishment. Just as he began to ask someone a question, Yicheng swiftly dealt with him. Merchant Yang, lying on the ground, trembled at the sight. He blurted out, so it was Merchant Yang who arranged everything. I'm just asking a few questions. How many people in this area know how to make 5 rock powder? He answered fearfully and honestly, really, only the Namyun clan master. Yicheng immediately pressed his sword to Merchant Yang's throat. Then he sat down to level with him and interrogated him seriously. You didn't make up the name of the dead to cover things up, did you? Merchant Yang waved his hands frantically. No, really. Besides the Nam clan master, neither I nor Black Wolf Gate know how to make it. Everyone knows the components, but only he can concoct it and bring out its medicinal effects. He nodded when he heard that. All right, I believe you, so where are the ingredients kept? He stammered. The gathered materials are sent straight to the Namyun clan to be made immediately. Because the mine is damp, the drug's potency is reduced. Especially the Chu Za mineral. Whenever it runs low, it must be mined immediately. Yicheng listened, inwardly pleased. Then we just need to deal with that Chu mine. Thanks for your cooperation, Merchant Yang. The next morning, the 3 of them arrived at a cave. They looked at the pile of raw materials heaped before them. Yicheng reached out and drew all the poisonous vapors into himself. The thick poison fog filled the cave, forcing Hong Jusen and Tang Mujin to stay outside. He pressed his lips tight, dared not take a deep breath, thinking the poison was so strong he couldn't approach, so no more worrying about 5 rock powder in the future. After dealing with that cloud of poison, the 3 of them sealed up the cave. They silently left the mountain. The 3 walked along a trail together. Then they crossed a vast meadow. Yicheng, exhausted, said, "This is enough for now, let's rest over there a bit." Hong Jusen and Tang Mujin answered in unison, "Yes, old master." He praised them a little, "You've worked hard." He then warned that if the pursuers knew their limits, none would follow, but to stay cautious and take turns keeping watch for a day or 2. Tang Mujin obediently replied, "Yes." Hong Jusen eagerly offered, "I'll guard first, both of you nap a bit." He then turned to Tang Mujin curiously and asked, "Speaking of which, earlier in the den I found this. Is this valuable?" Tang Mujin exclaimed. "This is rare fortune iron, such a precious piece, and the black-robed had it. Although scarce, if mixed with other iron it might make a powerful material." Hong Jusen, curious, asked, "Is it expensive?" He immediately answered, "Of course." Meanwhile, Lai Deng over there squinted dismissively. "What's the fuss? It's just fortune iron." The other 2 remained absorbed in the found item, chattering excitedly. It's been so long since they've seen something good that their minds cleared up. Looking at a piece of iron and suddenly feeling sharp, what a thing, you idiots. The conversation made him sigh. They really are simple-minded. Thanks to that, I don't have to worry anymore. For a moment the space fell silent, but the silence was soon shattered again by the noise of Hong Jusen and Tang Mujin. "Sell that and split the money, okay? Your scrap, what did you say? This gang doesn't trade in cash." "Fine, trade for food at half price then. You're doing the same thing right now." Yicheng suddenly sat bolt upright, his face darkening. Then he rose and drew his sword, which astonished the other two. Yicheng slowly unsheathed his sword. Hong Jusen and Tang Mujin, bewildered, called out, "Old master, you suddenly grow cautious and speak up. Are you bothered by our noise? Then why did you suddenly shout for silence? Someone's coming, get ready." The whole meadow fell quiet. From afar, the feet of a group of people appeared. Pito appeared and shouted, "Which idiot's gone mad again? Oh, it's you, strange one." Yicheng mocked, "A healer being called mad, what's that about? Isn't Pito the great hooligan, playing with the scum who sold out the 5-Rock Mountain? What else would you call that?" He angrily drew his blade and taunted, "If you want to take mountains here, you have to get past me. Even a kid knows that. As long as they pay protection on time, I don't care who they kill or sell. I didn't plan to show myself, but I didn't expect to meet people." He showed no fear and squared off with Pito. "Protection fees, you're reduced to this over petty coin. If one day your neck breaks, don't say I didn't warn you." He lunged forward with his blade. "Reputation is everything, except that small risk. Pay your tax and bring your neck here. I'll cure your madness myself." Yicheng, fired up, drew his sword and charged. A beast living long in the mountains, clutching an elixir and learning human eyes and language. Let's see how big your elixir is. As the two rushed at each other, Pito's men also surged forward. Tang Mujin became a bit on guard. "I've never heard the old master say we needed to prepare, so at least Akui is a top expert, and this guy must be a master too." Yukon, eyes full of killing intent, rushed toward him. Two blades suddenly met. Tang Mujin's eyes widened in shock, and he was flung backward. Tang Mujin braced with his feet, unable to believe his eyes. "Even when I held back, he's still this strong." Jiang Sankey was no better off. Yukon gave him no time to react. He spun his sword and charged again. The blades intertwined with supple speed, moving so fast their forms blurred. They lunged straight at Tang Mujin. He barely managed a quick, smooth parry, and the internal force followed naturally. Clearly, he's a top-tier master, older than Jiang Sankey and with very few openings. Thinking that, Tang Mujin stamped his foot to borrow momentum and leapt forward, but he immediately circled behind Yukon. The furious blade sliced into empty air, leaving him stunned. Now behind Yukon, Tang Mujin thought to himself that victory might not be impossible. He jolted and turned to look back, but you didn't give Yukon a moment. Your sword was already aimed straight at him. But he quickly managed to dodge. By reflex, Tang Mujin planted his hand and spun around. Facing Yukon, he greeted enthusiastically, "Should I introduce myself first? I'm Tang Mujin." While inwardly very wary, the gap in internal power made him a bit dizzy. Yukon answered immediately and kept asking, "What's the sign?" Yukon, a little annoyed, said, "No need to say that," and you blurted out more. "As for your swordsmanship," Tang Mujin swallowed the following words, "quick but still something I can react to." The man opposite shifted his stance with blinding speed. "And you could only watch closely, just a bit faster, a bit stronger internal force, a firmer grip on the weapon, not a huge difference, but never mind, hit the heart and you win." Yukon lunged again unexpectedly. Tang Mujin dodged and whispered to himself, "Focus. One slip and you'll lose limbs, but I must advance." Even though his moves were as smooth as waves. The more you think, the clearer it becomes. But where waves rise, they also fall. Only the correct footwork can break the flow of energy. No matter how hard and crude a lump of metal is, keep hammering out the impurities and it will take shape. Medicine, metallurgy, swordsmanship. Finding the path is the same for all of them. Step by step, pierce deeper. Yukon opposite was also calculating. This guy seems to only dodge. But he turns out to be probing for an opening. The dodging distance shortened, and the thought made him even more delighted. "Feels great, I'll crush you." The momentum still favored Yukon's continuous attacks, but Tang Mujin was no longer only defending. He countered. The edge of his sword skimmed past Tang Mujin's leg. Yukon grew anxious. The strike missed by only a bit. Thinking that, he rushed in again. But this was the end of it. Just as it seemed he'd almost struck Tang Mujin, the latter suddenly leapt up. Agile and swift, he slipped beneath Yukon. The vows flashed back and forth, and in an instant Tang Mujin's resolve ignited. His gaze was now fixed solely on the man's silhouette. Eyes blazing, without hesitation he thrust the tip of his sword. Blood spattered everywhere. Yukon immediately collapsed, while Tang Mujin remained standing, a dense murderous aura radiating from him. He quietly examined the wound on the man's body, then turned to look at the decisive spill and thought about the form of the technique. Tang Mujin suddenly clenched his fist. Yicheng watched the scene and couldn't help but praise. "I let you use poison techniques to suppress, but you went a different, unexpected route. That move just now was pretty good, serviceable for now." Tang Mujin obediently approached him. "I thought he'd hate fighting and be hard to handle, but he seems to have won easily." Yicheng proudly said, "What do you think my swordsmanship is? Add poison techniques and it's hard to lose. I just don't want to personally kill someone I've treated before." He looked at Pito's body on the ground and sneered, raising his sword toward the benefactor. truly heartless. His face involuntarily twisted in troubled thought. He, on the other hand, was somewhat calm. To a beast, human morals mean nothing. I'm not without ingratitude either. If you knew why I went to Luoyang, you'd be startled. Tang Mujin, hearing that, couldn't help but wonder. What reason? Yicheng simply put on his hat in silence. No need to know now. Hong Jusen, hurry and pack, I'm leaving. He sat motionless, remaining still. Curious, you stepped closer to ask. Hong Jusen, you've heard, let's go. You're not hurt, so why the miserable face? Hong Jusen just hung his head in shame. I lost, old master helped me. Then he clicked his tongue and scolded himself like a fool. Maybe I should take a spirit pill. I can't be left like this. Tang Mujin teased. I told you you had no right. Forgot, he called back without concern. Hey old master, do you have any spirit pills? Yicheng replied indifferently that he didn't know, but there was a place with the ancient summoning pill. Hong Jusen perked up. Where? He unleashed a string of curses. People like you have no chance to eat a great rejuvenation pill, but it would be a shame not to swing by while we're passing. After some wandering, the three finally arrived at Shaolin. Yicheng slowly announced, this is the main territory of Shaolin, Songshan's Zai-Oshi Peak. Inside Shaolin were mainly senior monks. Hong Jusen ogled them for a while. He couldn't help exclaiming, really, it's only men here, old master. He burst into laughter. That's because women aren't allowed into Shaolin. Those monks are stubborn, doesn't concern us. Tang Mujin asked, a bit worried, but can we come and say we're here to repair a wooden automaton? Li Rong frowned and explained. Why not? They said they'd fulfill Shaolin's wishes. Why do you think it can't be fixed? You suddenly stammered about that. You only knew the name wooden automaton, nothing else. He reassured you at once. It's fine. If they can fix people, all the more they can fix a wooden automaton. Hong Jusen, curious, asked what kind of spirit pill they'd get if they repaired the automaton. Yicheng answered enthusiastically, probably a first-grade million exchange pill, nothing too much, right? He couldn't help exclaiming, just a million exchange pills. Then he turned to Tang Mujin, you fix it, whether many or few, I should get the reward, right? You nodded without hesitation. Of course you get it, I'll pass. Hong Jusen stretched and boasted, beg for spirit pills, my begging skills are top-notch. Yicheng interjected between them, warning, you don't even know what a summoning pill is and you're arguing modest name, but it's one of the top spirit medicines in the martial world. He excitedly asked, really, better than black peony? He shook his head in exasperation, black peony can't compare. Hong Jusen's eyes gleamed as he pleaded, endless after the repair, share with me half a summoning pill. Your mouth twitched, maybe about 10% at best. Suddenly a strange sound caught Tang Mujin's attention. He looked at the watermill ahead, puzzled. Tang Mujin ran over quickly to inspect what was hanging on the watermill. Then he looked down, he examined it closely for a while, and then voiced his admiration. The gears connected to the mill were turning a wooden axle. Both the gears and the shafts were crafted with extreme precision, not a wobble to be found. Why is there a mill inside this mountain? Who could have made it? Even a mill shouldn't need such advanced engineering. What did they build it for? And it's pretty large in scale too. Almost immediately, someone came sprinting from afar, steam hissing, which startled Tang Mujin. It was Dan Xiaoyong, furious and brandishing an axe. You bastard, don't just stand there. She swung the axe down at once. Fortunately, you managed to dodge in time. Because you dodged so hastily, Tang Mujin stumbled over a nearby rock and fell with a splash into the water beside him. You popped up annoyed, shouting, who are you? Why did you do that? No sooner had Tang Mujin opened his eyes than Xiaoyong's helper was standing before him. She clenched her fists with rage and yelled, are you the one who damaged the mill last time? You were stunned for a moment, a girl, then hurriedly waved your hands to deny it. Not me, it's my first time at Zai-Oshi Peak today. The others snorted at Tang Mujin being scolded. Deny what? They look exactly the same. As you wrung water from your hair, you honestly explained, really, it's an intricate gear system you don't see even in a prosperous city. I was just curious and took a look. You misunderstood. Do you harshly chide someone you just met, miss? She heard that and blushed, hesitating. No, never mind, just don't bother people who are busy. If you break another precious thing near the workshop, I'll teach this country a lesson. You watched Xiaoyong's angry retreat and felt awkward. Where did this woman come from? Hong Jusen teased, her scolding skills for a stranger are impressive. Tang Mujin, why not join Shaolin recently? He warned mockingly. You want to die, do you? Yicheng once more stepped in to restrain things. Don't be petty, he replied. Yes, old master. When you climbed ashore, you ground your teeth in resentment. I'm not foolish enough to think of sharing spirit pills with you. With that thought, Tang Mujin curled his lip in a sulky pout. He urged them on, don't dawdle, hurry up, you brat, behave. You obediently complied. Yes, old master. Greeting the three this time was Than-uk. What trouble have you caused now, Yicheng? The Arhat Hall master of Shaolin Temple, Chinguk, spoke warmly. Enter the temple before it's too late. Sins should be cleansed as much as possible. Shaolin's pride is undeniable. This is one of the 7 exalted supreme masters of fate. Tang Mujin looked at Chinguk in disbelief. If you could surpass the supreme threshold, it would be Manryok Seung. Could such a master really be the old master's friend? He bowed with hands clasped and greeted, I am Tang Mujin from the Sichuan City Inn. Hong Jusen beside him respectfully introduced himself as Hong Jusen of the Jewel Village, secretly admiring him. Appearance aside, he's quite formidable. Yicheng casually slung an arm over Chinguk's shoulder. Cleanse sins, it's too late for that. Hong Jusen and Tang Mujin were agitated at the scene. Could they really converse with Manryok Seung among supreme masters? He suddenly grumbled, skip the sermon, you monks. He immediately grew worried. Too late, could it be? Yicheng defended himself, it's not what you think. Then he hesitated and said, not yet. Chinguk involuntarily sighed with relief. But why have you come here? Who are these companions, your old, still taking disciples? He waved his hand to refuse, not disciples but companions. They will bring great merit to Shaolin. He looked a bit puzzled about the favor. Yicheng immediately put on a solemn face. It was a favor to help revive the Wooden Dummy Alley. Chinguk was momentarily stunned. Wooden Dummy Alley, revive it? That had been slated to be torn down and turned into a martial academy. The 3 of them instantly went rigid with disbelief. He panicked and shouted, what, when, who decided that? Cut to the villa, the hall master of Chubo Hall coldly refused. Please go back. Even as a friend of the Arhat Hall master, this is not something outsiders to Shaolin should interfere in. I've been overseeing Chubo Hall for 30 years and devoted all my effort to restoring the Wooden Dummy Alley, but I still haven't succeeded. The 3 fell silent. Rumor had it they'd offer priceless rewards. So many carpenters, mages, and mechanics came. Dozens gathered just to repair the Wooden Dummy Alley, but none succeeded. He sighed helplessly, yet hopes remained so high. Deposits were normal, material requests were absurd. Some took the job then ran, others stole secrets under cover of night. Scams nearly ruined the effort to preserve Shaolin. Tang Mujin pressed his lips to stifle a laugh as the hall master of Chubo Hall angrily continued to curse. Greed surfacing at the sight of treasure. Greed is born at the sight of things. If it's bothersome, better to erase it completely and root out the trouble. Besides, now the hall master of Chubo Hall is still young, yet wants to accomplish what neither carpenters nor mages have. If he were a master, would you believe it? Thank you for the offer, but I've decided, please return. He said that and quietly sharpened his ink brush. Tang Mujin and Hong Jusen stood dumbfounded for a moment. Yicheng then slowly spoke, the hall master of Chubo Hall has suffered much, doesn't even get a proper chance to speak. Experience is the truest teacher. But from my experience, strength isn't based on age. The proof is Tang Mujin standing before you now. The hall master of Chubo Hall immediately retorted that some things can only be learned through experience. He then laughed loudly, mocking, there's no loophole there, so I'll ask again. Did those previous experts ever experience the Wooden Dummy Alley? Saying that, Yicheng fiercely drew his sword. The man started up in alarm. What are you doing? If this is a joke, please leave. Master, even Tang Mujin beside him couldn't help calling out to the old man in shock. He darkened his face and teased with a joking tone, because you're always lost in old experience, I just wanted to give you a new experience. Don't worry so much. Those words froze the hall master of Chubo Hall, his eyes wide. Even you worriedly clenched your teeth. Yicheng, on the other hand, forcefully slammed his sword onto the table with excitement. This would be more thrilling than any prank. He then abruptly knocked the chessboard off the table. A box suddenly dropped into Tang Mujin's hands. Making him look at Yicheng in surprise, Yicheng casually signaled to Tang Mujin to show it to everyone. Tang Mujin was utterly confused. What is it? The sound of wood carving rang continuously in the quiet air. The hall master of Chubo Hall spoke softly. When I passed by, I only glanced at it, so the workmanship is still rough. With nimble hands, he quickly produced a beautifully posed statue. The hall master of Chubo Hall held the statue, inspecting it, thinking silently, Amitabha, could he carve such an exquisite statue in less than half a breath? If it were young hero Tang, maybe he really could fix the Wooden Dummy Alley. He was a bit startled. No, this isn't just a maybe. Just as the demolition order for the Wooden Dummy Alley was issued, a curious expert appeared, surely a sign from the Buddha. Apart from young hero Tang, no one can repair it. The storeroom door was pushed open. The hall master of Chubo Hall reminded in a soft voice, it's been 7 years since this place opened to outsiders. Take your time to inspect it. You are the last people to see the wooden dummy alley. Tang Mujin looked at the long row of wooden dummies before him and was suddenly struck speechless. This is he said softly, the wooden dummy alley. If only there were records. The archives hold only Buddhist scriptures and martial manuals. Repairs will have to rely on you to figure out. We entrust it to you, young hero. Tang Mujin clasped his hands in farewell as the elder left, his gaze resolute. Tang Mujin began removing the wooden figure's supports. He suspected each wooden figure looked different. Surely over centuries many craftsmen had worked on them. Yicheng asked skeptically. Strange. These statues are so delicate any skilled craftsman could make them, so why has no one succeeded in 300 years? He softened. Is Shaolin just keeping them safe, or has the world exaggerated things? The elder shook his head in denial. Without an unusually large reward, there must be some hidden reason. Rumor says the wooden dummy alley can move like it's alive. Isn't it just that the statues are so finely made they look like they're moving? Do you think Shaolin is foolish? In the distance, Hong Jusen stopped pounding on a wooden dummy and shouted in a high voice, Diamond Sutra leader. Yicheng said sternly that there was definitely a secret hidden inside. Hong Jusen slapped the dummy's face hard, producing a piercing clang. He suddenly froze and then screamed. Tang Mujin stepped forward, puzzled. What are you doing? He asked, trembling. When I hit the statue's face. Its leg moved. He was startled. Does it really move? Hitting the face makes the leg twitch. Tang Mujin slapped its face hard. The joints of its arms began to hiss smoke. The wooden dummy quickly counterattacked and knocked him away. Tang Mujin was stunned. It wasn't the leg but a punch. Yicheng helped him up, wondering aloud, could it be that all the remaining figures can move? Now it's clear why the sect leader said so. Anyone claiming they could repair this was 100% a fraud. Even the massive rewards pale beside this. Tang Mujin turned in shock. Hong Jusen suddenly shouted, Endless path, old master, look at this. They examined the mechanism inside. He said softly, could this be what makes the wooden dummy alley operate? It looks exactly like the wooden axle that the young lady's steward was watching over, doesn't it? It seems to be connected to the outside. He leaned down and called out loudly, Hong Jusen, come over and help hold this. You're flustered. What? Just turn this and it's done? Yicheng asked skeptically, what are you doing? He explained softly, if I'm right, when the wooden axle turns, the statues will move. Hong Jusen was stunned as it began to stir. The two of them together turned the wooden axle. The mechanisms inside spun steadily without stop. Above, creaks and squeaks echoed incessantly. The wooden dummy suddenly trembled. Its limbs shook and quivered continuously. It abruptly raised its arm and punched forward. Tang Mujin cried out in delight, it's moving. The old shoulder joints of the wooden dummy creaked. Then it suddenly crashed down to the floor. Tang Mujin was stunned, holding the full history of Shaolin within him. It was both a secret manual and a living martial text. The wooden dummy alley, if one could see it intact as it was 300 years ago. Could I repair it? He wiped sweat and stared at the wooden dummy. Yicheng said softly, can you fix it? Tang Mujin grinned eagerly. I don't know yet, but I will definitely fix it. The mechanisms under the floor only made him more excited. Time passed. Tang Mujin quickly ran toward the hut ahead. He wondered to himself as he headed west out the temple gate, Dan lives in that hut, maybe he knows something. Could the hut's owner really understand such advanced techniques? Tang Mujin looked at the courtyard that kept emitting sounds. He kept staring at the mechanism. There was also a wooden axle here, identical to the one that powered the wooden dummy alley. As the sect leader had said, he must know something. It was strange to keep looking. Finding even a small clue would be good. The gears suddenly stopped. Tang Mujin pulled out some wood excitedly. He'd have to cast new gears. If he repaired it while the owner was away, he'd probably earn some credit, right? An angry voice behind him rang out, ruining the mechanism and shamelessly denying it, now daring to show its face here. Xiaoyong raised the staff and warned sternly, you there, do you dare lie? Get out of here, he shouted in alarm, Miss with the staff. Miss, you misunderstand, I only came to ask one question. The sect leader told me to find old Dan who lives here, saying he is the one who understands the wooden dummy alley best. She angrily kept attacking him, saying that if the sect leader's name is mentioned, she should be convinced. Tang Mujin kept carving wood with raised voice. It's true, truly 100%. I was even allowed to repair the wooden figures. Xiaoyong was stunned. The sect leader really allowed it. Her body froze and Tang Mujin seized the staff from her hand. Tang Mujin took advantage of the moment to snatch the staff from her hand. Xiaoyong looked at the piece of wood in his hand. She turned back in shock. Xiaoyong suspected, were you running away while filing those broken gears? Tang Mujin cupped his hands and said loudly, forgive me for not introducing myself sooner. I am Tang Mujin from Sichuan. May I ask you, miss, do you know old Dan? Xiaoyong raised the staff and said loudly, if it's the person the sect leader mentioned, go back toward the hut. Xiaoyong pointed at the grave and said loudly, he's gone, my father has passed away. But if you want to find the person who understands the wooden dummy alley best, Dan Xiaoyong, then that's me. Tang Mujin was embarrassed. You mean you're the one who knows the wooden dummy alley best? Xiaoyong said sternly. Shaolin, do you think ordinary people can just wander in? Yes, they can't enter, but I'm not lying. I'm the only one who can solve the wooden dummy alley's secret. Tang Mujin was taken aback. She said softly, in return, show me something interesting, and I'll specially reveal my secret to you. Tang Mujin stared ahead in awe. What is this? Before him were detailed sketches of the mechanism and a dense array of wooden dummy models. She stepped in softly. We're probably about the same age, so speak naturally. This is my secret workshop. I don't fully understand it, but you're going to repair the wooden dummy alley, right? Xiaoyong was excited. All right, I'll tell you everything about it, but on the condition that you repair it for my son. Her eyes brightened. Tang Mujin was confused. Son, wait, you have a child. Xiaoyong recounted softly. They say the wooden dummy alley was created by my ancestors, and it's been several hundred years since then. My clan served Shaolin for generations, and all the secret techniques were passed down orally, because they were passed only to the males of the family. Over many generations, the oral teachings were misunderstood. Misunderstanding led to mistransmission, and the original form gradually became distorted. Shaolin was always wary of martial knowledge spreading outward, and in the end, everything remained only as legend. An empty legend. Xiaoyong carefully looked over the records. She explained softly, these are the notes my father gathered before he died. He only recorded what he saw and probably didn't understand much. My father was kind, but not particularly clever. Tang Mujin was embarrassed. I can't make sense of what it says. How do you understand it? She held up a cam wheel and said softly, this. How did you make it? If you're confused, I'll just do it. She said loudly, me too, something like that. You seem clever. Sorry, I was a bit harsh. I've met too many frauds lately, you understand. Tang Mujin was too embarrassed to speak. Could it be she also has the observer's dream? He wondered skeptically about her asking him to repair it on behalf of her son. Xiaoyong walked over to the blueprints. She picked up the stack of papers from the ground and said softly, if I had a son, that boy would repair it for me, but for now I can only do what I can. He turned pale in shock. If she had a son. Xiaoyong continued calmly, this matter originally belonged to my younger brother, but he's now beside my father, so for my part, I've spoken with my father's and my brother's graves. They entrusted the task, so I won't tidy the graves until it's completed. She took his hand gently and said, now I'll explain each part to you. Hearing Xiaoyong enthusiastically introduce it, Tang Mujin was flustered. What kind of story is this? A plan, a dream? Completely unlike the young women my age in Chengdu. While they're busy with makeup, embroidering dresses, and playing with little trinkets. While she, on the other hand, swung the staff and chiseled wood to fight with a technique no one could decipher. Even if the plan succeeds, no one will know it was her doing it, for the name on the record will be Dan Xiaoyong's son. Tang Mujin thought resolutely. She has poured her whole heart and life into preserving those secrets. For whom? Does she want to become a Buddha or something? Tang Mujin asked suspiciously. Why would she voluntarily shoulder this? Even if her son fixes it, she won't see it herself. When her hair turns white, are you sure she won't regret it? After all, it might all be for nothing. The gear in his hand suddenly cracked, shattering into pieces before his eyes. Xiaoyong snorted. She couldn't stop clutching her belly as she laughed loudly. She slapped his shoulder and said loudly, when I was young I thought the same. My father looked like a fool, always hanging his head like a criminal because he couldn't fix the wooden dolls. But the funny thing is, the villagers whispered and looked down on him, while the Shaolin monks never said a word. So I grew to hate it all the more. Or perhaps deep down I knew my father, my son, and even my grandsons would live the same way. So I decided, with my own hands, I would make this foolish wooden doll move. The story that I became Shaolin's benefactor would spread, and the Dan family would no longer cling to Shaolin. If people think I'm ridiculous, fine, I've chosen this path. Tang Mujin watched her stride out proudly from behind. He stood inside the house, pensive. He looked back at the blueprints, bewildered. She's decided, just go for it. No planning, a reckless woman staking her whole life on a bet. Absurd to the extreme, but this is the coolest clan revenge story I've ever heard. Miss Dan, or rather Miss Dan the heroine, whether it's fate or not, I'll help you. Help you write this romantically vengeful tale. A bowl of wine was placed in his hand. Xiaoyong asked suspiciously, how did you know I'd bring wine and hold it out already? I only drink when I'm in a bad mood, but today I have to drink it all. Will you help me? For each cup I'll explain a part, listen carefully. Tang Mujin was stunned. Indeed, Miss Dan the heroine. Xiaoyong cried out excitedly, bottoms up. Tang Mujin smiled and nodded. They clinked cups together. Xiaoyong enthusiastically explained. First, this diagram here, this section connects into the inner wall of Shaolin. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but I grasp its structure clearly. The moon rose higher. The drawings on the wall remained there. Tang Mujin snapped awake in a panic. He looked around flustered. How much did I drink? I don't remember. Did I do anything out of line? Probably not right. He awkwardly clambered to his feet. But where did she go? He poked his head outside. The moon hung high, casting the silhouette of a young woman in the distance. The stream gurgled on without stopping. Xiaoyong sat on the edge of the stream and raised her voice in song, as if harmonizing with the scene. Tang Mujin watched her embarrassed. Xiaoyong kept singing out loud. The bushes nearby rustled. Xiaoyong smiled happily. Tang Mujin ran back to the hut. He lay down on the floor. Old memories resurfaced in his head. Dan Xiaoyong, no one is born wearing the title of hero. My father used to tell me that now is the time you can leave this place. If the wooden dummy alley is repaired, can Dan Xiaoyong leave? Tang Mujin shouted angrily, Father, don't you feel suffocated? We're not servants either, forced to watch the Qingkang sect's moods all day. I hate it, any slip and we're mocked or beaten. He sighed softly, there are times like that, it feels like being locked behind a fence. But because of that fence, our family could focus on medical arts in peace. It sounds odd, but with patients brought in every day, isn't that great for learning? Being able to use honed medicine to heal people in the city, that's even better. He scooped Tang Mujin up in his arms and spoke cheerfully, maybe you don't understand yet. I'm this tall, you're that tall, and your children will be taller still. Think of growing a little each generation until you're a tree reaching the sky. Even if I can't become a divine doctor, Tang Mujin, try reaching your hand up high. He obeyed and raised his hand. He said softly, we can still become divine doctors. So just think how far you can go. The farther you and I go, the more people we can save. Just think about that, how's that? Qingkang sect isn't worth much, right? Sunlight poured in and woke him up. Tang Mujin sat up, dazed, looking around. Sunlight danced on the window frame outside. Xiaoyong outside never stopped practicing on the ground. Tang Mujin looked toward her. He smiled full of confidence. Yicheng said sternly, must have been a very fun night, endless confusion. What are you saying, sir? Hong Jusin panicked, old man, what fun night. Do you keep replaying those crude descriptions, this and that again? Hong Jusin shouted, you scoundrel, you secretly swallowed the spirit pill by yourself again? He bellowed. Not that, what I mean is Tang Mujin has surpassed you. I heard everything about Miss Dan from the chief's report. Kid, stop making up weird stories. I'm researching the wooden dummy alley here. Yicheng slapped his shoulder hard, sternly. Hey, planning to hit someone to cover it up, that's rude to Miss Dan. This one charges like a honey badger whenever teased. He clenched his fist, vowing he'd one day give him a punch. He raised his voice, so, have you found any leads to repair the wooden dummy alley? Tang Mujin wondered if he'd gone out and slept without gaining anything. It may take a few months, but it can definitely be done. He said softly, you're only saying it will take time because of Miss Dan, aren't you? You curse angrily, you old rascal. Yicheng stepped outside sternly, then I should also take care of some personal matters. Are you doubting there's someone up to no good? He shouted. Am I the constable or what, supposed to rush out and catch crooks everywhere? It seems it's time to start the work I've been postponing for so long. I'll compile a medical book that gathers all my knowledge. Bright sunlight danced on the hut's roof. Xiaoyong asked doubtfully, traveling with such a famous physician, are you a doctor too? He replied, just a strange old man. Luckily, he quietly writes medical texts. Otherwise, he'd have disrupted the wooden dummy alley repairs. Even that Hong Jiulgi has gone down to the village to beg, so I can focus on the repairs. She murmured admiringly, truly interesting companions. He exhaled in irritation. What's interesting? Everyone's whimsical, maddening. She raised her voice, but at least we can concentrate on the work. But can it really be finished in just a few months? You understand the principle that makes it move, but Tang Mujin was excited. Once you know how, construction is quick. The wooden dummy alley I saw reacts differently depending where you hit it, though it only moved twice before breaking down. If my plans are accurate, that's great, but we still need more clues. Xiaoyong nodded. For now, build a prototype wooden dummy alley. We must test whether it moves as drawn. This is the central part that transfers power from the water wheel to the wooden dummy alley. If as predicted, it will move like this. If it's truly related to the spot that's struck, simply hit here and it will move. Seeing Tang Mujin keep smothering a laugh, she blushed in a panic. Don't laugh, I'm explaining so you understand. Tang Mujin said softly, sorry, I'm not laughing, it's more like a cough. She panicked and shouted, what's the difference then? She pointed at the diagram and continued, in short, since it's a prototype, make it smaller. The central part must be reduced too. Make me 6 of these first, half an inch thick, 1 foot long. Tang Mujin picked up the chisel proudly. Leave it to me. The scorching sun hung high, and day and night alternated without cease. Tang Mujin shouted excitedly, done. We haven't tested by striking it yet, so first see if it moves okay. He quickly grabbed the crank. The gears inside moved incessantly, beginning to mesh together. The gears gradually turned. The wooden dummy's arm twitched lightly. The wooden dummy slowly moved, and the two of them stared at it. The wooden dummy raised its arms and legs. He shouted excitedly, it's moving. See, just as I said. Xiaoyong reached out, astonished, and picked up the wooden dummy. Its elbow joint lifted high. Xiaoyong stared at it intently. Tang Mujin stood to one side, smiling as he watched her. A few days later, at Shaolin's regular meeting, a familiar voice rang out. I heard someone repaired the wooden dummy alley. Is that true? The hall master of Chubo Hall said softly, yes, that's right. Someone has just taken on the job. Qingbok asked skeptically, you've struggled for so long. Why change your mind now? You originally planned to dismantle it in winter. He fumed inwardly, thinking he'd finally be rid of that thing blocking the lights. Then he said, I heard the one who took the job was the young hero led by the Phantom Doctor. I'm very displeased that Shaolin's affairs are tied to the Phantom Doctor. Isn't he the sort of person who could at any time become an enemy to the martial world? Who knows how many innocent people he's killed on his own? Chungguk replied sternly, from what you say, it's as if Yi Cheng only kills innocents. You know full well most of those he kills are villains. He shouted in criticism. Yet he kills or chops off hands for not handing over the family medical texts or for refusing treatment to those who can't pay. Can you understand that? They debated heatedly. The old man raised his voice. Didn't we decide his merits outweigh his crimes? Which sect or noble family hasn't benefited from Yi Cheng? Has anyone ever heard of him refusing to treat the poor? He said solemnly, Yutran may not know, but how the 10 kings of hell will judge is uncertain, and the Phantom Doctor's followers are no different. The old man retorted that young hero Tang isn't a disciple, just a companion. Chungbok shouted, not a disciple, aren't they of the same ilk then? Jinjiol shouted to stop them, enough. Yi Cheng's temperament is rough, but he's someone who knows how to tell big matters from small. I've heard the young hero finished the wooden dummy alley outside the mountain gate. And that's the real issue. Doesn't that mean Shaolin's martial techniques could leak out? Everyone understood the significance of that. The hall master of Chubo slammed the table in anger, claiming 1 or 2 wooden dummy alleys could reveal martial secrets, and now a skilled repairer has finally appeared. Are you planning to stop the repairs? Asked Abbot Chinjiol. Chinjiol said sternly, of course not. Think how to build them within Shaolin's scope. We shouldn't use the code of law to punish those helping Shaolin. Fate like this should be cherished, especially while the sect leader is in seclusion. Meanwhile, Hong Jusen stopped biting his lip in fear. The people behind were also in a panic. Excitement spread. The head steward's voice rang out, the 2 monk heads. They hugged each other, exclaiming, good heavens, those 2 monks are so lucky. Hong young hero, 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 years. Xiaoyong asked curiously, so you won't come every day anymore? Tang Mujin sighed softly, looking at the code of conduct master's expression. Seemed there was no other choice. But I can't complete the wooden dummy alley alone, so I asked permission to make components here and assemble the full mechanism inside the inner courtyard. Still, will that be okay? It will, right? Xiaoyong was swooned by his look. She said softly, if it's just completing it, I have no objections. He rejoiced and cried out, really, that's great news. It really is. He looked ready to ban the repairs outright earlier. Chinjiol's glare scared me to death. Have you met him? I'm not joking. His face is as sharp as a cleaver. But don't worry, I'll definitely arrange things so it won't affect the repairs. He said loudly, all right then, so what should I work on first today? Seeing his cheerful face, Xiaoyong sighed. She said softly, don't get carried away, focus on filing the gears properly. He promptly replied, yes, ma'am. The dusklight spread everywhere. Hong Jusen called out loudly, has everyone eaten yet? They laughed and replied, we're full of energy today, just skip a bite now and we'll go. He said softly, it's fine, brother, enjoy your meal. Hong Jusen bade them farewell. Then he went to teach the children martial arts. Hong Jusen playfully joked and roughhoused with them. Wang Bong strode up from behind and boomed, hey, brother, spare a bite. Anyone watching would think you're the inn's proprietor. Hong Jusen cheered, brother Wang Bong. He raised his voice, Wang Bong, Dingfeng branch leader planning to rake in a big haul tonight. Hong Jusen watched them, thinking to himself that Vaunton had gone down to the village. It's been 10 days since he left the master. Unlike Shaolin's strict discipline, this village was full of vitality, and he looked around with excitement. Tired travelers from long roads, putting Shaolin's sightseeing on hold, and even wealthy merchants on excursions, disappointed the scenery wasn't what they'd expected. Night at the inn where all kinds of travelers gathered. Dice kept clattering onto the wooden table. He marveled at the constant din from the dice tables. Winners shouted and cheered non-stop. Losers sat slumped in misery. Brother Wang Bong said there's no easier way to get money than the gambling table. He was like a demon drawing coins from the gamblers who laughed gleefully. Meanwhile over here, someone from the back suddenly shouted, "Young Hero Hong, why are you only arriving now? I've been waiting for you until my neck hurts. Come toss the dice for me a bit." Hong Jusin glanced at the silver in the man's hand and pursed his lips. My way of taking money is a little different. It started the first day I followed that brother. At first I tossed the dice for fun. 5 times in a row the heavens answered with double sixes. So you're a six-handed man, they even call you the dice god. Probably just a coincidence. Come on, toss again and see. The dice rolled and came up double sixes again. Everyone fell silent in astonishment. Faces that others couldn't roll in 50 tries. When I throw, I hit once in 10. Rumors spread like that, and he was hailed as the dice god. The annoying part was having to endure other people's jealous stares. Speaking of the rules of this dice game, if the roll is 7 or less, the house takes all the money. If it comes up 10 or more, the roller takes half the total bets. If it lands 8 or 9, the house takes 7/10. And if it finally comes up 12, the roller gets 9/10 of the house's pot. In short, this is a kind of gambling you absolutely shouldn't get involved with. The old man across from him said sternly, "The house has won." Hong Jusin turned and warned, "I'll say it again, not always will the dice show good faces." The old man waved his hand, it's fine, don't worry, just throw." Someone cheered, "The player Hong is here." He said firmly, "Don't talk nonsense now, okay? I'll only throw exactly 10 times, understood?" Hanya nodded repeatedly, "Toss away to your heart's content." He raised his voice, "All right then, I'll start again." The dice were tossed amid everyone's tension. The dice faces turned and his face went pale. Finally the dice showed a 6. The others whooped with joy. The old man over there grabbed his stick and swept the silver together. Hong Jusin panicked, "Is this guy really okay? He looks off today." Hanya clutched a shrinking purse, trembling. Seeing that stunned face, he didn't dare to ask. The shouts for bets dwindled down. The one who hired them was at fault, I don't even know. Even if he returned the alms, the old man would just bet it again. The dice were cast, and all eyes fixed on them. The dice rolled across the table, and Hong Jusin couldn't help but tense up. The pair of dice came up double sixes. Shouts of joy rang out non-stop. It came. They hoisted him up, praising him without end. "Long live young hero Hong, long live." He panicked inwardly, thinking it's time to leave. When one person's luck grows, the casino's displeasure doubles. The cheering never stopped. Again, they didn't show malice yet because they were still hopping to borrow his luck. I learned that a beggar's greatest virtue is reading faces. He said softly, "Stop here. After a big streak, bad luck is bound to come. The next roll will probably be the worst face." He dropped a few small coins into the beggar's bowl. The man kept thanking him. "Thank you, sir, truly thank you," he said softly. "Buy something nice for that kid to eat, okay?" Wang Bong watched the father and son beggar pair walk away, and said quietly, "The more I look, the stranger it seems. Begging that way is odd, but giving away every last coin is odder still. Don't you regret it?" He explained calmly, "Because I've never used money, and I won't in the future either." The man pulled a bun from his robe and said softly, "Indeed, the eldest son of the righteousness sect is different. I suspected as much, so I saved one for you too." He replied, "Many thanks, brother," Wang Bong cheerfully said. "No problem, come show us the fun again tomorrow, okay?" With that, the man walked off. Hong Jusin watched Wang Bong's retreating back, when a voice behind him called out, "Hey, young lad, want me to read your fortunes?" Peng Chun smiled warmly with twinkling eyes. Hong Jusin asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" He wondered. "A beggar after my bun." The old man said softly, "Check my memory. My looks are so special I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Peng Chun, they call me the Great Harvest Beggar." He was stunned, so it was a senior. "I'm Hong Jiolgi," he replied. Peng Chun cheerfully offered, "So want me to read your face?" "I'm quite accurate," he added. Peng Chun proudly introduced, "I am Peng Chun, master of the great Feng style. Besides profound martial arts and vast learning, I can even divine heaven's secrets. I am also a Taoist of the Kunlun sect, expected to make a name for myself. But talented people cannot stay in one place. No one can stop my wandering footsteps. And naturally, I became a wanderer across the Jianghu, spending decades from a rolling stone. I finally became the Great Harvest Beggar's 6th protector. I thought I had reached an age where nothing new would come, but at the sight of your face for the first time, even my old heart could not help but stir." Hong Jusin said he had no gift to offer. The old man laughed heartily. "No matter, it's just that I'm curious." He lowered his voice, "Then why don't you let me try once? The old man looked at him cheerfully. Thank you, boy. Hong Jusen flustered. Thank you for what? Peng Chun gripped his face. The old man spoke with delight. Actually, since watching the dice just now, I've been suffering. Hong Jusen was embarrassed with his eyes exposed. The old man examined his features without missing a single spot. He thought with amusement that it truly was a strange face. It should have been the look of one who died before even learning to walk, but because he survived, its meaning changed. A face so pitch black that even the surrounding light reflected strangely. A wanderer with a visage that calls money and luck to him. And moreover, a look that knows how to seize and hold fortune. Is it thanks to that he escaped a short life? Hong Jusen, how flustered are you, elder? He tugged his ear and said loudly, the face is clear, though we do not know what tomorrow holds, at least you won't starve to death. Hong Jusen secretly sighed, luckily I had no gift, but at least I have some steamed buns. The old man chuckled happily. All right then, by the way, little fellow, have you reached the third tie? Could you be a branch leader of some sort? Hong Jusen answered excitedly. Yes, I am Hong Jiolgi, branch leader of Jewel Village. Peng Chun doubted. Jewel Village? Across the beggar sect, I know all the branch leaders and have never heard of this place. Or perhaps a country bumpkin who learned some martial arts and falsely claimed to be a branch leader. One who studies martial arts but forges a title will have his danchin immediately destroyed. He studied him for a long time. Peng Chun suspected that someone who didn't know martial arts yet dared to fake it. Didn't he know that was a grave crime worthy of severing the leg meridians? He went over to the beggar and asked softly, Elder, have you eaten? The man replied happily, thanks to you, I haven't had to worry these past few days. Thank you very much. Peng Chun was even more puzzled. He was neither arrogant nor greedy for wealth. On the contrary, whenever he had money, he gave it all away to others. I could let it slide without punishing him. If other schools or elders meet him, his danchin will be smashed immediately. Let's test whether his luck matches his looks. He called out loudly, you are Hong Jiolgi, right? Want to play a wager with me? If I win, I'll take one of your things. If you win, I'll teach you martial arts. How about it? Hong Jusen was flustered. Yes, after a face reading comes a challenge from me. Is he that free? Elder, after all I've learned some martial arts. The old man seemed doubtful, not looking very powerful. Martial arts, you say? Peng Chun's figure flashed away as he called out loudly. So it turns out you really have learned something. If you also learn my martial arts, you'll achieve even more. I'm quite strong, he said. Hong Jusen panicked. Since when was that? Darn mangy dog. He quickly swung a stick at the old man with glee. Hong Jusen shouted, staff strikes two dogs, bad dog blocks the way. Peng Chun dodged warily. Even the move names and motions superficially resembled beggar staff arts, but only as clumsy imitations, and on top of that he mixed in many other moves. Many crude techniques layered on one another, forming a complex martial art. The old man stopped. A heavy pressure straightened and pressed onto the ground. Hong Jusen panicked. A massive hand aimed straight at him. The force of that hand left him no time to react. Peng Chun smirked. Isn't this enough to place the bet? The brat Hong Jusen thought in a panic, if that elbow fully extended. He said softly, that's enough, you'd be dead. Such a supreme master wants to teach. He asked quietly, what's the wager, elder? Peng Chun tossed the dice loudly. Let's play one round. Whoever rolls the highest number wins, and he immediately agreed. The old man called out, I'll roll first. The dice rolled out a total of 4. Hong Jusen doubted, if I get 5 or above I win, right? The old man grinned, of course. He exclaimed excitedly, then I'll start. He tossed the dice down. They clacked and fell to the ground. The faces added up to 9. He cheered, 9, elder, look, I won. Hong Jusen froze. Peng Chun touched the dice. He flipped them over to total 2. He was bewildered. What are you doing? The dice just. Peng Chun shouted, what? I rolled 4, you only rolled 2, you lost. He was stunned. How could that be? The old man said smugly, see, if you want to change it, you can. He looked at the old man skeptically, a supreme martial artist, yet the elder seemed a bit slow. You can really change it. I've been losing constantly lately. I can't miss this chance. 20 years of wandering, causing trouble is my daily life, elder. Hong Jusen reached out toward the dice. He thought to himself, change the number back to the original 9 just now, 2 years. Why am I trembling like this? His heart raced too fast. What's wrong? Why? He glanced to the side. Peng Chun was radiating an oppressive aura. He panicked, murderous intent. The overwhelming killing aura of a master. He panicked, knowing that if he reached out any further, his arm would be broken and his neck snapped instantly. To lose is the path to life. The old man closed in and said smugly, not changing. Then I win, right? Pity, but once wagered I must take it. Peng Chun held a rope and called out, I won, didn't I? Hong Jusen looked over in terror, eyeing the rope in the old man's hand. He shouted in alarm, you can't do that, please give it back to me. The old man still wore a friendly smile, but the killing intent around him did not subside. Peng Chun sneered, if you've lost the bet you should know how to accept defeat. This round is truly entertaining. Use whatever luck you have left wisely. This round must have already consumed quite a bit. He suddenly glanced behind him. Hong Jusen angrily grabbed his club and shouted, I said give it back to me. The old man narrowed his eyes and said softly, daring to use your fate as a gamble is the privilege of youth. But if you can't tell the times, you'll only suffer later. I've warned you, if you don't understand, that's your problem. He grit his teeth in panic, I know that much, but Peng Chun stepped away cheerfully and tossed a stone at him. He snapped angrily, I absolutely will not hand that over. Peng Chun turned back in annoyance and growled, you should count yourself lucky I only punish false branch leaders to this degree. Otherwise your danchin would have been smashed long ago. Hong Jusen screamed, fine, even if you behead me I won't hand it over, leave it and go. The tension between the two reached a peak. The old man said sternly, if you're so set on testing fate, do you dare gamble one more time? This round's stakes are your danchin and your right arm, I'll wager this rope. He thought smugly that if the fellow was sane he'd withdraw. The dice began to fall. He told himself the man's fate was not yet sealed. He did not want to end him with his own hand. The dice landed on a total of 4 again. Jusan trembled nonstop. Peng Chun's expression darkened. He quickly stepped forward. The old man was a bit surprised. After all, he still planned to risk it. Then the old man's killing intent increased. Hong Jusen was crushed under the pressure and panic. He thought in terror that the killing intent now was far denser than before. His shoulder wanted to reach out, his elbow instinctively drew back. His legs wanted to step forward, his knees trembled wanting to retreat. His whole body seemed to scream for him to run, so strong it made him feel faint. He told himself he couldn't lose this rope again. Even if they reversed to one-on-one, he still had to roll the dice. Peng Chun called out loudly, what are you doing, brat? Just 2 steps, how long do you expect me to wait? Hong Jusen thought to himself, that's right, 2 steps, use the pain to forget the killing intent just a bit more. He trembled as he picked up the pair of dice. Peng Chun continued to exert pressure on him from outside. The chances I gave you, you failed to seize. Therefore the winner is me. As agreed, I will shatter your danchin and cut off your right arm. With one arm left, you'll still be able to beg for alms. For a beggar, that's not a bad capital to start with. The spurting of hot blood startled the old man. He bit the flesh of his shoulder and ripped it free. Hong Jusen immediately seized the opportunity. He kicked the pile of dice with quick feet and the dice flew far away. Peng Chun was utterly flustered. Hong Jusen quickly snatched the rope. The old man looked on in panic. He suddenly collapsed to the ground, Hong Jusen's body smeared with blood. Peng Chun looked at the dice totaling 3 at his feet. He eyed him skeptically. Some weaklings faint from pressure, but tearing your own flesh to overcome killing intent. If it's fake, just make a new one. What a crazy obsession. Even if I ignore it, sooner or later his danchin will be shattered. But with this fellow's stubbornness, he might be worth taking as a disciple. If he were my disciple, surviving 3 tribulations wouldn't be surprising. I never expected to take a student. The old man quickly sealed his acupoints. He slung Hong Jusen over his shoulder, muttering, truly a man of great fortune, not ordinary at all. My eye for physiognomy is indeed sharp. The bright sunlight shone on Shaolin. Yiching said softly, do you intend to follow Great Harvest Beggar Elder? Hong Jusen replied, yes. Though it sounds unbelievable, because I won the dice he said he'd take me as a disciple. He said loudly, Great Harvest Beggar is a venerable man worthy of trust. Now you're a bit steadier, right? He gave a wry smile, not entirely. Perhaps Master doesn't expect me to stay long anyway. Yicheng said softly, very well, I await your great achievements. He clasped his hands earnestly and said, thank you, sir. Tang Mujin prodded at his wound, drawing out a long tone. See you later. The beggar. He then turned back to tease the fool. Tang Mujin warned, don't wander off and get cut up again. Hong Jusen waved farewell to the two. His figure gradually receded. Tang Mujin stood on Shaolin's steps watching his back fade away. Tang Mujin smiled softly. Hong Jusen was also excited and looked forward to what lay ahead. 2 months had passed since Hong Jiolgi left. The renovation work had also entered its final stage. The old man's manual was nearly finished as well. An endless pack hung on his back. He looked up as a yellow leaf drifted down. Autumn had arrived. It's hard to find a fool like me, right? I wonder if that begging kid managed to get much alms. The temple at the foot of the mountain was peaceful. When it was stirred by the monk's chatter, is it really done? Are you really that concerned with the exterior? The interior is what matters. Still, I'm so excited I haven't slept for days just because the wooden dummy alley is nearly finished. Probably true, right? Don't tell me it's another scam this time. Don't say such unlucky things. Even the strict hallmaster Chubo trusts it, so it should be fine. Of course, even Hallmaster Chinjial is eagerly awaiting it. A monk spoke up, if that's the case. Everyone, let's open the doors. The heavy gates were opened. The scene inside left them baffled. This is. Inside are wooden dummies, someone shouted. So this is the true visage of the wooden dummy alley. They murmured among themselves. It looked as if they could spring to life at any moment. Now I understand why the ancients told such tales. I thought the idea of the wooden dummy alley moving was just a 3th-century exaggeration. From outside, Tang Mujin stepped in and said, "The wooden dummy alley can live and move. It's neither legend nor hyperbole." His face was full of confidence. They muttered, "Of course it moves. Is the wooden dummy alley real or just bragging? Did that odd doctor actually help fabricate this?" Tang Mujin reminded them that the wooden dummy alley wasn't mere decoration. If it were, it wouldn't have taken so long nor required the help of young martial monks. The wooden dummy alley is the optimal training mechanism. They stood stunned. So this is. You prying up a plank with a wooden bar, the genuine wooden dummy alley. The sound of gears turning rang out. The group of monks froze in disbelief. The wooden dummies ahead began to move. They raised their arms and then lowered them. This frightened them. My heavens, it's really moving. Tang Mujin wore an expression full of confidence. He continued to pull the lever, and the wooden dummies began to spin left and right. The monks silently chanted, Nam Mo Adi Da Ph Let 180T. Tang Mujin revealed the training method. Very simple. Advance while performing techniques that match the stance of the wooden dummy before you, while parrying the counterattacks of the 36 wooden dummies which respond to each movement. You only need to push straight to the end of the corridor. Of course, do not use internal energy. The wooden dummy alley will break. So who wants to try first? They pushed each other. You go first. No way, why would I? A brave hand finally rose. Jingbok stepped forward to take the task. His steps halted before the row of wooden dummies. He thought to himself that he only needed to launch the first move and then advance. Let's see. Ever since becoming one of the 10 realms, my martial skill has stagnated. For years I couldn't break past the bottom of the peak realm. In my already dim eyes, what stood out most was the wooden dummy alley wall casting a shadow over my dwelling. A Taoist once said, the feng shui of my place is blocked by that wall. That comment has lingered in my mind. So what if the wooden dummy alley moves? It should have been torn down long ago. I'll prove the wooden dummy alley is useless. Jingbok began to fight the wooden dummies. The monks behind murmured in admiration. His hand slashed toward it. Jingbok gathered his strength into a palm strike. He slammed it straight into the wooden dummy. I'll smash this wall to pieces. The monks kept exclaiming. Jingbok counted each beat. 1, 2, 3. As the number of wooden dummies felled increased, the monks grew ever more excited. And Jingbok launched a punch. By the 5th one, the monks were debating. Wouldn't it be better to adopt the little red step stance there? How about blocking left with the 7-star fist? No, using the copperbow Buddha salute to deflect would feel more natural, right? 7-star fist is correct. Using the copperbow Buddha salute would limit the next step. True, but 7-star fist isn't perfect either. Miss a beat and you lose your balance immediately. Tang Mujin thought to himself approvingly, good, the mechanism is working perfectly. They watched his performance intently. The monks applauded, congratulating him for 5 steps on the first try. Just as Jingbok said, don't be mad just because the wooden dummy alley hit you. Right, don't forget it was resurrected after 300 years. Is he angry? He's not losing his mind, is he? Jingbok was trembling all over. Jingguk urged, oh no, get up. Stop Jingbok. Tang Mujin froze, stop him how? He warned that with his high pride and hot temper he might smash the wooden dummy alley outright. Not that bad. Jingbok had long hated the wooden dummy alley anyway. Jingbok yelled, it's insane, utterly mad, unbelievable that such a thing exists. Now I understand why the abbot coveted it so much. The wooden dummy alley is not just a mechanism but a riddle to solve with the body, a living repository of martial techniques. He turned to you and called, listen, Patron Tang. You've gifted Shaolin an invaluable present. If I had a great completion pill, I wouldn't hesitate to give it to you. So what martial art will one comprehend at the end of the wooden dummy alley? The fist technique is the White Lotus Divine Fist. The footwork is the Buddha's Shadow Ethereal Step. I found them beneath the floor following clues during the restoration. The other monks were surprised. White Lotus Divine Fist, Buddha's Shadow Ethereal Step. I'd never heard of them. They jostled to take a turn. Head of Dharma Hall, Ching Huan stepped forward. The wooden dummies ahead were ready and waiting. Their boldness was exactly the outcome the Infinity Group wanted. Someone hurriedly twisted aside to dodge an attack from a wooden dummy. I was careless. The next participants were defeated in no time. Jinjiel watched the scene coldly. Bruises appeared on the monks' bodies unexpectedly. The wooden dummy alley even used feints. Truly Chingguk. One breath, one step, impressive. No wonder they call it harmonize the ordinary to myriad roots. Tang Mujin thought inwardly that the solemn monks were like children with joy now, even Cheng Bok, who once said he hated it. If only Xiaoyong could see this. Jinjiel turned the matter to you. We're all excited. Shouldn't patron Tang get a chance? The one who repaired it should get to enjoy it too, right? Others chimed in agreement. Maybe patron Tang knows the solutions better than any of us. Hallmaster Chenjiol, please, shall we let the patron take the place then, if everyone agrees? Tang Mujin jumped down. He thought to himself, fine, I'm the only one who knows all the answers. Xiaoyong and I turned every record over to restore it, so of course I know them all. Let me perform a bit, shall I? Tang Mujin announced, then I'll begin. The monks in the back followed with their eyes. Chenjiol listened coldly to the cheers in his ear. Well done, patron Tang, that's it, watch that kick. He thought to himself that the highest record was 11 steps by the vigor monk. Tang Mujin's footsteps moved. The beauty of a puzzle lies in the thinking process to find the answer. The joy rediscovered after 3 years. No one has the right to take it away. He approached the wooden dummy. Tang Mujin encouraged himself, just 12 steps, come on. The monks stared blankly at your performance. There were smacks all around. This time their eyes were open. You had advanced to the middle of the wooden dummy alley. They helped Tang Mujin 9-10. You easily slipped past them. 11. Now Tang Mujin was facing the 12th one. Those at the back could only watch in astonishment as you charged forward. Someone said you even went one step further than Cheng Bok. Impressive. Patron Tang, you thought to yourself, as planned, they don't realize I purposely failed earlier, do they? Seeing you return, Chenjiol had to admit you went the farthest, Patron Tang. If you wanted, you could reach the very end. Tang Mujin forced a smile and denied it, no way. He pressed the point, but you felt a sting, have I been found out? Chenjiol suddenly brought up, do you know the 3 major precepts Dharma left behind? First, women are not allowed to enter the monastery grounds. Second, those expelled from Shaolin may not return. Violators will have the tendons of their ankles cut. Third, before formally becoming a disciple, one must never self-learn or steal martial arts. Violators will be executed or have their meridians destroyed. I ask you, Patron Tang, who did you take as master to learn the White Lotus, Divine Fist, and Buddha's Shadow Ethereal Step? Tang Mujin froze at that question. You thought inwardly that he had already set a trap, like a spider hiding a black heart behind a calm face. Tang Mujin spoke up, you never said things like this before. Yicheng shot him a sidelong glance too. A loud shout rang out, Chenjiol. He turned around puzzled and asked, what is it? It was Cheng Bok questioning. Why, this is the wooden dummy alley that Patron Tang restored after months of hardship. And after seeing results far beyond expectation, you say things like that. No, not just results, he resurrected the wooden dummy alley after 300 years. This achievement surpasses any peerless elixir. He asked again, isn't that so? What coldness from Chenjiao. Cheng Bok retorted angrily, what do you mean? Wooden-headed fool, an elixir benefits one person. But the wooden dummy alley brings enlightenment to countless people, rekindling passion in those who spent years in practice. Even lost martial arts were restored thanks to it. Isn't that right? Chenjiol cut him off. Listen, so what if Cheng Bok, clearly Patron Tang, has violated the precepts? He argued back, that's not what we're discussing. Now is the time to show gratitude and think how to repay him. Isn't that the duty of practitioners and the way of humanity? Chenjiol had his own reasoning, very righteous. But precepts require no debate or excuse because they are precepts. I also believe Patron Tang must be duly rewarded for his merit, but at the same time his meridians must be destroyed or his life taken. Cheng Bok was shocked, what, not compensating merit with punishment but executing both at once. Chenjiol's face darkened, killing intent radiating. Those around were terrified. Tang Mujin stood behind watching his retreating back. Chengguk stepped forward. Chenjiol, I watched you grow up, but I never thought you'd be this kind of person. I'm truly disappointed. You were surprised, Senior Chengguk. Others chimed in. That's right, after this, how can Patron Tang and this other patron even face Shaolin? What if this story spreads across the martial world? Everyone will call Shaolin a den of evil. What excuse will we have? Chenjiol was heavily criticized by them. The great doors were opened. The divine monk entered and said, before the patrons, what a great shame this is. He advanced step by step into the hall. Yicheng whispered, it seems the divine monk has ended his seclusion. Tang Mujin was surprised, the divine monk. Cheng Bok walked up to the abbot, keeper of the commandment hall was. A commanding pressure emanated from him, carrying authority. Silence. An aura like a vast circle of righteous chi radiated out. Tang Mujin was terrified as he sensed it. The divine monk spoke, proposing punishments for those who break the precepts is the authority of the keeper of the commandment hall. He said sternly that there was to be no argument. The monks bowed their heads in obedience. Yes. Yicheng lamented that the keeper's power wasn't to decide punishment outright but to propose an open discussion. Indeed, the divine monk is truly the divine monk. Tang Mujin asked curiously, what do you mean by that? Jinjiel clapped a few times to draw everyone's attention. He announced that tomorrow an emergency council would be convened to discuss the matter. Anyone wishing to speak should come to the longevity hall. Yu and Yicheng remembered these words. The place returned to its usual quiet. Everyone departed. Night fell at that bridge. On the bridge, someone was sitting and waiting. Xiaoyong raised a hand to greet Tang Mujin. Why are you only getting here now? The wooden dummy alley worked great, right? You replied, of course. The monks were scared right off their feet. Why are your hair down today? Rare sight. She asked excitedly. Really? Tang Mujin recounted, of course. The abbot was as tall as ever. Qingbok tried first. And at only 6 steps, the wooden dummy kicked him, sending him sprawling. He is the Mountain Gate Master, mind you. Xiaoyong was proud. See, even the Mountain Gate Master couldn't crack the puzzle we made. What about the other monks? Did anyone reach the end? You continued. Everyone tried, but the 11 steps of the Vigor Monk at the Arhat Hall remain the highest. She leaned in closer and then, who was next? Tang Mujin embarrassed. Are you that curious? Xiaoyong smiled brightly. Yes, indeed. You hesitated. She was curious. No, eager to know. Tang Mujin stood and reenacted it for her. Then I'll tell you. The second challenger was Chen Chuan, head of the Dharma Hall. How the Shaolin masters fell one after another. The bright moon shone down. You happily demonstrated it again. Xiaoyong sat to the side as audience. Tonight was a full perfect night. On the mound below, 2 plates were placed. That night you asked Xiaoyong, now that the wooden man is fixed, what will you do next? She answered me, I'll stay in town and repair the water mill. Tang Mujin advised, are you planning to stay here your whole life? You'll never see it again. Wouldn't that be a pity? You'll never see the wooden man in person. Now it's time for that negotiation meeting, and you still remember what you said last night. You'll never see the wooden man. Everyone else saw the wooden man for the first time, but I saw it when I was 10. Jinjiel spoke. I believe all those present have arrived. The meeting will now begin. The main issue is the punishment for Patron Tang. You have violated the third of the 3 major precepts. First, we invite Patron Tang to plead his case. Tang Mujin gathered himself to prepare a statement. You spoke up. I don't understand this current situation. Over the past months, while repairing the wooden dummy alley, I experienced many aspects of Shaolin. Was I wrong to think that during that time I had gained Shaolin's trust? Keeper of the Commandment Hall, do you truly believe I repaired the wooden dummy alley to steal Shaolin's martial arts? Saying that, Tang Mujin stood up abruptly. He denied it at once. No. You continued, and yet you still think I must be punished. Jinjiel replied, the precepts are the precepts. Tang Mujin slammed his hands on the table, both hands trembling. You reminded them that one thing you realized while repairing the wooden dummy alley was that anyone who fixes it cannot avoid comprehending the White Lotus Divine Fist and Buddha's Shadow Ethereal Step. Jingbok listened silently as they went back and forth. Tang Mujin continued, but if one considers that even gaining insight into those 2 arts is still a crime, then hasn't Shaolin spent the last 300 years casting a line, waiting for someone to take the bait so they can punish them? At that remark he thought for a moment, then announced that claiming learning those 2 arts is inevitable when repairing the wooden dummy alley was indeed a bit forced. If a carpenter who knows nothing of martial arts repairs it, could he possibly comprehend those techniques? If you could repair the wooden dummy alley without learning those arts, there would be no issue. Tang Mujin replied, so what exactly do you want me to do? Join Shaolin. Jinjiel retorted, it's too late. That cannot change the fact that you acquired Shaolin martial arts without the orthodox transmission from a senior monk. As far as I know, the precepts remain in full effect. Is that the entirety of your defense? Tang Mujin bit his lip, trying to endure. Yicheng intervened, saying that accusing him of stealing martial arts was a strange way to put it. First, shouldn't we consider the meaning of that term? If you are a beggar with not a single coin, what can a thief steal from you? Jinjiel answered, nothing at all. Yicheng continued, if you are so poor you don't even have a grain of rice to eat, can that thief steal your next meal to fill his own stomach? He answered, no, he cannot. Yicheng confirmed, exactly, my point is no one can steal what you do not possess. From my observation, yesterday not a single person knew the names of those 2 martial arts, let alone the specific techniques. Then how did he steal something you didn't possess? In fact, I think the issue should be viewed from another angle. What is the real difference between restoring a martial art no one knows of and creating an entirely new one? Did Tang Mujin really steal a martial art you never learned? Or are you the ones happily accepting the martial art Tang Mujin invented? Moreover, I don't see anyone here performing the nine-bow ceremony to formally take Tang Mujin as a master. Jinjial scolded angrily, "You're going too far, Phantom Doctor." He slammed the table. "Yes, I'm going too far, but you're no innocent bystanders either. Buddha bear witness, both lines of argument have gone too far. Just as the endless path never demanded you become its disciples, you have no right to impose your precepts on Tang Mujin." The other disciples looked at each other in confusion. The room fell completely silent. Tang Mujin froze, thinking to himself that this was not merely going too far but a complete sophistry. Is he trying to use sophistry to counter unreasonable precepts? Or is he just taking a mad gamble for the moment? Or is there another motive? Every time he acts abruptly, I can never guess what he's thinking. Is this really the right way to negotiate? What will happen next? The divine monk spoke. "I think everything that needed to be said has been said. Now, who believes Tang Mujin should be held accountable for violating the precepts?" He announced and asked for hands to be raised. The first hand went up from Chinjial. Everyone stared at the stubborn man. The divine monk added, "Who believes Tang Mujin need not be pursued for responsibility? Raise your hand." So it was clear, hands shot up in succession. Everyone present raised their hands. The divine monk said, "I have only one question left to ask Patron Tang. Outside is a patch of peace. Inside the room," he asked, "now that you've finished repairing the wooden dummy alley, what do you wish as compensation?" They awaited his answer. Tang Mujin needed more time to think. "You thought about the art of negotiation." Yicheng glanced at the youth beside him. Tang Mujin decided, "The greater rejuvenation pill." Yicheng was pleased. "Yes, always start by asking for a high price. You proposed, I want the greater rejuvenation pill." The room fell back into a hush. Now it was Tang Mujin's turn to wait for their reply. The divine monk agreed, "If so, tonight I will bring it to you. For now rest in the guest room." As promised, that night he brought the whole pill. The great rejuvenation pill radiated a brilliant energy. The divine monk supported Tang Mujin from behind as he cultivated. He helped because he felt Patron Tang's danshan was too small to absorb that amount of energy, so if left alone it would scatter. Guide that energy through the Ren and Du meridians, the 20 pillars of the human body. That way, the potency of the greater rejuvenation pill won't dissipate but will gradually stabilize. The fierce energy from the greater rejuvenation pill had softened. Vo Tiletter opened his eyes, sweat pouring down his face. The old man's hand rested on your shoulder. It stabilized. Patron Tang, the power won't scatter anymore, but the best time to absorb it is tonight, so training is better than sleeping. Wishing you outstanding attainment. Cut to another scene. Yicheng sorted the pile of documents, looked at your chi, and said it seemed somewhat under control. Tang Mujin replied, "Yes, sir." He praised, "You truly have talent, but among those who have used the greater rejuvenation pill, you're the only one who hasn't reached the first rank realm. Even that divine monk might not know." You were surprised, might not know, is that the kind of thing he says? You told me to start bargaining for the greater rejuvenation pill, who expected they'd hand it over so easily. Yicheng reminded, "All right, clean up and prepare to leave early." Tang Mujin asked curiously, "Leave right now? Have you finished the book?" He answered, "Almost finished." Tang Mujin, "Take your time, then wait a bit longer so I can finish the book I'm writing now." Yicheng's expression grew serious. "You explained you've been holed up at home for months and still haven't finished. How could you write on the road? Besides, more troubles will show up, won't they?" His demeanor became overexcited. Since when did this badger start thinking of others? Did taking the greater rejuvenation pill change your temper just overnight, that sudden? Tang Mujin hurried to explain, "No, it's just that you're too unfocused. You write a few lines, then vanish for days, idle all day. I thought you were contemplating, but it turned out you were just dozing. I heard you write excellent medical texts, so I had high hopes. What a disappointment." Yicheng replied, "There are still many monks who need treatment." His gaze fixed intently on you. Tang Mujin realized, so that's it. He gave a slight curl of his lips. "I'll wait a bit longer too. Tell me when you're ready to go. I know, young people these days are really cheeky. Use the medicine force of the greater rejuvenation pill moderately, okay?" Elsewhere, seeing you arrive, Xiaoyong asked, "You're here? I thought you left." Tang Mujin answered, "Leave. I'm not the sort to go without saying goodbye." Seeing her tie a large bag, you asked curiously, "Are you leaving?" Xiaoyong revealed, "I'm going down to the village. I've already told my father and senior brother." Since the wooden dummy alley was completed, I felt uneasy inside. "I'll visit the water mill from time to time, but I can't stay here." It feels suffocating, so I've decided to leave this hut. Having said that, she tightened the straps on her luggage. You thought to yourself, I also feel uneasy. I obtained the greater rejuvenation pill, but in truth, Dan Xiaoyong quietly prepared to leave, leaving no trace in anyone's memory. I feel like an imposter. She carefully wiped the sweat from your cheek. And you, are you leaving right now? Tang Mujin replied, me, I'll wait until he finishes the book. Until then, I'll make time to go down to the village whenever I'm free. If I come too often, will I bother you? The staff was hooked into Xiaoyong's luggage. She felt at ease. No, I'll wait. Xiaoyong raised her hand. She waved a few goodbyes and then left. Tang Mujin watched from behind and exclaimed, indeed a true Dan heroine. His expression turned serious. He turned back to look at the wooden house behind him, where branches were piled everywhere. Tang Mujin recalled what she had said that night. Can't you see it? I've been watching it since I was 10. And he ran straight into the house. At this time, the town below was crowded. Xiaoyong was helping carry things for the shop. A group of monks arrived. They picked a table and sat down. She listened to their conversation. You only took 3 steps. Really, I'm serious, the third wooden post was soft before. If not, I would have taken 5 steps already. A monk blaming the mechanism. Who is the one who restored the wooden dummy alley after 300 years? The cloth in Xiaoyong's hand was placed on a monk's head. Sorry. It's indeed more impressive than the rumors said. The whole shop echoed with apologies. Night fell, the sky darkened, and the shop's lights were on. Xiaoyong sighed as a long day came to an end. That's it, every time wooden dummy alley is mentioned, they react the same way. A familiar voice sounded. She said, did you get anything done today? It's been half a month since I last saw you. I thought you'd already left. I said I'd say goodbye before I leave. I'm leaving tomorrow. She looked dejected when she heard him. Really? Tang Mujin stood up and said, then, follow me, there's something I want to show you. Xiaoyong was surprised. What is it? The moonlight shone gently down. On the road, he carried a lantern to light the way for her. Xiaoyong followed and asked, which direction are we going? He interrupted, this way, right? She couldn't help asking, what exactly do you want to show me? She thought to herself that they'd stayed up countless nights building the wooden dummy alley together, but Tang Mujin replied, it's better to see it in person. Xiaoyong hesitated, wondering if it was safe to follow a strange man at night like this. She asked directly, does it have to be at this hour? Your attitude is so vague, always hinting there's a reason, just wait. Xiaoyong remembered he had said he'd leave tomorrow. He pointed to one side, it's coming over there. A look of astonishment appeared in her eyes. This is, don't tell me. Tang Mujin was now standing beside a box. Xiaoyong felt a little hopeful. Don't tell me it's real. He declared, I made it so you can see it without closing your eyes. Tang Mujin's hand lifted the lid of the box. Open your eyes wide and look. The waterlight made Xiaoyong's eyes glitter. As the lid opened, inside were 2 rows of wooden dummies. He said, we mustn't let the keeper of the commandment hall catch sight of them, so I'll have to take them down tonight. But I stayed up all night to make this. How about that? Tears of emotion fell onto the wooden dummy. Images of Tang Mujin as a child appeared in Xiaoyong's mind, and all the times they had always been together. And then she was left alone. As Xiaoyong tirelessly carved the wooden dummy, Tang Mujin was just as busy. The night sky was unusually quiet. Suddenly Xiaoyong's scream rang out. She poured all her strength into crying out. Xiaoyong's fingernails had dug deep grooves into the ground. She hurled clods of earth toward the wooden dummies. Xiaoyong vented, throwing dirt at them, but her eyes showed a strange joy. Tang Mujin stood to one side with a small smile. He sprang up high and jumped down. Tang Mujin was just as excited and happy. Xiaoyong felt he was always by her side. The two of them were like children causing mischief with full enthusiasm. Laughter echoed through the night. The wooden doors fell open to both sides. They played until tired and looked at each other. Behind the thick cloud of dust, a shadowy figure stood watching there. It was Chinjial, a killing intent radiated from him. Opposite him were the 2 who had just been making a racket. Tang Mujin thought to himself, keeper of the commandment hall, why is he here? What if he reports this to Shaolin? The monks certainly won't defend me again. I have no reason left to plead. If only I were involved, I could manage. But what about Dan Xiaoyong? Should I run or fight? Even if I risk my life and beat him, would that be okay? Chinjial called out, Patron Tang. Silence settled between them. The bead in Chinjial's hand turned slightly. Do not worry. The thing the patron fears will not happen. Tang Mujin was surprised, so you won't punish me. He denied it, of course not. I never wished for the patron to be punished. I know I may seem stern and distant, but I'm not stubborn to that degree. It's just that my position forces me to act that way when needed. I understand why you were suspicious. But since Miss Dan left and when the patron began making small wooden figures and moving them around the yard, I have been watching. If I truly intended to harm the patron, it would have happened long ago. Tang Mujin was surprised. You were watching me. Qinjiao corrected him. To be precise, I was watching the Shaolin monks, because if another monk discovered what the patron was doing, there would be no way to avoid punishment. You were puzzled. You convened a council, nearly cut my tendons, even tried to kill me, and now you say that. He took the initiative to admit his fault. I apologize for that time, but I had no other choice. The three great precepts were established to maintain order in Shaolin. They were never created to harm outsiders, and it is the duty of the keeper of the commandment hall to enforce them, even if that duty means being cursed and humiliated. To speak those harsh words and take the blame is my responsibility. The corner of his mouth twitched, surprising Vo T letter 1 I have never seen him smile before. You watch quietly from behind. Qinjiao continued, in the end, this world is very much like a river. It keeps flowing and keeps changing. Since Shaolin was founded, countless clans, schools, even nations have risen and fallen, broken apart and been reborn. If the world is a river, then Shaolin is the raft drifting upon it, and a raft cannot escape the current. The leaf in Qinjiao's hand was dropped into the nearby stream, and it drifted along with the flow. The water carried the leaf winding between the stones. They stood on the bank watching. The three of them were silent. No one spoke. Only after a while did Qinjiao speak. Thus, the founding patriarchs of Shaolin created an anchor to keep Shaolin from being swept away. Tang Mujin knew he meant the three great precepts. He added that it's not just the three great precepts, but also 10 rules upheld by all the monks. Under those rules, Shaolin seeks no profit and does not meddle in political power. Thanks to those rules, Shaolin can stand firm against the world's currents, and because of that, it has endured for hundreds of years. We quietly wait here on Song Mountain until true chaos comes. Those rules were granted to us by the Dharma, and the keeper of the commandment hall is the one who ensures that anchor stays in place. Tang Mujin pondered these words. He asked curiously, but doesn't that mean I would be bound by those rules too? He replied, Patron Tang is not part of the raft called Shaolin. You are only a leaf carried along by the current. A leaf no one worries about whether it will sink or eventually reach the sea. And this old anchor has no intention of binding a free leaf. Qinjiao repeated, as I said, I exist as Shaolin's anchor. Tang Mujin was inwardly astonished. An anchor for Shaolin, really? The two sank back into silence. He couldn't help but ask, isn't that burden too great for one person? Tang Mujin waited for him to open his. Qinjiao's hand gently patted his shoulder. He smiled kindly, is that such a big deal? Dawn gradually broke. The fire that had burned through the night was dying down. The wooden dummies had been reduced to ash. Only 2 round clumps of earth covered in grass remained on the ground, and the leaf had drifted to a calmer stretch of river. Tang Mujin finished packing his belongings and slung them on. The monks came to see the two of them off on their journey. He accepted the bundle the monk handed him. Meanwhile, Chungguk was chatting with Yicheng, when suddenly Qinjiao stepped up to Tang Mujin. He had one wish. He hoped the patron would reach the wide sea. He cupped his hands in return. You take care as well. The monks waited until they had walked out of sight. They had gone as far as the temple gate. The two of them stepped out quietly. Tang Mujin walked while observing his surroundings, his gaze fixed intently in one direction. Facing them was Xiaoyong. Tang Mujin stepped forward and asked happily, you came to see me off? Xiaoyong replied, see you off. I'm coming with you. I'm tired of Song Mountain. He was surprised. Coming with me? Do you even know where I'm going? Of course I do. Chengdu, Sichuan, right? I'm eager to see that irrigation system with its hundreds of water wheels in person. Tang Mujin revealed, Sichuan is much farther than you think. Actually, that irrigation system isn't all that impressive in real life. The road will tire your legs, sleeping outdoors every night, food sometimes scarce, the routes full of bandits and forest brigands. While he rambled on, Xiaoyong grew furious. Tang Mujin added, besides, for some reason, whenever you travel with him, you tend to attract all sorts of scum. She replied coldly, you don't want me to come along. He smiled brightly, no, not at all. I only mean to warn you this trip will be arduous and long, and worst of all, you won't be able to bathe regularly. A small stone was launched and hit him accurately. Yicheng warned, you've stayed off and on at people's houses so much, and this is the end result, getting stabbed in the belly like this. If you're a man, you should take responsibility, miss. If you regret it later, you can still fix it now. His foolish look isn't because he hasn't lived much. Tang Mujin protested, responsibility for what? I've done nothing that requires me to be responsible. Xiaoyong sprang into action. Whenever I help him, he never notices. All the gear and pots were to save up travel money. I'll never regret it. What are you two doing right in front of me? And who exactly are you? Yicheng replied, do I look like an official? No, perhaps matchmaker would be more accurate. Xiaoyong blushed, matchmaker, and you stammer. The old gentleman laughed to reassure them, don't be so startled. Dusk fell and they arrived at a riverside eatery. Yicheng had a reason for choosing this place. I picked it because it seemed the quietest. He pulled out a chair and sat at the table. Seeing the table shake, Xiaoyong wondered aloud, why is the table trembling so? You're full of experience, don't bother him when he's hungry. He's sensitive right now. Yicheng grunted, the place is empty. Why is the food taking so long? I hope it's worth it. The proprietor, flustered, brought a tray of pastries. Oh heavens, sorry to keep you waiting. My younger brother has been ill lately, so I've been overwhelmed. Tang Mujin realized, so that's why I was wondering why an inn in a port town was so empty. The owner replied, it's truly unlucky. Today 7 out of 10 customers came and I had to turn them away. I wish there were a physician in town to see him. But since the town doctor died of old age, we've had to wait for the doctor from the neighboring village to visit occasionally. I don't know how long we'll have to wait this time. Tang Mujin asked about the condition. May I take a look? What are the symptoms? The shopkeeper was surprised. You're a physician. You modestly say it's ordinary, but Yicheng opposite added, ordinary or not, he is indeed a physician. That settles it. A meddlesome physician endorsed by Yicheng, one of the 3 great doctors. He smiled and ordered them to continue speaking. When they were led there, Xiaoyong was astonished. This is. She stepped up to where Tang Mujin was sitting. Below was a long line of people waiting. What's going on here? He turned to ask Xiaoyong, you're awake. Word must have spread that I treated the patient yesterday. I expected a crowd, but this exceeds my expectation. Sorry, but could you ask the symptoms of the people in line first? Xiaoyong agreed. She focused and questioned those around her about their conditions. Everyone listened attentively to her. Tang Mujin watched Xiaoyong with admiring eyes. Suddenly he was slapped hard. Yicheng teased, you'll be busy for days to come, all because you're trying to score points with Miss Dan. Deny it if you can. Not true, you told me to treat them, he replied. Don't you believe me? He said. You didn't even take proper fees, just showing off, aren't you? The tray held only a few small coins. Yicheng sat down beside him and kept teasing. Youth indeed, he replied. I also know you take fees according to the patient's purse. Isn't making money your part of our partnership? The phantom Dr. Yicheng, one of the 3 great physicians. People below murmured, the 3 great physicians, the phantom doctor, isn't he famous? I still prefer experienced physicians. Many of them quickly shifted to line up on his side. The plan worked. Tang Mujin beamed. What are we waiting for? There are patients waiting for you. He sat and observed Yicheng examining patients. He checked a patient. You're not sick, just starving. I'll pay the innkeeper in advance. For the next few days, eat a meat bun here every meal. Pay whatever you can or whatever suits you. Next patient. Yicheng rolled this man's trouser leg up and saw it covered in boils. Suddenly, the bun shop owner gaped in surprise and looked in one direction. While Tang Mujin was still unaware, Xiaoyong was busy with her own task. She was about to ask the next person's symptoms when a man passed by and accidentally bumped into Xiaoyong's shoulder. Tang Mujin noticed the commotion over there. A man came over panting. Someone called out, that bastard's here again. Doctor, please don't treat that thug. Yicheng was puzzled why. This man held up a bandaged leg. He's the one who broke my leg. He steals, beats people for no reason, does nothing but harm. Treating him will only cause more victims. The newcomer looked awkward upon hearing that. He then pressed tightly on the injured ankle. Yicheng cautioned, don't worry about that. Just take the medicine on schedule. I'll handle the rest. He called next. The line went on continuously until nightfall. At the table, he asked curiously, so you still treated that man in the end? I thought you'd chase him off. He broke that innocent person's leg. He replied, have you ever seen me refuse a patient? Well, not really, but treating him might cause even more people to get hurt. Yicheng raised a cup and drank. He set the empty cup down. Then he opened up. When I was young, before I'd even studied medicine with my master for a full year, I caused a trouble. 10 fighters came to me, accusing that patient I once treated of being a dark path killer who murdered 8 innocents. I escaped by claiming ignorance. But after facing countless similar incidents when people get angry because I treat someone they hate, I spent the next few years treating only patients who wouldn't bring trouble upon me. Then, something happened. Someone came to confront me, Yicheng. Why did you treat the son of a notorious criminal, and you still call yourself a righteous martial artist? Have you forgotten the righteous path? Or do you intend to side with those heretical scoundrels? Countless men with swords came to settle the score. The boy was gravely injured, and murderous intent filled the air around where Yicheng stood. They threw the boy before him. His face was bruised, and when his eyes opened, they were bloodshot. One of those men suddenly screamed in pain. They had been sliced by sword chi. Yicheng continued, I felt no urge to apologize, nor did I guilt myself over treating that boy. Instead, a new question formed in my mind. Why did I act that way? What had changed? What are my standards? The reason I was enraged was obvious. I would not tolerate them nearly killing an innocent youth, nor did I approve of them injuring a patient I had just treated. But honestly, I still couldn't find my true standard. Tang Mujin guessed perhaps the rule was to still treat children, even if they were the offspring of notorious criminals. Yicheng shot back, what counts as a child? 10, 11, 12, do we let them die? Suppose I decide not to treat the children of notorious criminals anymore. What if a criminal brings a seriously ill child begging for treatment and claims it's not his own? But what if the child's face looks just like his? What if the child isn't biological but a beloved foster child? Or what if the criminal has truly repented? So what truly makes someone evil? Just because people call someone a notorious criminal, does that make them evil? Is killing always evil? What if they had no other choice? Between one who kills a person and one who cripples 10, who is worse? Tang Mujin fell silent at that explanation. You want to hear the result, so what did you finally decide? He went on, as you have seen. Unable to devise a perfect standard, I chose to follow an absolute one. Age, good or evil, public opinion, consequences, none of it mattered. If there was illness, I would treat it, no exceptions. From that day, my world finally became clear again. Even so, from then on, a famed righteous physician was seen as outside the sects. I lost my formal titles and became known as the Phantom Doctor. Talking about old times lost its charm, even drinking lost its taste. Tang Mujin interrupted, but what if? What if that standard conflicts with another standard? Yicheng asserted there would be no such conflict, because that is my sole standard. Having said that, he raised his cup and drank. Yicheng called him by name, Tang Mujin. Think about what you've done for me up to now, compared to what I've done for you, which side is greater? Tang Mujin replied, I'd like to deny it, but I know I've taken more than I've given. Yicheng confirmed, that's right, you owe me. Just remember that. The next day they continued treating patients. The following patient. Someone came to find them. Greetings. The man introduced himself. I am Siop Yang, a physician from Jiyuan town. I came to thank the great physicians for treating the patients in my town. You even treated patients I, with my limited skill, couldn't cure. Therefore, could you visit the Beak clan in Jiyuan? There's a patient I can't identify the illness of. Tang Mujin turned to ask, what should we do? Sir, we've already treated every patient in this town. Yicheng's voice brightened with interest. The Jiyuan Beak clan. That is the family of the Sword King. The famed hero of the Great War between the righteous and the wicked, the Sword King, was born into an obscure, humble family and relied on a rather ordinary sword technique, yet rose as a prodigy to reach the supreme realm using those lowly things. Thanks to exceptional talent, farsightedness, and a brilliant reputation, third-rate fighters and minor clans flocked to the Jiyuan Beak clan seeking hope. They pooled funds to build Jiyuan Beak clan's greatest symbol, the 10,000 Men Wall. The 10,000 Men Wall is the greatest proof of the Sword King's influence, but nobody could be sure the descendants of a genius would inherit that genius. Upon arrival, the head of the household came out to greet them, thanking them for coming despite the long journey. He introduced himself. I am Beak Chuseo, head of the Jiyuan Beak clan. Yicheng bowed and used a false name. I am Yi Kaiyan. This one is an inexperienced physician and the young lady is merely accompanying us. No need to concern yourselves about them. I've heard of the young lady's condition. May I take her pulse? Beak Chuseo agreed. Of course, please follow me. He led them inside. Beak Chuseo guided them toward a closed gate. Tang Mujin walked while observing the surroundings. Beak Chuseo stopped on this side. The chamber door was opened. He introduced, this is my only daughter, Beak Hyanga. She weakly sat up and apologetically said, forgive me for having to receive guests from my bed. The young lady is Beak Hyanga. Seeing Beak Hyanga's pale, lifeless face, he quietly wondered. She looks as if she's never seen sunlight. What on earth is this illness? Even by the hearth with warm incense burning, the whole room felt chilly. Why is the diagnosis taking so long? Yicheng called to Tang Mujin, you try taking her pulse too. He stepped forward and placed his hand on Beak Hyanga's wrist. Excuse my rudeness, miss. And you, please ask Beak Chuseo for more details. When did the young lady's body temperature start dropping like this? He replied, since she was about 6 or 7. Yicheng continued, and around 12 she began coughing blood. He confirmed, yes, you must have heard Dr. Siop speak of it. Tang Mujin detected that the qi and blood that should circulate through her kidneys, liver, and spleen were all blocked. No, had they been completely severed? Yicheng denied, no, I've merely seen this symptom before. Beak Chuseo anxious asked, you know this illness. What exactly is it? Please tell me, Dr. Yi. He revealed, it's B1 EBF Kai stagnant qi. Those two words stunned him. Stagnant qi. Can Beak Hyanga survive? Yicheng estimated that with the right medicine there was at least an 80% chance of survival, but producing that remedy would require a tremendous sum of money. Beak Chuseo didn't hesitate. Really? If you can cure the girl, I'll sell everything. Please save her. Dr. Yi, I'm begging you, save her. Beak Hyunga is my daughter. Only when dusk fell did smoke begin rising from a small pavilion. Tang Mujin sat by the kitchen, thinking he'd have to bury himself in decocting herbs all day. I wonder where that old man wandered off to. Don't tell me he's off gambling again. Yicheng stepped up to the stove. Does it cook faster like that? He glanced in surprise at the snake crawling forward. You're back. What herbs did you bring this time? From its color, Tang Mujin immediately knew it was a golden viper. He picked it up to estimate its value. This viper alone could buy a house. Where do you get such rare, miraculous herbs? Stolen, Yicheng replied. Does the origin matter when saving lives? Stop complaining and absorb its venom. This one needs a long simmer. So you did steal it after all, Tang Mujin muttered. What exactly is stagnant qi that requires such rare herbs? He revealed that stagnant qi is a condition more familiar to martial artists than to physicians. In fact, it's so rare most physicians never encounter it in a lifetime. It's a disease where innate yin is overly dominant, blocking the meridians and vital qi. How to explain it simply? For example, if you found an herb you've never seen that contained an enormous amount of qi, what would you call it? You'd surely call it a miraculous herb, Tang Mujin guessed. Yicheng asked, so what if you found an animal with extreme yang qi? Tang Mujin replied skeptically, a spirit beast. He pushed further, what if a creature carried extreme yin qi but could walk on two legs, even speak? A thought crossed his mind. Was Tang Mujin implying there are martial artists who feed on people afflicted with stagnant qi? Yicheng answered, haven't you heard of yin-yang supplementation? He added with a smirk, yin-yang supplementation, hinting at bedroom activities. He recounted that long ago there was a martial artist named Weryang who cultivated extreme yang qi. He sought out women suffering from stagnant qi. Because Weryang took their yin and compensated them with some yang, most of the women survived. If it stopped there, treatment would be simple. But the yin of those with stagnant qi is also extremely alluring to practitioners who cultivate extreme yin techniques. If such a practitioner supplements yin with yin, the woman has no chance of survival. Tang Mujin understood. Now he knew why the Beak clan head was so terrified upon hearing stagnant qi. If that news leaked. He continued, countless underworld figures would target Miss Beak. No, not only the underworld. They should keep simmering the miraculous herbs until reduced into a thick paste. 10 days later, the two of them came to inquire, is anyone here? Master Beak, it's Dr. Yi. The door cracked open, it was already ajar. They both entered by the usual path. Seeing the place deserted, they grew uneasy. Master Beak, are you here? No servants in sight. Yicheng suggested, shall we go to Miss Beak's chamber? He warned, don't speak nonsense, then suddenly realized, hey, don't you hear something? In the distance, Beak Chuseo was training. His fists and kicks flew out. Beak Chuseo planted his feet shoulder-width apart. The two of them watched attentively. Tang Mujin thought to himself that honestly, as a clan head, his kung fu was fairly ordinary. I'm pretty sure I could beat him. Suddenly, Yicheng felt something strange, as if he'd seen that martial art before. He asked curiously, didn't you say the Jiu and Beak clan's martial arts were very ordinary? Maybe it's just so common it looks familiar. He watched each of his movements intently, endlessly nudging Yicheng away. Stop spying on someone's practice, let's go wait in the main hall. Sir, you're annoyed. It's because you said someone was here that I got curious. They arrived at the small clinic where Beak Hyunga was staying, and Beak Chuseo had already come. Dr. Yi, you're here. Sorry I couldn't properly greet you, I was busy training. Is the medicine ready? It's taking longer than I thought. Yicheng replied, the longer it's decocted, the stronger its potency. Hurry and go treat the patient. When the box was opened, a fierce yang energy poured out, and it transformed into streams of energy that spread around. Beak Chuseo marveled, astonishing, just by smelling it he could sense the medicine's yang energy. He snapped the lid shut. But we may no longer need the medicine. Tang Mujin has a bad feeling. Could it be? Beak Chuseo announced, in the past 10 days I've arranged a marriage with the Sima clan, famed for their divine qi arts. Sorry for not informing you earlier, things moved too quickly. Of course I'll fully compensate the cost of preparing the medicine. Feel free to use these herbs. All thanks to you for discovering Beak Hyunga's stagnant qi. Beak Chuseo clasped his hands and bowed. Much obliged. The two of them watched each other in silence. Yicheng spoke up, I hear Miss Beak has good backing now, that's reassuring. Congratulations on the marriage, congratulations. From the high wall a roof tile fell. It fell and shattered right behind the two as they were leaving. Tang Mujin hefted the heavy purse in his hand. That works out well for them. Not only will the stagnant qi be treated, but with the Sima clan's help the family can thrive again. We keep these yang medicines and also receive full compensation. What do you plan to do with the medicine? Sell it. He answered, I plan to visit the Sima clan. He was surprised. Now, sell the medicine to them. Yicheng denied it. No, you keep the medicine. I just remembered the martial art the beak head practiced, the flaming righteous fist. It's a discipline designed to cultivate true qi rather than for combat. It's specifically used to support cultivation of heat-attributed yang techniques and self-generating yang qi, extreme yang martial arts, and to treat stagnant qi. He was piecing things together. Beak Chuseo Beak Hyanga. Tang Mujin couldn't believe it. Right, it's just a coincidence, isn't it? Impossible. He did that to his own daughter. Yicheng replied, you've been ridiculously lucky so far. You don't understand what martial artists are truly like. You left home ignorant of martial arts yet reached top-tier status. There may be geniuses beyond you, but I doubt anyone advanced that fast as you did. It's all thanks to your medical knowledge, rare miraculous herbs, and having the best possible companion. Am I wrong? He recalled silently. Indeed, while other martial artists groped their way forward bit by bit, I could grasp the mechanics of martial arts through my medical knowledge. Besides, I was taught directly by a peak master and once used 2 legendary miraculous herbs. Yicheng continued, countless people spend their lives just to become a top-tier martial artist, but because you advanced too quickly and too easily, you have no idea of the mental pressure a martial artist faces when slammed against an insurmountable wall. Have you forgotten why those scoundrels at Jiang Sanqi sold those children to the demonic sects? Tang Mujin felt sorrowful. Even if it was to break through the limit wall, this was too insane, especially since it involved his own biological daughter. He warned not to argue over who was more disgusting. The point is how desperate they were. Right now we're talking about the Beak clan head, the son of the Sword King. He must have lived every moment of his life cursed by his own lack of talent, watching the clan his father built crumble like a sandcastle. The only way to salvage things was to raise his martial strength. But the Beak clan head had long realized that until his dying day, he would never reach the pinnacle realm, though outwardly he seemed calm. Inside he had surely long since gone mad. If an ordinary person wants extraordinary power, the only path is extreme measures. Still, I should verify whether this is just coincidence as you hope. 2 days later at dusk they returned in night attire. Yicheng asked again, are you sure the Beak clan head is practicing? Tang Mujin confirmed, yes, he'll be on the training ground practicing for a few more hours. He replied, all right, let's go. The 2 of them shot across the courtyard roofs. Yicheng realized, in just 2 days you're already a professional thief. I haven't even ordered it and you've already checked his schedule. He retorted, I also hope it's not true, but if that marriage is fake, I know what you mean, Yicheng. Of course you'd want to storm in immediately, but do we really need to go that far? I treat patients no matter what others say, whether the patient agrees or not. That's my only principle. I live to practice medicine, to perfect medical arts, and to gather medical knowledge. Everything else is an obstacle on my path. The 2 of them sped toward Beak Hyanga's residence. They approached across the rooftops. Then they dropped down. She was sleeping inside. When Beak Hyanga opened her eyes, a point had already been pressed at the nape of her neck. She panicked and put her hand to it. He warned, I've sealed your Qingzhen meridian, Miss Beak, so you won't be able to speak. We're here to treat your blocked vital qi, so don't waste energy struggling. Beak Hyanga thought, treat me, your physicians, are you the 2 doctors from before? But how do they know martial acupuncture techniques? Yicheng began, before we treat you, Miss Beak, did your father ever tell you about the engagement to the Sima clan, skilled in yang arts? Have you heard that practitioners of yang arts can use yin-yang supplementation on someone with blocked vital qi, both treating them and absorbing their vital qi? No. Beak Hyanga panicked at yin-yang supplementation. Is that why they plan to kidnap me? Her whole body trembled. He reassured her. Don't worry, we have no idea about the Sima clan's yang arts. Tang Mujin watched curiously. How was he going to tell her that? Yicheng reminded her, however, right now your father is still arduously training in yang arts. You understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, her face showed panic. Beak Hyanga lowered her head and shook it slightly. Tang Mujin spoke up. Miss Beak, sorry for making you imagine such a frightening thing. He opened the box and said, but we can cure your blocked vital qi with medicine. Once we cure you, that terrible thing will never happen. The smell is a bit unpleasant, but it works fast. Beak Hyanga turned her face away, waving her hand frantically. Tang Mujin guessed she seemed like she wanted to say something. Yicheng released the pressure point and urged her to understand. If she screamed, it would cause trouble for all of us. Her throat made an ah-ah sound. Bi Kyanga couldn't speak a full sentence. She managed, I won't take the medicine. They demanded, what do you mean? Do you plan to die from blocked vital chi? If not, then what? Tang Mujin gasped, could it be that she was too devoted to it that she trembled all over? Seeing her bow her head, Yicheng realized, I understand. To the Sword King's granddaughter, the clan's fate matters more than defying destiny, even more than her own life. I acknowledge your resolve, but I have my own principles. I will treat you, whether you want it or not, so do you have any reason I shouldn't cure you? The whole room fell silent. His hand descended onto Bi Kyanga. When the two left, Tang Mujin sighed, deeply moved. She was carried on his shoulder. The small clinic where they stayed had its lights on. Bi Kyanga was being forced to swallow medicine. Okay, she's taking it pretty well, give her another spoonful. We need to guide the medicine's vital chi to unblock the meridians. Prepare yourselves. Xiaoyong was startled. What's going on? Is this how you treat patients? Yicheng replied, saving lives comes first. When Tang Mujin and I clear her blocked meridians, she'll cough up blood. You must help us so Miss Beak doesn't choke on her own blood. Xiaoyong froze. Me. They confirmed, yes, there's no more time. Their hands, filled with yang energy, touched Bi Kyunga's arm and began. Yang energy was transmitted into her wrist. Tang Mujin's whole body radiated a powerful spiritual force. His gaze took on a look of concentration. Normally, of the body's 12 primary meridians, 6 pathways connect to the 2 arms. Among them, the 3rd yin meridian of the arm carries yin qi throughout the body. But that meridian is currently blocked by a stream of ice-cold yin qi. So they had to use the medicine's yang qi to burn through it. When Bi Kyanga coughed up a mouthful of blood, Yicheng shouted, it's through. Quickly open her airway. As she continued to spit blood, Tang Mujin reported back, all right. Her face was ashen, blood kept spurting from her mouth. Fresh blood splattered toward Xiaoyong's hand. She panicked as she felt her fingertips grow numb with cold. Blood. Wherever the blood flowed, the place turned to icy bone. Xiaoyong gasped, cold as ice, really. Sir, the cold has covered the entire room in frost. Miss Beak's complexion was even paler than before. He ordered them to focus. The most critical part begins after the blockage breaks. We must use the medicine's potency to expand the meridians as much as possible. A chill emanated from Bi Kyanga's mouth. Cold air still seeped from the window outside the room, until late into the night. As the frost gradually thawed, Yang Enhai's complexion had returned to a better state. Yicheng announced, all right, we've succeeded. You're surprised, so the treatment is finished. He confirmed the rest will recover with rest. However, her panic could cause convulsions. If you channel a bit of vital chi in to stabilize her. His gaze flicked toward you. Then he ordered Tang Mujin. The task of stabilizing her vital chi is yours. Remember this well, she must rest absolutely. You're surprised, I just said she's fine. Someone is already waiting outside. Beek Chusio asked coldly, Dr. Yi, sorry to disturb you at this hour, I am Beek Chusio. Your face showed alarm. The person outside kept asking, are you there? Yicheng warily stepped toward the door. He asked, sorry to bother you while you're resting. Have you seen Bi Kyanga? The girl vanished without a word. I have no idea where she went. You replied, I'm wondering why the clan head came here at this hour, but I'm afraid I don't know her whereabouts. I'll ask to meet the clan head again tomorrow. If she hasn't returned by tomorrow morning, I'll be happy to help you search. Beek Chusio continued, is that so? I understand. He emphasized, but doctor. Beek Chusio's hand was already on the door. He exuded murderous intent. In your room, why do I smell chaotic vital chi, a faint metallic scent of blood, and the odor of medicine? He smashed the door open. Inside was Bi Kyanga receiving treatment. Beek Chusio raised the sword in his hand. With his blade drawn, he asked, Dr. Yi, I'll give you one chance, explain yourself. What are you doing? Yicheng spoke up, I think you're the one who should be answering that. Clan head Beek. How do you explain a father secretly practicing the flaming righteous fist under the pretense of a sham engagement? Beek Chusio retorted, what are you saying? I intended to spare you out of respect for your status as a doctor, but I won't tolerate these slanders. The sword blade whistled past him. His eyes showed cruelty as his hand slammed onto the sword's hilt. Seeing the blade swing down, Yicheng snorted coldly. Looks like you admit it yourself. A stern look crossed his face as a wave of force shot toward his opponent. Beek Chusio was slammed backward. He demanded, aren't you a physician? Or have you secretly been a martial artist all along, tailing Bi Kyanga? Yicheng snorted, can't use your sword, so you pin a rape accusation on a dedicated doctor? Step aside and don't interfere with my treatment. I'll pretend I never saw this. Neither of us wants the Sword King's reputation sullied by rumors that his son harbored illicit desires for his own daughter. Beek Chusio cursed, you sly bastard, so that's how it is. He charged forward in anger once more. You thought to yourself that at least he still retained some pride as a clan head. Everything about to unfold from here stems from his inferiority complex. As Beak Chuseo closed in on you, his sword aura flashed and the blade was stopped dead in its tracks. Yicheng said, if someone wants to spare you, and you toss your sword aside afterward, then please accept it. The sword fell to the ground with a clack. He was hurled backward by one of his strikes. Yicheng exposed, your warped pride as a righteous man and your fragile ego have made you forget your own faults and the value of your own life. Before you blame others, take a hard look at yourself. He beat him until he fell down. Beak Chuseo was trembling all over. He accused, I despise people like you who are born gifted and do as they please. Outwardly you pretend magnanimity. Righteous, but inside you're arrogant. I no longer expect to revive the clan, yet you treat my wish to preserve a scrap of my father's reputation as a delusion. Guilt, shame, inferiority, self-loathing, and rage. I've endured all of it until now, and you won't even give me an excuse. Is wanting a little recognition for my efforts greedy? Yicheng raised his hand, fool, for the incompetent even an ordinary dream is asking too much. A vision of someone appeared in his mind. With Beak Hyanga, she chose to do it because she watched her father live in suffering his whole life. Even if it goes against heaven, father and daughter can still endure humiliation as we've lived these many years. Please leave and forget everything, she begged, please save the Jiu and Beak clan. Meanwhile, Beak Chuseo continued his charge. Yicheng inwardly lamented and thought, how tragic to see the resolve of a girl whose whole world revolves around her father. He struck a few acupoints on him. Yicheng was pushed back. He thought to himself that anyone who ever intended to harm him must die. Two fists shot forward from him, but Tang Mujin appeared and caught them instead. Yicheng asked baffled, what are you doing? I told you, those who want to harm you must all be wiped out. Inwardly, he was astonished, since when did he become strong enough to catch me? Is it thanks to the martial art he learned repairing the mechanical training corridor? You protest that there's no need to kill him. If we kill him, won't Miss Beak turn to avenge us? Both the clan head and the lady act for the clan. Yicheng was helpless, though his strength had indeed grown, his nature remained soft. He ordered them to stand aside. Because they do everything for the clan, I must end this here. I'll kill the Beak clan head, and after treatment, if Miss Beak seeks revenge, I'll kill her too. Tang Mujin interrupted, don't talk nonsense. Your rules aren't to bind yourself but to save people. Think carefully, once her chi is restored, Miss Beak will have extraordinary martial skill. And if she can help the Jiu and Beak clan restore its reputation, won't the Beak clan head repent? He turned to look at Beak Hyanga. Yicheng had to admit, as Tang Mujin said, her innate yin and the added yang chi were mixing rapidly, boosting her inner power. Though inner power isn't everything in martial arts, at this rate she could break through the pinnacle realm in her lifetime. Although I very much want to believe in his optimism. Seeing Yicheng still advancing toward him, Tang Mujin called, sir. He believes that one day he will have to learn to be indifferent. Just hopping he doesn't lose all his compassion like his name, soul-severing sword. When it was done, Yicheng ordered everyone to pack up and leave. On the Jiu and Beak clan's side, Beak Chuseo, hair disheveled, had been brought back. He sat there dazed, thinking about the past. Yicheng's scolding remained starkly clear in his mind. Beak Chuseo sat there looking solitary. Finally, he consented to step outside. Beak Chuseo's demeanor was gloomy. He went to a small courtyard. Beak Chuseo's hands hung limp. A servant came to greet him. Good morning, master, he replied. Good morning. This person carried items. I'm bringing medicine for the young lady. Physician Siop had just prepared a new prescription. He said Dr. Yi left a prescription. Beak Chuseo replied, ah, right, nearly forgot, please deliver it to the young lady. I have matters to handle and will be out for a bit, he noted. Yes, travel safely, sir. Beak Chuseo headed toward the gate. He walked quietly along the street. Everyone he passed greeted him. Hello, Merchant Yang, soon someone will come to buy your goods. Hello, Beak clan head. Behind him, people whispered about him. Unfortunately, though he inherited his father's goodwill, the most important thing remains a person's own heart. Beak Chuseo had grown up judged by public opinion. He turned into a narrow alley. Now Beak Chuseo stopped before a residence. He continued down a lane. Now Beak Chuseo was descending into a cellar. He entered a room down there. A voice rang out. What wind blew the master of the orthodox Beak clan all the way into the den of Killer Shade? Something was thrown toward Hyukpyo. It turned out to be a lump of gold. Beak Chuseo demanded angrily, I have someone I want killed. The information he gave was Yi Kaian, a man in his 50s with flecked gray hair. He is a martial artist disguised as a physician, his strength comparable to Beak Chuseo's. Whether he has companions makes no difference. On receiving the news, countless assassins moved in to lie in wait. The order was given, wipe them out within 3 days. They were hidden, watching the 3 members of Yicheng's group who were lighting a fire in the forest. Tang Mujin asked, exactly how many more do you want me to make? Xiaoyong replied, there are still thousands to do. Yicheng teased, a girl can design everything, a boy can make everything, and you two join forces to make toys for a kid. The assassins had let their guard down, truly foolish, unaware that Killer Shade was targeting them. Prey this easy to slice up is rare indeed. I'll see you off gently, with just one poison-throwing knife. The three of them were still bickering. Shut up, Xiaoyong climbed the tree in sleep, and Tang Mujin, count how many people there are. That one, 6. Countless poison-throwing knives were shot. Who's there? Both of them bent over. Yicheng spoke up, is this poisoning? They bowed their heads, their bodies trembling slightly. The assassins had revealed themselves. They glanced at the two people lying unconscious on the ground. They glanced at Yicheng, who was no longer lucid. The corner of the killer's mouth curved slightly. Someone reported from the rear. To the east, Xiaoyong is sitting on a high branch. Someone is watching. Those two have finished handling the assassins. Well done, Dan Xiaoyong. The three who escaped were deliberately let go by them. Yicheng decided, I'll deal with that scout. He thought inwardly that Tang Mujin's heart-piercing sword technique had indeed improved a lot, but the blade was stained with the enemy's blood. When checking the bodies, they found a tattoo on the assassin. Meanwhile, he glanced at the poison-throwing knife in his hand. He asked, you look a bit sad, don't you? Tang Mujin replied, shall we return to Jiyuan? The one who hired these assassins must be. Yicheng caught the meaning. Why do you think Beak Chusio sent them? It's very likely, but I can't be certain yet. He thought inwardly that although he hadn't had time to interrogate, it was clear they were targeting only him, and as for those who wanted him dead, whether orthodox or unorthodox, the count was far too many. The master decided it was better to go to Luyang. Inside the city, assassins couldn't act so freely. You wondered, Luyang. But even if that's safe, once we leave the city, we'll be hunted again. Wouldn't returning be better? Yicheng concluded, I'll handle it myself. You two wait in Luyang. You can't do it, but I can, and I have other matters to deal with. While in Luyang, broaden your knowledge. And memorize this entire book before I return. You take the book he handed you. Tang Mujin was curious. Studying the book is fine, but when will you return? He waited, but Yicheng did not answer. He had to ask again, Sir, how long will it take? Seeing him still silent, Tang Mujin had a bad feeling and called Sir. He instructed that if he did not return for a very long time, go to Huizhou Town, Gansu Province. Under the large walnut tree there, he would hide 2 more medical manuals. Learn them yourself. Once you've learned those 3 medical books, you can claim to be the greatest physician in the Jianghu. Tang Mujin was excited. Really? He confirmed. Yes, understood. Now go to sleep. We leave early tomorrow. If we want to reach Luyang by tomorrow, we must travel fast. You keep feeling something's odd. Normally he'd brag about his exploits or scold me around. The night was quiet and still. Tang Mujin and Xiaoyong had fallen asleep. The campfire was burning down. The flames were dying out. Meanwhile, Yicheng remained awake. He was sitting and cultivating. The fire that had warmed them in the night flared up again. The poison within him began to emanate. It formed into streams and drifted outward. Yicheng thought inwardly, in a momentary distraction, wondering who hired the assassins. The poison in his body spilled out uncontrollably. Indeed, because I refined the poison pill without caring for stability. He glanced at Tang Mujin, who was sleeping soundly, feeling troubled inside. Killer Shade has tried to assassinate me many times, but each attempt was abandoned halfway. He didn't know whether Beak Chusio was behind this, but if it wasn't him, all the more he couldn't let Tang Mujin be dragged into his mistakes. I must handle this myself. Tang Mujin must live and fulfill this dream for me. At most, I have about 3 years left before the poison in me kills me. He prepared to leave. Images of the infinite rose in his mind, like a film rewinding. Even when Chengguk examined Yicheng, the campfire was reduced to smoldering embers. He pulled his hat low and set off. That was enough to end everything. He left at dawn while Tang Mujin still slept deeply. On an autumn day, in the story of a youth coming of age, the rare silence of a madman reached its conclusion. Meanwhile, elsewhere a man muttered. Li Kaiyan, a man in his 50s with flecked gray hair. The master of the Jiyuan Beak clan hired an assassin to kill a martial artist disguised as a physician, yet the entire team of assassins was wiped out. They paid a gold ingot up front and promised a full tale upon completion. And it's another contract to kill that so-called phantom Dr. Yicheng. Does he think changing the alias fools me? He is the Black Butterfly leader of Killer Shade. For 10 years, I've refused any jobs related to him, but this time the payment is truly huge. He called Black Cat. That guy showed up when summoned. Black Butterfly planned to close a big case to investigate how far the Beak clan master was willing to pay and to ask all who previously hired hits on Yicheng if they're still interested. Time to collect the money now. The sky turned dark and overcast. Heavy raindrops began to fall. Yicheng went to Fengxiang in Shanxi province. Alone he stood atop a vast, expansive mountain. Yicheng strolled leisurely along the mountain path. He spoke, "It's been a long time since I paid my respects, master." The master replied, 5,720 days, Cheng. Yicheng exclaimed, "Has it really been 15 years since your son passed away?" The old man answered, 15 years, yet it feels like yesterday. How have you been living lately? Your teacher often hears your name in rumors. He replied, I have a disciple, technically not an official disciple, but I still consider him my student. The old man guessed, then good, the wound in your heart has probably begun to heal. A bird shot across the sky. Yicheng still remembered clearly that the wound in his heart had lasted 11,044 days. But in recent months he had enjoyed a peace he felt he didn't deserve. The old man knew immediately, surely you found a disciple like yourself. I know you didn't come just to boast about a disciple or to vent at me like 15 years ago, the day you left. Yicheng inquired, Master, I heard you still refuse to practice medicine. Do you not intend to return to healing? The old man, troubled, said, I'm sorry. Your medical path was carried on thanks to your daughter, while my medical path withered with the death of my son. A gleaming blade pressed against the old man's neck. You haven't changed a bit. The three great medical titles of the realm, Heavenly Physician, Phantom Doctor, Demonic Physician. The names of the three great medical schools shift with the times, but the title Heavenly Physician has never changed. Because there are 10,000 disease manuals and secret texts passed down through generations, whoever masters them becomes a heavenly physician. But the line of succession for the heavenly physician was broken in the chaos and madness of the great righteous versus evil war 15 years ago. Disillusioned with the world and shut in by grief, the heavenly physician sealed away his techniques. That household deserved punishment. One father sealed away medicine because he lost his child. He couldn't understand that another father, also bereaved, began walking the path of medicine. He was rejected by his master not only in technique but in teaching knowledge. Yicheng grew angry for the first time and tore himself away. That was 15 years ago. When the blade bled, the heavenly physician spoke. Cheng, where is my disciple Yicheng? Why is there only a monster left? He had been brought into a glaring room. Master, you're the same, drowning in grief, you locked away medicine as if it were your private property. Have you ever counted how many people you indirectly caused to die? As you said, I became a monster. Having learned, I took poison, even to save people I killed, regardless of righteous or unorthodox. For creating countless new disease manuals, I was called the Phantom Doctor, making enemies everywhere. I was selfishly resentful too, blaming you for the bad name Phantom Doctor. But Tang Mujin, my disciple, is different. He learns once and remembers forever, pities every patient, upright in heart, living as if indebted to life, remembering both those he saved and those he killed. Your disciple became a monster. My disciple will become the realm's #1 physician. I ask again, where did you hide the All Diseases book? He chuckled, with such a prized disciple, isn't your bad reputation the least of your worries? Yicheng replied, the two of us never formally swore master and brother. If that's not enough, I'll wipe them all out and leave no stain. The heavenly physician asked, are you using the toxin leaking from this already ruined body to threaten me or to beg me? My son was killed by the orthodox for saving people of the unorthodox. If he had lived, perhaps the title Phantom Doctor would be his. Bearing the name Heavenly Physician, I only treat those within my safe circle. I blamed that world and blamed you for leaving, but looking at you now. 15 years ago, I should have made you the realm's #1 physician. The blood-stained hand of the medical immortal rose up. He agreed to instruct Yicheng. A butterfly landed on the ancestral tablet. The heavenly physician asked wearily, are just the two of us enough? Yicheng cut off his head. There was still one more person. Under the tablet was a box. The entire building had been burned to cinders. In Luoyang, Tang Mujin came here, but you were refused. How unlucky. The Sima clan is not accepting disciples now. Please come back another day. The gatekeeper sneered, belittling him. What small tricks, and you flaunt them everywhere. Tang Mujin stomped off in anger, saying he'll be welcomed anywhere. He really is an actor. Xiaoyong suggested, why didn't you casually jab that guard with an acupuncture pin earlier, or show off your knack for catching black-clad men? Go try again, will you? You reply, the Sima clan's level isn't worthy of me yet. They have eyes but don't recognize a gem. That's fine, I'll learn the old man's medical texts and then look for a clinic that's short-handed. She suggests first finding an inn. Sleeping rough for days is uncomfortable. After that you look for work at the clinic. I'll find carpentry work. And when you go to the clinic, don't be as shaky as just now. Exposed, Tang Mujin protests, when did I ever? She answers calmly, when else? Just now, wasn't it? When you went to apply there, they happen to be short-handed, so that's good. You're curious, that's good news for me, but with winter coming there will be more patients. How could they be short of staff? This clinic is so large. Zhang He says vaguely, your background is different so you wouldn't know winter in Luoyang is a bit special. We'll talk about that later. You said you've read the Inner Canon and the Shanghan Lun, so answer Zhang Sim's question. The infinite is ready. Yes, I humbly accept instruction. He asks, pulse sign, frequent difficult urination with slight fever, still thirsty when drinking, what prescription should be used? You're worried you only get to choose one answer? Zhang He confirms. Of course, don't be tense, think it through slowly. Both are waiting for your answer. Tang Mujin thinks inwardly. The answer in the Shanghan Lun is 5 Poria powder. But such an easy question, surely there are better remedies now than in the Shanghan Lun. My father used Liang Ji San Huo decoction, while my other father combined the 6-ingredient pill with acupuncture. Got it, this is to test my medical skill. But a physician without martial skill can't use my father's methods. And since this is the largest clinic in Luoyang, they'll probably choose the more effective treatment. You answer lung cooling decoction. Zhang He denies it, incorrect. Why did Tang Mujin change to the wrong one? 6-ingredient pill, Zhang Sim says still wrong. Tang Mujin is surprised. The book says 5 Poria powder. Zhang He confirms you finally answered correctly. Suddenly someone is kicked out to where they are, has much to learn, but from tomorrow come to work. There are flecks of blood across this person's body. You wonder where this person crawled out from. Zhang He orders, not yet. Zhang Sim quickly summon the guards. He replies, Chief Physician, the guards didn't come today. The door behind is roughly kicked open. Tang Mujin feels increasingly wrong. In the clinic, the guards. A shout rises from the back. He turns to look. He sees someone foaming at the mouth as if gone mad. The man hisses each word, kill them all. He raves and charges as if to die. Tang Mujin quickly clamps the man's mouth shut. He pins him to the ground. Now he and the 2 others are dazed. You realize you only meant to subdue him lightly. But the man's aura is off. The man has turned his focus to the 2 of them. He trembles with rage. Those who dare block my way must all die. The desire to kill etched blue veins across his face. The man points his sword at them. The 2 panic, great hero, please stop. He now seems to have lost all reason. A murderous light flashes in the whites of his eyes. Tang Mujin quickly intercepts. A punch flies from him. The infinite notices. Great hero, your internal chi is chaotic. Finally, after taking that punch, he returns to normal. His eyes no longer hold murderous intent. Tang Mujin's foot planted firmly on the ground. He continued with a move that knocked the opponent down. The man's body thudded to the floor. The 3 people beside him watched without turning away. And the beat man looked better. Tang Mujin asked bluntly, have you cultivated some kind of mental internal art? I'm not sure what martial art it is, but one of them is a demonic technique. Demoniac chi has soaked to your marrow, so mental chaos and violent behavior are inevitable. From now on, circulate your chi until you're exhausted, expel all your internal force, then use your original mind method to rebuild pure internal power. If you don't want to become a madman. The man panicked, madman, thank you, great hero, how can this physician ever repay you? You smile and look back. Tang Mujin requests, if you want to thank me, pay for the treatment. If you're grateful, also chip in for repairing the floor while you're at it. Zhang He stammers, Tang Muno, Master Tang. He announces that you've passed the test. Time flies by. Though I arrived in Luoyang when the autumn leaves were falling, by now I've seen snow cover this place several times already. Initial plans like leisurely enjoying herbal aromas and studying the Phantom Doctor's book ended up turning into busy days. When word of the unveiling spread, countless martial artists came. According to Master Sun, many wandering fighters without shelter or work gathered in Luoyang to escape the cold. He is very grateful. Without Master Tang's help, we'd have been in big trouble. Tang Mujin modestly replies, it's nothing at all. Aside from wages. The fighters also recounted many strange tales they'd heard while roaming the Jianghu. But I've never heard a single rumor about the Phantom Doctor. I've long memorized that book. After all, how long was the period he mentioned? To be honest, I think I'm qualified now to be called the top expert in this circle. As you teach, a fighter says, I didn't expect your acupuncture skill to come from such a solid, unarmed martial foundation. You ask after him, I was only pretending. How's your shoulder, master? He replies, much better. Your reputation has spread as far as Shanxi. I'm just afraid that in a few years, when you become one of the 3 great physicians of the realm, there'll be no chance left to be treated by you. What Tang Mujin dare accept being one of the 3 great physicians? You flatter me. The fighter removes his outer coat for you to work on. This is no mere courtesy. After all, people love to fill vacuums. Soon your name will be passed around everywhere. The hand holding Tang Mujin's acupuncture needle freezes midair. He's surprised. You haven't heard. The heavenly physician in Fengxiang, Yang Hyun, was murdered before winter. They say his house was burned and blood was everywhere. Maybe that news hasn't reached Luoyang yet. You're curious? This is the first I've heard. By the way, have you heard anything about the other two divine physicians? He denies it. The demonic physician rarely leaves Xinjiang, so there are no rumors. And if anything had happened to the phantom doctor, the world would have been abuzz long ago. The image of Yicheng appears in your head. Tang Mujin tenses, him. When a fighter lets out an awe, you apologize. I'm just a bit startled by the heavenly physician matter. He asks, are you all right, master? Your face looks pale. By the time snow blanketed the hills white, they had arrived here. Tang Mujin had to wear a thick warm cloak. In the sky, he looked up at it. Tang Mujin recalled Yicheng's words, I'll handle it myself. You two stay in Luoyang. He replied, alone, sir. Tang Mujin pieced it together. He left it late autumn. Not long after, the heavenly physician was murdered. Yicheng once said, once you've learned those 3 medical tomes, you can call yourself the #1 divine physician of the Jianghu. Those words were almost a farewell, along with the assassins I encountered. What if his destination had been Fengxiang from the start? What if, on the way to visit the heavenly physician, he was ambushed by assassins? And what if the heavenly physician was also swept up in that ambush? Did Yicheng know something would happen from the beginning? The more I conjectured, the more unsettled I became. Someone tapped you on the shoulder from behind. Xiaoliang asked, you're still worried. We took leave to check whether Yicheng is safe, didn't we? Besides, he's the sort to cause trouble, not the sort to take it lying down. Don't worry, sooner or later you'll meet again. The distant snowy mountains had already sunk into a sea of white. The guide stopped. This is where the heavenly physician once lived. The incident was so gruesome the villagers dismantled the ruins. Tang Mujin frowned at the place. He asked, have you seen anyone wearing a mask fighting nearby recently? The man replied, fighting. Zhang He revealed, this house is quite far from the village. I don't recall anyone mentioning that. Vaten showed a hint of curiosity. Is that so? Xiaoliang handed over the fee. Thank you for guiding us. You thought to yourself, I assumed Yicheng was involved. Maybe I overthought it. At least we can be sure there was no battle. Fortunately, my speculation was wrong. From behind, Xiaoliang said, finally you're looking refreshed. These past days, your gloomy face gave me chills. Isn't that better? I suggested coming to Fengxiang instead of sitting in Luoyang fretting for nothing. Now that you've seen it with your own eyes, are you going back? Tang Mujin asked if they could stop by somewhere else. She was surprised. Stop where? He revealed Huizhu is nearby. I want to see the walnut tree again. Maybe I'll run into the old man if he's there. Is that okay? Xiaoliang didn't hesitate. Okay, let's go. Tang Mujin asked happily, really? She teased, what, feeling guilty for dragging me along? You blushed a little. Xiaoliang breathed a sigh of relief. You felt she always replied so quickly. Without Xiaoliang, you'd probably still be as unsettled as before. She was hinting if you felt guilty like that. Before acting, Xiaoliang glanced around. Her hand rose up. Xiaoliang blushed. How about warming my hands? Mine are freezing. So Tang Mujin took her hand. When people saw them, they said there's nothing special about 2 youngsters like you being fond of each other, but enjoy it anyway. The 2 of them had arrived in Huizhu territory. They headed straight that way. While Xiaoliang was still very shy. There were 2 graves beneath that large tree. Snow covered the top of that grave mound. Indeed, this was Yicheng's hometown. They both knelt and bowed their heads. You thought to yourself that when he said it was a personal matter, he probably meant tidying the family graves. Tang Mujin stepped to the side. There a branch of a tree was jutting up. You examined it closely. Beneath there was not a speck of snow. Tang Mujin began digging up the earth layer by layer. When a bundle was revealed, he picked it up. It's still here. Surely he must have stopped by. Xiaoliang was surprised. All diseases, he wrote this too. You denied it. The handwriting isn't. It didn't seem written by one person. The handwriting kept changing. Even the paper differed between sections, each part signed by its author. Yang Jun, Yang Sajong, Yang Tigok. Perhaps this book was passed down through generations of the Yang clan. Astonishing. This book contains insights so deep that even after studying the Golden Cabinet, Shanghan Lun, or the Yellow Emperor, one might not fully grasp them. Tang Mujin flipped through a few pages. He closed the medical book. Tang Mujin wondered why the pages were stuck together. What is this stain? Could the book have gotten damp and then frozen in the ground? Maybe I should have come earlier. You were trying to pry a page open. A bloodish aura radiated from inside. Tang Mujin frowned as he read the line within. The 2 words heavenly physician appeared. Astonishment showed in his eyes. Earlier, Yicheng had said, that is why I became a physician, to gather all medical techniques in the world in one place. Indeed, you owe me for that. He had told me to remember that well. And that day, it was Yicheng himself who burned down that manor. In Mujin Tang's memory, the phantom doctor master stood beneath the snow-covered walnut tree, teaching him about the debts one owes in life. He said whoever receives anything, good or bad, must know how to repay it accordingly. The master laughed heartily, explaining why he became a physician. He wanted to gather all the world's medical knowledge into one place, even if the price was his own reputation. Remember that? The master handed him an item and gave his final admonition. His younger self watched the master fade into the white falling snow. During brutal training sessions, Yicheng taught him that martial arts are a tool to protect the medical way. To achieve great aims, people sometimes must choose the most practical path over empty fame. Back in the present, Mugen stood alone on the walnut-covered hill, his silhouette swallowed by the cold winter scene. He stared at the two medical manuals in his hands. Mugen's face hardened. He silently blamed the master for not telling him everything from the start. The first manual was the culmination of the master's life, something he had completed at the cost of his honor and good name. The two medical texts of the three most renowned physicians in the world are now both in my hands. Mugen knew the ultimate target of this plan was the demonic physician. A life-or-death confrontation awaited him ahead. Mugen's eyes flashed with a cold light. The master had calculated carefully, leaving this legacy under the tree for him to find at the right moment. In the snowy sky, Yicheng handed Mugen an envelope. He understood the master had deliberately lured the demonic physician's attention away from his territory to clear the way for him. Yicheng smiled faintly, a bitterness in it. He realized Yicheng had sacrificed too much for his future. But how? The question of the master's real plan still lingered in Mugen's mind. Seeing Mugen standing dazed, Xiaoliang called his name anxiously. He kept his back turned, gripping the medical text tightly. The girl tilted her head to observe and noticed something was wrong with Mugen's expression. "What's the matter?" she asked softly. Xiaoliang placed her hand on Mugen's shoulder, trying to pull him out of his dark thoughts. When Mugen turned, Xiaoliang jumped. His gaze was full of murderous intent, fierce enough to make her skin crawl. She took a step back, stammering that Mugen's current expression was even scarier than when they first left Luoyang. Xiaoliang looked at him with fear and worry. She had never seen Mugen like this before. Mugen bowed his head and was silent for a long time. He knew he could not drag Xiaoliang into the dangerous mire to come. His hand tightened around the piece of wood he held. A difficult decision had been made. Mugen suddenly asked Xiaoliang, "If you had to choose between Luoyang and Chengdu, where would you want to go?" Xiaoliang stared at him in confusion, not understanding why Mugen would ask such a strange question now. Mugen's eyes remained resolute. He waited for an honest answer from the girl. Xiaoliang grabbed Mugen's hand, feeling warmth and a slight tremor from him. She said she wanted to go to Chengdu with him. The two stood silently beneath the ancient snow-covered tree. Xiaoliang confessed her wish to accompany him to Chengdu. The girl blushed and excitedly promised she would not blame him no matter what happened. She boasted that she'd practiced the footwork diligently to keep up with Mugen. But in response to that expectation, Mugen only quietly apologized. He declared he had to go alone. He handed her a heavy pouch of money, telling her to use it to go to Chengdu and stop by his family's pharmacy. Mugen promised he would soon reunite with her there after completing his work. Xiaoliang was deflated. She protested vehemently, not understanding why she was being left behind now. The snow kept falling, whitening the walnut branches as if witnessing the poignant parting of the two. Mugen insisted it wouldn't take long. Xiaoliang pouted in hurt, unwilling to let him go alone. He looked at her with confident eyes, trying to reassure her so she'd be willing to make the journey alone. After some persuasion, Xiaoliang agreed but demanded 3 days. Mugen said 2 would be enough because he had this gift to give her. It was a small wooden tube, finely crafted. Mugen had planned to finish it slowly, but the urgency forced him to complete it earlier than expected. He held the gift in his hands, explaining it was something he had made in his spare time in case she ran into danger on the road. Mugen patiently instructed Xiaoliang how to use it. He told her to pull the cord taut before pressing the small button on the side. When the button is pressed, an internal mechanism severs the cord and expels a volley of concealed needles from the tube at extreme speed. Xiaoliang examined it curiously, likening it to a mini bow or rubber band gun. Mugen nodded, confirming it was far more powerful than that. He cautioned that she must use it within 1 minute after pulling the cord, otherwise the firing force would be significantly reduced. Xiaoliang asked what the weapon was called. "The Heavenly King's Needle Case," Mugen replied, a name that sounded formidable. Mugen said the name sounded grand and that Xiaoliang would surely remember it when in danger. He smiled with relief seeing her cherish the gift. He repeated that if the name sounded weak, she wouldn't bother using it when in peril. Xiaoliang blushed, eyes fixed on the wooden box. Xiaoliang took Mugen's large hand, bowing her head, her heart heavy at the thought of parting from her trusted companion. Mugen thought to himself that because she had made it, it deserved such a flashy name. He looked at her with rare tenderness. Suddenly, Mugen pulled Xiaoliang into a tight hug. He told her to wait for him in Chengdu, he'd arrive soon. The scene was warm amid the cold snowfall. Xiaoliang was stunned, eyes wide at Mujin's sudden action. Her cheeks flushed, whether from the cold or bashfulness was unclear. She closed her eyes softly, savoring the warmth of Mujin's embrace before they truly had to go their separate ways. Yes, Xiaoliang murmured. The two small figures stood side by side at the snowy hillfoot, composing a bittersweet farewell scene. Mujin's gaze grew more resolute and cold than ever. He knew the journey ahead would be faced by him alone against danger. Cut to Qinghai province at the vast Qinghai Lake region, where snow fell thick and the view was shrouded in white. Across the boundless snowy plain, a luxurious carriage trudged along, trailed by a group of mysterious guards in black cloaks. The party moved slowly through the blizzard toward the frozen lake. An atmosphere of vigilance and secrecy enveloped the convoy. The guards wore full masks, their sharp eyes constantly scanning around. They were ordered to protect whoever sat inside at all costs. The carriage wheels rolled over the cold ground. The creak of the wheels through the snow was the only sound breaking the silence of this remote land. The blizzard intensified, obscuring the tracks the convoy left on the ground. Suddenly, from within the white veil of snow, a figure appeared, blocking the carriage's path, a threatening presence. The lead guard barely had time to react before a dreadful, murderous aura surged at him. He trembled at the stranger's sudden appearance. A lightning-fast attack tore through the air. Blood spattered across the pristine snow. The roadblocker had no intention of holding back. The carriage was struck so hard it violently shook. Bright red blood stood out against the cold snow, heralding a massacre about to unfold. Inside the carriage, a man of strange appearance was studying a map. It was the demonic physician, the one Mujin was targeting. He flinched at the unusual noise outside. He muttered in annoyance that he'd wasted a whole month in Xinjiang chasing rumors about the legendary poisonous bird zhenao. The demonic physician stared at the excess marked on the Qinghai map. He wondered why a spirit beast-like that would appear in such a remote wilderness. The carriage suddenly came to a halt. The demonic physician angrily shouted at his lackeys outside, thinking the wheels had caught on a rock. He had no idea disaster was moments away. Just as the demonic physician opened his mouth to curse, a loud explosion boomed. The carriage wall was blasted apart by a terrible force from outside. He roared, demanding the stupid guards explain what they were doing. Dust and snow billowed into the one-swarm cabin. When the dust settled, a figure stood amid the wreckage of the carriage door. A grotesque smile appeared in the white snow. The demonic physician began to sense something was wrong. The stranger reminded the demonic physician to mind his manners. If he'd made an old man wait months, the proper etiquette would be a bow and a warm jug of wine, he said, with a hint of mockery. It was the phantom doctor. He stood proudly in the snowy field, his eyes blazing with a mad glare fixed on his longtime nemesis. The demonic physician went pale with terror. The demonic physician stammered the opponent's name. Phantom doctor. He couldn't believe this eccentric old man had tracked him to such a remote spot. The phantom doctor raised his blood-stained hand, the blood of the guards he'd just wiped out in an instant. It was a grisly, overwhelming sight. The phantom doctor casually stepped into the carriage and sat opposite the demonic physician. He ordered his rival to hand over the medical manual he had written himself, or there would be no mercy. Purple spiritual energy began to radiate fiercely around the phantom doctor. He sneered, promising that if the manual was handed over obediently, he'd spare the demonic physician's life. The demonic physician snarled back, calling it ludicrous. He'd never written such things. He declared his medical art belonged solely to himself and began to cultivate his power in defense. The phantom doctor countered that while fighters might die without leaving martial records, no physician would die without leaving medical texts. He asserted the demonic physician was certainly hiding something. He chuckled darkly, recalling that even an old man who sealed away his art wouldn't discard his texts. The phantom doctor's gaze grew madder and more terrifying. The demonic physician exposed the phantom doctor's past, that he had murdered his own master, the heavenly physician, to seize a medical manual. He said the name Phantom Doctor was too mild for such a ruthless man. He demanded to know what the Phantom Doctor intended to do with the poison that had killed his master. That vile toxin served no benefit to the world, he declared, and he planned to take it himself rather than hunt the zhenao. Suddenly, a gigantic creature emerged from the shadows, a grotesque red toad, a poisonous spirit beast summoned by the demonic physician to deal with the phantom doctor. The demonic physician roared ferociously, vowing the phantom doctor would die here before he could leave behind any of his manuals. a black aura spread, enveloping the carriage. The giant toad opened its maw wide, ready to swallow its foe. The Phantom Doctor faced the beast with an unchanged smile, even seeming a bit eager. The Phantom Doctor murmured that it was fortunate Mugen wasn't here, so he no longer had to restrain his power. His eyes blazed with extreme purple spiritual energy. The beast lunged with terrifying force, blotting out the faint light inside the carriage. The clash between the two great physicians, each wielding dark power, erupted violently. The demonic physician froze at the mention of medical manual, his expression full of suspicion and wariness at the Phantom Doctor's words. The monsters summoned by the demonic physician, from the red toad to giant centipedes, closed in on the Phantom Doctor, radiating murderous intent. The Phantom Doctor unleashed his spiritual power. A purple-black aura enveloped him like a grim reaper. He scoffed and called the demonic physician an idiot for having already left his manual to a disciple, burning insult with a wink of dark humor. The Phantom Doctor's face now brimmed with madness, his eyes blazing as if ready to incinerate the enemy before him. The solitary carriage stood motionless on the snowy plain, surrounded by dark red streaks of blood staining the land. Boom! A massive burst of purple spiritual energy erupted from inside the carriage, ripping through the silent expanse of Qinghai. In the blinding night of the blizzard, a long streak of deep purple marked the deadly path of the carriage. The carriage trudged on amid the howling wind, snowflakes clinging to the frozen wooden roof. Suddenly, a burst of purple force exploded, flinging the white snow around the carriage. Beneath the chassis, a viscous purple liquid began to leak, darkening the thick snow. The carriage door flew open, and a torrent of poisonous fluid poured out like a waterfall. From the wreckage, a staggering figure stepped out, standing amid a pool of deep purple venom. Phantom Doctor dropped to his knees, hands trembling as he clutched the sword to keep his balance. He forced himself up and wiped away the poisoned blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were rimmed with blood, his face crisscrossed with cracks like porcelain about to shatter. Phantom Doctor remembered the horror of demonic physician's toxin erupting inside his body. Mustering the last of his strength, he gathered his gear beside the ruined carriage. From above, he was just a tiny black dot struggling within the whirl of deadly venom and blizzard. Phantom Doctor sank to his knees, holding his face in pain as the poison began to ravage his organs. His hands turned purple, dark veins bulging like worms crawling under the skin. Phantom Doctor muttered about the pesky hunters who had trailed him for months. He shrugged off his cloak, revealing a body dotted with tiny cuts, pathways for the demonic physician's poison to seep in. Phantom Doctor told himself that at least the enemy's poison core had collapsed in the end. Dark purple energy swirled around his hand, readying for one final eruption. A crushing punch landed, pulverizing the carriage's remains to wipe away all traces. Standing within the column of black-purple air, Phantom Doctor looked like a demon freshly risen from hell. Phantom Doctor turned his back, his solitary silhouette fading into the salty mist. Good thing I was alone, he thought to himself. Leaving the carriage sunk in a pool of venom, he trudged heavily over the snow. The blizzard erased all traces, leaving only cold gusts that howled intermittently. At the foot of the mountain, the light from a small inn appeared like a final glimmer of hope in the winter night. The inn's door opened, revealing snow-covered footprints leading inward. Phantom Doctor sat quietly in a corner of the inn, the warmth from a bowl of hot soup rising to cover his aged face. He held the chopsticks, but his hands shook so badly he couldn't pick up a single piece. His eyes were dull as he stared into the white steam, as if lost in another realm. A familiar child's voice sounded at his ear. Master. Young Tang Mugen appeared with a mischievous grin, threatening to eat the rest of the soup if the old man didn't claim it. The boy teasingly poked a companion, the air filled with cheerful chatter. Xiaoyong and the other disciples were there too, all jostling for food amid the hazy steam. Mugen playfully grabbed his friend's hair, turning the table into a warm kind of chaos. Phantom Doctor watched the scene and gave a sad smile. These children were the reason he still existed. But then the steam collapsed, and cold reality began to encroach on the illusion. The silhouettes of his beloved pupils faded away, leaving only enveloping loneliness. A window burst open, and the blizzard gusted in as if to snuff out the last warmth in the room. Phantom Doctor sat alone at the table, a flickering candle casting his solitary shadow. Phantom Doctor stirred his soup gently, thinking of distant lands he would never visit with his students again. 1 or 2 years left, perhaps that was the most fitting time to end things. Behind him, dark shapes lurked among the trees. The hunters had found the place. Phantom Doctor produced a vial of concentrated toxin, poured it straight into the soup, and drank it down to trigger his final power. He emptied the last of the poison into the bowl, watching it dissolve into deadly black-purple streaks. Phantom Doctor sat motionless, silently wishing he had lived a bit more carefully so the poison core wouldn't have collapsed so soon. He stood and looked out the inn window. Outside, the blizzard still held on. Not wanting to endanger innocent villagers, he decided to dash out into the freezing night. Red veins marked his eyes, yet he stared resolutely ahead despite his body falling apart. Phantom Doctor's figure blurred across the vast snowfield, heading toward the dark forest. Phantom Doctor crossed a frozen river, his heavy steps leaving prints on the thin ice. Using the last of his strength, he slipped forward like a black gust across the snowy sky. Suddenly, dark figures leapt from the forest, surrounding him on all sides. Phantom Doctor let out a dry snort, shoving aside useless thoughts to focus on the life-or-death fight. Hunter assassins appeared thickly, half hidden behind snow-laden trunks. From above, he was completely encircled by a crowd of black-clad killers. Phantom Doctor stood firm on the glacier as the purple toxin began to emanate from his body. Even the water beneath the ice seemed to shudder before his killing intent. The crescent moon hung in the night sky, illuminating the breathtaking scene in the wilderness. Phantom Doctor climbed a high cliff, baiting the killers into the formation he desired. The hunters gave chase, weapons at the ready, waiting for an opening. An assassin lunged from behind, but the old man detected him quickly. Phantom Doctor lowered his center of gravity, standing steady amid the swirling blizzard. His gaze was iron cold, breath steaming in the bone-deep chill. Phantom Doctor muttered, "These rookie hunters, they don't really wake me up, do they?" The more he fought, the more he realized he had little time left. A close-up of his wrinkled eyes and the terrifying cracks across Phantom Doctor's face. The assassins swarmed like a broken hornet's nest, hemming him in a circle with no escape. Phantom Doctor raised his head with arrogant pride, daring the hunters who surrounded him. The clash of weapons rang harshly, shredding the night's quiet. Phantom Doctor swung his sword, a simple, powerful arc that sent back anyone who dared come close. His aged, sinewy hand gripped the hilt tightly, blood and purple toxin seeping out drop by drop. Phantom Doctor sneered, wondering how much his head might fetch now, a dark joke for a dying man. Amid the enemy ring, he remained unnervingly calm, as if this were merely a rehearsal. Phantom Doctor grated, "You're done for, you rookie hunters." Phantom Doctor demanded they give their names after trailing him for so many months. In his mind appeared the image of a blazing golden tree standing in the snowy sky, a stark contrast to the dark present. Phantom Doctor recalled a life that once wanted to die but couldn't, and now couldn't manage to live. A core of deep purple toxin cracked and shattered in midair. Dark purple yin-yang sigils glowed at his feet, heralding a forbidden technique. The radiant golden soul tree began to shed its leaves, as if signaling the end of a legend. Seen from above, the hunter's encircling ring looked tiny before the terrifying power about to erupt. A cataclysmic blast of red and purple energy detonated, devouring everything around it. From the dust and black miasma, eccentric physician stepped out in the shape of a truly venomous demon. With a distorted face, razor teeth, and eyes burning with lethal fire, he was ready for his final performance. The battle erupted under the snowy sky. Phantom Doctor unleashed a sickly purple vital energy, overwhelming the surrounding space from the very first strike. The terrifying pressure hurled the dark figures of the killer shade assassins aside, shattering their encirclement. The old man tightened his grip on the broken sword, the purple aura coiling around the blade like a gloomy flame. Phantom Doctor smiled with wicked intent, taunting them whether they hadn't expected him to use his innate vital energy so early. The assassins froze, eyes betraying sheer horror behind their masks as they faced this bizarre power. One member of the guild realized the old man's vital energy was directly scrambling their senses. The killers knew they couldn't win with a quick strike and planned to use attrition to wear him down, but Phantom Doctor didn't care. Amid the purple smoke, a blinding white flash appeared, evoking memories of the late master heavenly physician. Phantom Doctor laughed loudly, his eyes flaring a mad crimson in the night. He swung the sword, carving a slash that tore the air apart, mocking the assassins for overthinking. Phantom Doctor spun and launched an attack, the sword forming a deadly circle that repelled the charging foes. Blinding purple streaks hissed whenever the blade collided with an opponent's weapon. The cold blade plunged into the snow, sending a violent shock that made the ground tremble. He leaped high, escaping the reach of the spears that swarmed below. An assassin lunged from behind, but the man's speed was such that the attacker only struck an afterimage. Phantom Doctor landed and unleashed a flurry of flashing sword strikes that gave his opponents no time to react. His gaze fixed on his prey, burning with a dangerous exhilaration. He released vital energy and charged into the killer's shade like a purple lightning bolt tearing the night. 4 assassins tried to coordinate to stop his advance but were utterly helpless against the overwhelming force. Phantom Doctor scoffed to see they'd sent only peak guard assassins just to collect his head. He sneered that they must have been paid a hefty sum for this job. The assassins seemed to lose their initial confidence, beginning to tremble at his demonic grin. Blood spattered across the pure white snow. Phantom Doctor moved through the enemy ranks as if they weren't there. His face smeared with blood, his smile never fading, radiating utter madness. The killers began to change tactics, aiming only for shallow cuts to drain his stamina. He knew exactly they were waiting for him to tire before delivering the finishing blow. Interlacing sword strikes formed a deadly trap that was slowly closing around the young man. But Phantom Doctor would never sit idly in that trap. He tightened his hold on his weapon, ready to break out. A brilliant explosion of purple vital energy erupted in the middle of the snowfield, tossing everything aside. The immense energy hurled the assassins away, turning the battlefield into a chaotic wreck. In the delirium of poisoning, a gigantic eye appeared in the dying men's hallucinations. The trapped assassin trembled in vain, his body shaking under the pressure of the venomous vital energy. Space suddenly shifted. A bloodshot eye stared into the desolate void with deep sorrow. It was the Sea of Souls, where Phantom Doctor stood alone amid thousands of deep blue phantoms. The souls hovering around the famed physician seemed to be judging the sins he had borne. Phantom Doctor saw familiar faces from the past slowly emerging from the mist. His face was etched with the cracks of time, his eyes revealing fatigue and resignation. A voice rang out, asking whether he intended to let his disciple continue down this blood-soaked path. The spirit of an old man appeared behind him, reminding him of a bitter, half-lived life. The next question pierced his heart. What did he intend to do with the debt he had forced onto his disciples' shoulders? The souls began to assault him, blue blades piercing the famed physician's body as punishment. They asked whether he meant to create a monster more terrifying than himself, or to save the boy. In the Sea of Souls, the ghosts circled and judged Phantom Doctor, screaming to know why he intended to kill his disciple. Phantom Doctor stood motionless before the accusations, his face showing gloom amid the whirl of the soul's judgment. A spirit fell freely into a black abyss, followed by an eerie, devouring wave of sickly purple vital energy. Old memories of peaceful days returned, comrades' smiles and cherished moments he once treasured, now all merely the past. Master, like the one who chose to punish the world himself, a stream of images of meetings flashed through Mugen's mind. He declared he had lived a life entirely by his own will. Mugen's hand clenched the sword hilt, erupting with brilliant power. Phantom Doctor looked back at himself, a man who had gone against what his master once hoped. My master's expectations for me were completely different from what I became. He admitted he had forced Mugen into owing him because he couldn't know what sort of person the boy would become. I don't know where Tang Mugen will end up. I put my path onto his shoulders, but in truth I was only passing on what I had. The famed physician silently prayed that his disciple would find a better path than the one he had walked. In the battle, Mugen's smile now took on the shape of a feral shark, ready to tear his prey apart. The clash in the white snow was savage, violet sparks leaping whenever weapons met. Mugen unleashed vital energy that shrouded his body, saying his master need not waste time waiting at his sickbed. He declared there was one other important person he needed to meet before death came. He slid through the misty snow. Snow fell thick across the sky, covering the battlefield teeming with murderous intent. Blood splattered across the cold snow, horse coughs breaking the silent air. In the flashback, Phantom Doctor stood trembling on the snowfield, breath ragged, blood pouring from mortal wounds. Assassins surrounded the dying physician, their mocking laughter echoing through the space. He suddenly burst into a mad, sardonic laugh aimed at the self-satisfied men besieging him. The killer shade assassins looked at one another in panic, sensing an invisible threat from the man on the verge of death. Suddenly, the whole group vomited black blood at once. The poison had seeped into their organs without them realizing. A surge of purple vital energy burst from Phantom Doctor's body, felling all the surrounding assassins in an instant. The assassins' corpses lay scattered, staining the snow red. Bastards, finally you've all been poisoned at last. Back in the present, Phantom Doctor stared at the last enemy with a cold gaze. You think I used my innate vital energy just to kill a worthless little worm like him? A murderous aura from Laxo flared violently, making the foe tremble in despair. Now die. Phantom Doctor stood alone on the blood-stained battlefield, the purple energy around him dissipating after he cleared the enemies. Close up on Phantom Doctor's eyes, tired but unyieldingly resolute as the fight momentarily ended. A scout hidden at a distance watched in horror, witnessing the brutal scene unfold. The famed physician's memories returned. He realized someone was lurking, waiting for his final breath. You damn vultures, waiting for me to die. His mind blurred, yet he didn't forget his last duty. Anyway, I must seal this cursed scroll first. His vision dimmed, blood kept flowing from his wounds. Death is really coming. Phantom Doctor sat leaning against a withered tree in the snow, his breath growing faint. He sat there alone amid the vast white. I thought I'd finally made it home. A bitter smile crossed his bloodied face. So everything I've been seeing was just an illusion. If it's an illusion, at least show me once more what I long for most. His eyes grew dim, the light of life receded, making way for the darkness of death. A warm light suddenly appeared. Beneath the tree, he saw the faint silhouettes of his wife and daughter waving. Mother and daughter appeared as radiant golden shadows, faces unclear but exuding boundless warmth. Phantom Doctor trembled and reached his blood-stained hands out, trying to embrace the beloved illusion one last time. He clutched the two figures, tears mixing with blood on his scarred face. At last he found peace. His expression was strangely serene now, though death had truly taken hold of him. His hand loosened, purple veins standing out, marking the dying moment of a medical legend. In his final moments, Phantom Doctor bitterly called the family illusion a cruel trick, since he couldn't even see the faces of those he loved. Phantom Doctor sat motionless under the great snow-covered tree, golden motes of light sparkling around as if escorting his soul. A satisfied smile bloomed on Phantom Doctor's lips amid excruciating pain. He mocked himself as a poor father for only seeking his family at the last moment. He vowed to reunite with his family after completing his final bet, an all-in gamble on his disciples' future. That way, those damn vultures will never touch the cursed scroll. His breath became ragged and heavy. A burst of purple vital energy flared, enveloping the tree and Phantom Doctor's treasure, sealing it from the greedy. His only wish was that the scroll would one day find its way into his disciples' hands, so his legacy wouldn't fade. He prayed that his faded dreams wouldn't become a barrier to Mugen's chosen path, but rather a support for him. Phantom Doctor hoped that what he left behind would bolster his disciple to keep moving forward, facing every storm. I wonder if my daughter will be mad that I favored my disciple so much. The great tree glowed with an ethereal purple in the winter sky, marking the departure of a legend and the start of a new fate.